And we're live. Today we have two-time winner, Materia Cup winner Tori Kelly, joined by resident content creator Key. How are you doing today, Tori?
I'm doing great, and I am excited to watch some Final Fantasy.
Excellent. So who do we have on stream today? While I try to
So
modify
on
this.
on the left we have Mr. Sam Prime, and on the right we have Armand de Lemus. So these are two Gamers Command members who just happen to be paired together at table one. Very exciting to see for us. I believe that Armand is probably playing a realm deck. He's been talking about maybe joining in on the Monster Brigade. And I believe Sam is playing a spicy homebrew today, so we'll see how this goes.
Okay, so I am able to modify Armand, but for some reason I cannot modify. Ah, there we go. Right player is Armand, and our left player is Sam, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Sam Prime himself. All right, we're beginning. All right, take it away for us. Who went first?
Obviously, Armand went first. He just ran out of VV turn one. Isn't like necessarily the best open for the monster deck, but you don't really mind. Does Vera reveal the cards?
No.
And Vera
And
is
it's
only
only two.
top two, right?
Yes, it's only two. So
What
we
is
are
Sam doing? What is
judge,
Sam doing?
judge, judge, please.
What does he think this is Reeve? Reeve doesn't reveal it. What the Oh my god. Wait, one.
Okay, well,
Oh my god.
it's
Let me call
already.
Travis real quick.
All right.
How?
Meanwhile,
How?
but well,
Let me
let's
just give me
calm
one
down.
moment.
All right, while we try to fix this, I will continue to commentate. So it looks like Armand drew into a very bad hand, and he's trying to fix it by playing a Leo. I believe I saw an Atomos in his hand, which is not ideal. Um, Trying to dig for answers. Now he will most likely have 6 cards in hand, because he went first. So now he will still need to play something, I believe, in order to get the 5? Or did he just pass? Okay, I think we're going on a rewind because Sam did reveal 3 instead of looking at his top 2 for Vieira. So, uh, so I believe he picked 1 card too many revealed.
They were just because they were public knowledge. That's how they fixed it. Is they let Armand pick.
Okay.
I don't know. Whatever. Okay.
So now Armand dug with a Leo, and he has to play something because he has 6 cards. Because he went first, he is bricking on something, and yeah, he has to play something. Oh my god, that's not good.
What is in his hand? I saw an
He has
Atomos.
Tomos and then a bunch of unplayable cards. I wonder if he mulliganed into this because Furion without 5 characters cannot attack without haste.
Even if Furion lives this turn cycle, he still doesn't get the draw unless you have the 5 characters. So hopefully Armand finds something off the top of his deck that does literally anything right now.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sam has 7 cards and debating what to do. So in this matchup, it looks like Armand is the aggro player because Sam is on some kind of control deck with Beldat.
Yeah, so Armand definitely wants to be applying pressure to Sam. I know that Sam's deck has not that many EX bursts, so there's not that much danger of hitting Sam. There's also not that many high damage effects, so Armand's just gonna want to get in there and just smack him around with Fury, and if he can, draw some cards. There's a little bit of a danger of decking out when you're playing against a deck that's running Beldat, but you can't really worry about that at this point in the
Ooh,
game.
the rare miss from a minor. That's always a danger of playing these reveal fives and you get nothing. But Sam has plenty of cards in his hand anyway. I'm sure he'll do the right thing.
Yeah.
So he is now on 3 backups with 4 colors because the card that he just played was the it's a
Moogle.
Moogle,
Yeah.
right? Is this
Yeah.
the
The class
Moogle?
fourth Moogle. So class fourth Moogle taps for either uh, water or fire. So let's see. Do we draw anything that does literally anything? Oh, hopefully there's like a singular blue card in Armand's hand, so he can cast the blue worm that he just drew. Because in that case, he'd be able to cast Goblin and cast Blue Worm, get up to 5 characters, so that way Furium draws when he attacks.
He has
But
Amat, Atomos, and not much else.
worst case scenario, you could like play a Zac, shoot your own Furion to draw a card.
That's awful.
Ugh. Armand, how did you brick like this? Sam, Sam's dumbfounded. He's never seen a Furion attack and not draw.
Alright, so Chantoto to the damage as well as something else.
Armand's got to be really happy to see that Shanto to go to damage right now. Considering that if he just got Chantoed here, the game would be over
Things are not looking so good for
our
our
friend here.
Fireball player. Looks like we're going to the break. I mean, limit break. What are we playing? How do we pronounce this guy's name?
Vajradhara Wu.
Yes, that.
So Armand could discard 2 cards to keep Furion alive here,
Would you do
which
the same?
uh honestly probably. Oh, the last card in his hand was a Phoenix. So he's Blue Worm, Tomos, Phoenix, Amat.
Yeah.
I don't think this is worth Amatting, especially because there could be a Misdragon in Sam's hand. If you're going to want to keep Fear and Alive, it's much cheaper and more efficient to just discard 2.
Correct. He's thinking about it. And he will. He's discarding Blue Worm and Phoenix. And the Furion will survive.
Yep.
So that was. I don't think that's the best trade, but sure. I mean, you want to apply pressure, right?
Yeah, well, yeah, he needs to keep Furion alive. I don't know if the Blue Worm was the correct discard there. I know he didn't want to discard the Amat, but like now if he draws a blue card, which he did, now he still can't cast anything to get haste.
You mean draw a card? He doesn't need haste.
Oh, never mind. He drew a Phoenix. I mean, sorry, not Phoenix. Joseph. Yeah, to draw a card.
All right.
Those effects are tied, so. But okay, so now Furion can finally draw a card. You love to see it.
We do have some kind of glare going on, but can you make out what card the back? It's Charlotta. Okay,
It's Charlotta, yeah.
Charlotta for Charlotta. So now we get the draw for the Furion swing. We're going to 4th point of damage. And are we on wall colors already?
He is on wall colors if he sacrifices the Charlotta.
Yeah.
Right, because we only have 1 source of water and only 1 source of fire. Despite the fact that Armand got an absolutely abysmal start to this game, if Sam doesn't draw some action here, it could be pretty rough for him.
I'm not sure if this was.
Why is he showing?
God, okay. I don't think he wants to be on 3 wind backups, right? Unless this is not a wall deck.
Well, wall isn't the main point of this deck, but also something to consider is that there's a decent chance that Sam just plays the wall here, cracking the Charlotta.
Certainly.
Which is exactly so. He's unbreaking himself on 3-win backups. Um,
Not much you can do about that.
well, he could have Amaded it.
No, but Furion still dies, right? So I don't
Well, I
think
mean,
that matters.
well, he has enough cards in hand that he could have pitched one to keep Furion alive. Uh, you definitely pitch a card to keep Furion alive here, I think. Unless, do we think that there's a Zac in the LB deck?
So let's think about it. Why should you keep Furion alive?
Because since he doesn't have a water backup,
Mhm.
it's really hard to deploy the other Furion that's currently in his hand. So you can just pitch the Furion that's currently in his hand, pump him up to 9k, he survives the shot, and then next turn you attack with Furion, attack with Leo, haste like a Zac, and you just win.
Oh, that's right. So he does have the other Furion in hand.
Yeah,
Yeah. Usually, if you just pump by 2k, it will just get finished off by Zac. But
yeah. Now I think Sam looks like he has a Leviathan in hand, but I don't know which one it is.
I think it's the one that bounces and you can't replay it.
So the free cast one.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then that could easily come down here right now and just remove the Leo from the board.
I don't
Um,
think he's worried about Leo.
I mean, I think he should be worried about Leo. Uh, because right now, Armand is threatening to just kill Sam here. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm.
Right? Because you just play the Fury in his hand if he draws any fire card. I'm sorry, any water card. Uh, which he did, and then you could play a Zac LB and then just kill Sam.
You're right. So now the opportunity window is kind of closing, unless he can top deck a Clive or Ifra, right? To deal with this Warrior of Light, because I think in his hand he has Furion and Mog and something else.
He has a Witch of the Fens. It looks like he just drew. Yeah, it's a bit awkward. The fact that Armand just saw his first water backup this turn has been extremely unfortunate. Do you really want to have those water backups to efficiently cast all of your cards and to color fix you?
Yeah, I really am curious what he started with in his opening hand. I wonder if he kept or he mulliganed into this disaster.
He still hasn't seen a realm. This has been certainly one of the hands of all time.
Now that Sam's on 5 backups and he knows that the Warp Garnet is coming, it's gonna only go downhill from here.
Yeah, you probably want to apply as much pressure this turn as you can. I could see him just like casting the Witch, drawing a card, then like casting the Furion in his hand, drawing, and then attacking, drawing a card. But looks like he's decided that actually no, he wants to slow this down, actually try and play a fair game of Final Fantasy. So what are we pitching for this water CP? Mog, interesting. Uh, I believe
Yeah,
the only
Mog.
search card in Sam's deck is the Tyro. So Armand probably just knows that canceling searches is not something that's a valuable effect in this matchup. So looks like we're getting rid of the Witch for the Furion.
Gotta sneak in the damage somehow, I guess.
Yeah, sneaking the damage, draw a card. So now that
With
Sam's at
Gunshot.
5 damage, he has to be very scared. Right? We have this suspended Haste Goblin on the board, ready to get an attacker in at any moment.
Garnet, and what else do we have?
I think
Dead
it's.
Moogle, and a summoned I can't see.
Are you sure it's not another Warrior Flight?
I saw Moogle and the Garnet, definitely. I don't know what the third card is.
Okay, yep. Oof, Clive. That would have been a really good draw here. So I imagine the Garnet's going to come down here You could just play the Garnet, bounce the Furion, and then you can't replay Furion on the following turn. Makes it a lot harder for Armand to potentially go for any lethal lines on the following turn. But instead, it looks like Sam is going for an LB play, perhaps a Zidane. Oh, a Cloud. Okay, now he just said screw it now. Absolutely wants to kill this Furion. The thing is, I think Armand has Amat in hand still. But he decides, nope, Furion can die. He has another Furion in hand. There was no real reason that he needed Amat there. It looks like Sam wants to warp the Garnet.
Yeah.
He
I think he's
believes
just
that
comfortable.
he is comfortable in his ability to survive the next 2 turns.
Now he only has one card in hand. I mean, there's not a whole lot of reaction he can do. If
Yeah.
Frick comes in, Cloud
Yeah.
will die. Warrior of
Yes.
Light will also die.
Yeah. No, this is a bit greedy of Sam. If Armand just had Clive in hand, Sam was dead. Right?
Right.
No, he wouldn't have been dead. He
He's
just would have
still
been at.
1 damage off.
He would have
He's
been 1
not
damage
enough.
off because the Cloud would have blocked the Ifrit.
Yeah.
Seeing as we finally got the Realm, I imagine we're just probably going to jam that here.
What would you get in this situation?
Oh no, he's just going for the Ifrit. This is still
Hard
pretty solid too.
forward.
The problem is you can't actually attack with the Ifrit because did Sam not ping the Ifrit?
He did not.
He might have said it and then just not actually turned him sideways.
I don't know. He's not playing the best today. I feel like probably too tired from winning the LQ yesterday. Okay, how many cards does Armand have left? 1?
I think 2 in hand still.
2. No, I definitely think he pinged him. Otherwise, he would have just turned sideways. Right?
Shortly. Nope, apparently not.
Okay.
Sam, what are you doing? He's clearly tired.
It's fine. It's totally fine. He just even revealed the rest of his hand too. So
Yeah.
he's at 5, right? Oh wait, he's still playing something? Thinking.
So I think the final card in his hand is Warrior of Light. So it's possible that he just like plays Warrior of Light. No, wait, what did we? Is
We are
it an
milling.
LB?
Yes. Yeah, Zidane. Mill 2. Draw a card. If you mill the same colors.
Well, it's not that likely to be the same. Well, it's not the same colors.
Yeah, it's highly
After,
unlikely.
yeah, Armand's drawn every Furion, so the chance of them being the same color is much less once that occurs.
So Ward of Light.
So War of Light is an extremely good blocker. But if Armand can just draw like a copy of some special fodder, he'll be in a really good spot here.
He has a couple of chances, including Haste Goblin. Oh, there we go. Here we go. We see one copy of Clive. He drew
But
Eternal Almost as well.
but he can't use the Clive as special fodder because he didn't prime.
Oh, oh my God.
He had to
Wait
draw
a second.
exact.
Hold on. Ah, you're right. Wait, so Clive also has some other ability, right? He gives all icons plus 1,000 or something?
That is true, but in that
That's
case,
not
if he were
good
to
enough.
attack with the Ifrit, you just block with Warrior of Light and then ping it.
Or like, yeah. I mean, at this point in the game, what can he do? He has 5 guys on the field. Ultima weapon would only kill 1, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have.
Oh, Alila, okay.
Well, this is cute. This is really cute. So now we can shrink the Warrior of Light. So that way, if he attacks with Little Leela, he could block and like ping it with Warrior of Light. But then that doesn't solve the issue. Oh, okay. This is really smart. Okay, so now if we
Oh, we're
attack with the little Layla,
already.
right?
Yeah.
In order to block with the wall, right, we would have to.
Uh-oh. What are we
What
playing?
did we draw off the Warrior of Light?
I don't know.
Oh, Atomos. So that I think that forces him to break it.
Yeah, it's damage actually. So for however many things are in his break zone, it'll do that much damage. So,
Well,
uh-oh. Did we make a huge
oh
blunder?
no! Wait! We got called Travis again.
What happened?
He
He
just
had
blocked with Warrior of Light when Ifrit's an 11k,
he has first strike, right?
but
No,
Ifrit's an
he had
11k.
Tyro up as well. He had
Oh, did he have
Tyro up.
Tyro up?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think he used it, but okay. Didn't he just Tyro to use? Tyro was his only Earth CP backup, right? For the
No, he has
no,
minor.
he has mine. I can't see the cards; they're all glared.
Yeah, he has minor, but I mean, it's an 11k. He should be sideways. Clive should be able to swing in, right? No, never mind. Right?
No, because War of Light was still active.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I think what happened? The warp, what did he get? Oh, he got
So
Thomas.
Garnet came in, so he grabbed back 2 summons. I believe it was Atomos and Mistdragon.
Okay.
Yeah, this has been really scuffed. Yeah, Sam realizing that there's still an Ifrit left in the deck has made him decide that this Clive probably needs to die right now, so that way Armand can't just prime.
By the way, I'm checking some chat for some chatter, and they were asking why wasn't there a draw off the Haze Goblin? So, because Sam responded to the Haze activation by killing the target, the Haze Goblin does not draw you a card.
Exactly. The effect does not resolve if there's no legal targets. So interesting that Sam just allowed the Clive to live here. He could have either like cast Atomos just to kill him last turn, but it turns out that Sam's just decided that the Ifrit's just not a threat. So Sam pumped his Warrior of Light by 2k here with the Tyro. Um, looks like Armand did not choose to finish it off with a Zac shot.
Oh no.
And this game is very quickly snowballing out of Armand's control. He was never able to really set up all his backups, never got a Tomos on the board, and this is not what you want to have happen as the monster player. And yep, and there we go. Lulu's going to grab back an Alexander, and since Lulu was cast this turn, or a win forward into our field this turn, Alexander becomes free, and Sam is just taking his damage. And Armand is dead. That was a really, really sad game to watch. Look at all those backups going to damage. I'm sure Armand would have loved to have drawn those earlier in the game.
Yeah, this is not your typical setup for the Firewater Monster deck. Um, Playing Furion off of 4 CP is not what you want to do. And
No,
certainly hitting him without drawing a card is not part of the game plan. So I
I
think,
wonder.
what would you have done in that situation?
I wonder if we were Armand, if we shouldn't have just instead of casting the Leo on turn 2, just biting the bullet and casting the Luna Freya, just to dig 5 deep instead of just the 1. But it's really hard to say. I didn't actually see the beginning if he had mulliganed or not. I'm assuming he did because there's no shot. He kept that as his opening hand. But I did hear some of my teammates giving him questionable advice on what are keepable opening hands. It's possible that his original hand was better than the one he mulliganed into. But sometimes you don't draw what you want to draw. uh, yeah. Oh, hi Sam. Welcome to the chat. A little scuffed there. Yeah. Mhm. You also just like let him kill your Warrior of Light without pinging the Ifrit in response. So that way, when he blocked with Cloud, they didn't trade. Uh, yeah. Question: did you pump your Warrior of Light with Cloud the turn that he blocked the Ifrit with Tyro? Sorry, did you pump Warrior of Light with Tyro the turn that it blocked and killed his? Okay, I didn't see that happen because his Ifrit was an 11k, right? Because of Clive, which is a line of text that like never comes up. Yeah, because he had Clive on board. Clive pumps Ifrit. Oh yeah. Well, it didn't really matter because Armand drew like cheeks. So. Wait.
4 minutes left in round one.
Oh, you guys can first talk to Sam? I'm sorry.
I didn't even see him. So that's why I was going to keep going.
I think the mic is getting the wrong We're sorry, guys. We're trying to get you.
Oh, they're terrible. Didn't get that later. That was painful. It took like 10 turns, but I just. It was.
Let me unmute it. Check. That should be working. It's showing me talk now. Did you get it? That should be the right mic. Oh, they hear everything now.
All right.
Yeah, I didn't think about pinging his cloud. I was a real dude. I just flew in. I got in at like we got back at like 11. I haven't slept, so I played terribly, and then he just never drew realm. He got really unlucky.
Yeah, he did have Realm at one point, but I think he pitched it the turn that he went for the Ifrit line.
Oh, I didn't even see what he pitched.
Yeah, so he definitely had a Realm in his hand at one point. But I think maybe that would have been the better thing to do there, especially
Is
because
he playing
if you had played it.
Yeah, is he playing just the one goblin? Yeah.
My list is only on one Haze Goblin, so I think he was just copying my list.
Okay.
The one I posted in Discord.
Yeah, I think for top cut, or not for top cut, I think for Swiss, you guys can just call Travis. He'll bring in the list so you guys can see them. I don't know if there's a way. Actually, there's no way. You don't have Campsite up here. Never mind. He can take a picture and send them to you in chat. That way you guys have them for stream.
Sam, do you know how much more time is on the round before we get next round?
I believe that they said 1 minute. 1 second. Hey, Sergio. How much time is left? 1 minute and 21 seconds.
Okay, we'll go on a quick break and set up the next round.
Okay, is there anyone you guys want in particular? If they won, I can see if I can get Travis. Anyone in the chat wants?
We want people that haven't lost yet and
half the room.
No. Yeah, exactly. And hopefully that we know. When you sent us the the names earlier though, it was like the Square Enix names,
Yep.
and that is only so helpful.
Nope, I
Like
agree. Um, yeah, just yeah. This is a Travis is running this, so I'm just trying my best to like to stay out of it. But if I can just throw a suggestion his way, I will. And that is, so you guys want the names that correspond to the player's name, right? He has a list of
Yeah,
it, so
that'd be great.
I'll
Yeah,
have him
exactly.
text
But
those.
like
Yeah.
if we have
Oh, so the reason they're asking why I revealed off Vera, I accidentally looked at 3, and so they said, "Oh, well, you don't have to show me. Just take the 2." And I said, "No, I think that the fairest way is I'm going to show you the 3, and I'm going to let you pick the one that I take, because I think was the fairest way for me to rewind it is let him pick and see what I saw."
yeah, the problem was we weren't sure which one was like technically would have been the first two.
Oh yeah, so he gets to
I,
pick whatever one the worst is for me. It's even worse for me.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
like I think the way that you would like if we knew exactly which were the first two cards that you flipped, I
yeah.
think the best way would be to then like have him pick one of those two and put it in your hand,
Yeah.
and then put the other one on top of your deck. I don't know.
I just
It's
thought
all
that
like
the
rewinding is
best way
always
was to
awful
like
weird.
lead it in most favor of Armand. So that's
Yeah.
most favor is that he picks the one and he gets to see all 3. So yeah,
Maybe
that's
he.
and then the next time I cast Vieira, I was just so making sure I only put 2 that I just showed him the 2, and he's like, "You don't
Yeah.
have to show me," and I'm like,
Yeah.
"Oh yeah, I know what this card does. I just haven't slept."
Okay.
Yeah, it is.
Um,
Look, I just was tired,
I'm surprised that he didn't catch the fact that it shouldn't have been 3,
dude.
like the first time.
So I split the difference. I wanted to cast Minor. I'm so tired that I played Vieira. And I cast the Vieira, looked down, and saw that I pitched the colors to play both. I had pitched an Earth and a Wind, and I was like, all right, we'll just cast the Vieira, I guess.
Yeah.
Obviously, you want to lead with Minor because you're going to see 3 cards. Or 5 cards. See? That's how tired I am. But
Yeah.
the karma hit me when I missed with the Minor, which is actually pretty funny. I was actually kind of excited about that. But let me go get these names for you. Should have shuffled the 3, then put them on top and resolve yours normally. Yeah, maybe that's right, but I wanted it to be in Armand's favor. But yeah, you're probably right. I'm gonna go get those names for you guys.
Okay.
Go back.
All right, and we are back with round two starting soon-ish. Who do we have on stream next, Tori?
So it looks like next round we're going to have Mr. Irving Diaz, the American Muscle. He's going to be on the left side, and on the right side we have Wayne. So this should be an interesting matchup. I don't know what either of them are playing, but Irving always brings something just incredibly spicy to every event that he goes to. So I am sure this is going to be a delight for all of us.
I do have a lot of interest in what Irving is playing as well. I believe last year when we featured him on stream, he showed the world the power of his Lightning Wind Crystal deck, a spice that we've not seen in the past.
Yeah, he really likes his crystals. If I remember correctly, was he the person that was on ice water crystals at Winter Cup this year?
I
With
don't know because
Lucio?
I do not actually go.
I forgot you weren't there this year. I think he was the person on the Lucio ice water deck, um, which was really cool and really fun. Seeing at Winter Cup. Let me see if I can pull up Winter Cup real quick. We were East Raleigh Winter Cup team tournament. No, it doesn't look like it was him. It was someone else. But I think he was on a Crystal deck at Winter Cup as well. He's a really big fan of the Crystal cards, so I wouldn't be surprised if he is bringing them back today.
Right. I don't know if you've been following along with the weekly RVA Cups, but I when I played against Irving last week, or was it this week? I forget. He beat me using a Fire Warp deck. He was playing both Ifrit and Dion, the light card. So if we manage to see that, I think that will be pretty exciting because I don't think anybody else is playing any other prime cards other than Ifrit. So seeing Dion and Bahamut or Bahamut will be exciting.
Yeah, that would be really fun. When I played him in RVA a few weeks back, he was trying to do an Ice Earth Monsters build using the new Maynad, so maybe something like that. We'll see. I'm sure that whatever he brings will be fun and exciting to watch. Wayne is a fellow member of Gamers Command, though. I don't think he posted in our chat what he is playing today, so he's keeping it under wraps. He doesn't want us to know. Um, I think he is a mono fire gamer sometimes. Oh, yep.
Is the camera frozen or? All right, 1 second. We're going to be right back.
right? Because it's just stuck on in the past.
Ah, there we go. Okay. All right, no problem. Okay, so we are back live, hopefully.
And yep, and as we predicted, it looks like Wayne is repping his crystal strategies on the left. That's always exciting to see.
You mean Irving? Irving.
Sorry,
Oh,
Irving. I'm sorry. Irving's on crystals. Looks like water fire crystals. We've done a lot of testing with water fire crystals, and it's a really potent deck. There's a lot of fun stuff you can do with cards like Glaciella, allowing you to use like Lilith specials for just the crystal, dealing 7,000 to your opponent's forwards. It's really potent, really nice. And it looks like it's a water fire quote unquote mirror though, because Wayne has at least one water card in his hand that I presume he would like to cast.
it looks like it's just warrior build. Perhaps it's dual element.
Yeah. Yeah. At first I thought it was just the modifier warriors, but the Kukulin in Wayne's hand is making me think that it's water fire and he just is not drawing the water cards that you want to see. Yeah. Some interesting cards in Irving's break side. I'm presuming this young Exenmill just came down here. He has 2 crystals still, which makes so I'm assuming that he hasn't used the ability to give it the protection yet. But that is a dangerous ability to use against these Waterfire crystal decks with lots of summons that can just go right through that ability. What do you think Wayne's doing here, Key?
I think he's debating whether or not. Actually, I can't see his hand, so I'm not sure. He's probably going to play the Sarah if I was him, to get to 3 backups and then play Tyvis, hopefully.
Uh, does he have the Tyvis in his hand? It's really hard to tell what's in there.
I don't believe so, but I think the best course of action here is to play the Sarah.
Yeah, you're probably right. Sarah is an excellent card, helping fix your backups.
Yeah, not having water access readily available right now is not ideal. I mean,
Yeah.
we're not really afraid of this one young X-Mill, right, hitting us in the face. We don't
Yeah.
care.
Yeah. He also has access to the cloud in his hand, which, with the security officer, maybe he's contemplating deploying the cloud to then free play the security officer to like draw a card potentially. I imagine that Wayne's just apprehensive about discarding this Kugelin in his hand for the Water Sarah because he likely wants that to be able to like blank this young Examil. Interesting. We're discarding both water cards for the cloud.
I'm not sure I like that, especially when you're targeting young Examil, knowing he has 2 crystals to
Yeah.
make it unchoosable. Not great, in my opinion. I mean, you could have just played the Sarah, curve out, and then, oh, okay.
Then
Interesting.
he could just spend another crystal.
Holder.
Oh no, this young Examil has survived a turn cycle. Oh no, he's just gonna bring out his good buddy young Rahal to buff him up out of range, I imagine. Yep.
Ooh.
So young Exam.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
So this is not what Wayne was hoping for, but as young Rahal enters from young Examil's ability, Examil's Rahal's going to generate 2 crystals and give a nice 2k power bump to Examil, pump him out of range of this Brynhilder, and then the Examil ability will resolve and he will gain untargetability to Cloud's damage.
Yeah, that's quite a hard thing to come over, especially if you don't have any way to finish him off. So you're wasting both Cloud and Brynhilder for absolutely nothing? Question mark?
Yeah. Oh,
Oh, okay. Well,
we're
there's not nothing
Ahmading the
here.
Rahal. Ooh.
So the stack wars continue. So in response to the, is it the crystal generation or is it the +2?
I think it's the +2. I believe they are two separate abilities. But the problem is if you do it in response to the +2 instead of the
You'll
crystal
gain the
generation,
crystals,
you could
right?
just use the crystals from the crystal generation to then re-attempt to buff young Examil. Correct? I don't believe that's a once per turn.
Huh. Wonder how
Let
they
me
resolve
pull up
that.
this card.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was the +2, but I wonder why he didn't burn out a crystal save him. Is that right? Does he not have a window to pump him again?
He would have a window to attempt to do the pump again with young Examil to set his power to 9,000. Irving maybe just forgot that he could.
Or is it once per turn? Let me just look up.
It's not once per turn. I just looked up the card.
Oh.
The summon from deck ability is once per turn, but the setting power ability is not.
Maybe he just
So
wanted to keep the crystal for a rainy day.
no, I think that was just a slight misplay.
Yeah, perhaps. By the way, did Cloud do anything else other than
Did he?
target the guy? Did he not draw a card or
He
remove
didn't. It looks
anything?
like he just chose not to remove and draw. I
Oh,
don't know why. We didn't. Because the one card in the hand is clearly the one card we drew off the Brunhilder, correct?
yes. Oh my god. Not sure, not sure. But yeah, Cloud's secondary ability to remove two guys from the break zone will still resolve, even though the target for a young Examil cannot be chosen. So I believe if he thought the whole thing would fizzle, that is not the correct way it should resolve. And it looks like we are fetching our brother Moogle called Mog. He will stop the searches. Not sure if there's any other searches other than young Examil's tap ability in a crystal deck, but we will draw off Mog and pass. By the way, have I lost our co-caster Tori Kelly?
No, I'm still here. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
uh, that was interesting. Obviously playing Tyvis is great there, but Wayne also did have the Clive in his hand. So I wouldn't have been totally against him just pitching his whole hand just to play the Clive to attack and then draw two. Of course, you don't get the Mog down, you don't get the Tyvis down for the future, and this is a Warriors deck. You do want to develop your Tyvis, but getting the Clive down to develop a continuous threat is something that I would like to do in these kind of matchups.
Wait, how did his name come out? I'm
Oh
confused.
he's playing Lena. So he's going to cast the Lena here, and Irving is going to probably bring back the Rahal and the young Exenville. So when Lena enters, she can spend 2 crystals. Ooh, Zidane. 2 crystals to summon a 3-drop from your break zone, and 1 crystal to summon a 2-drop. Because the 3-drop he played the young Rahal generates 2 crystals on entry, he kind of just gets that body for completely free, which is very nice.
I see. I see. I didn't realize Lena had 2 of those abilities. Okay, so looks like he's not going to attack nor use the Dane's ability. What's going on
Well,
here?
well, because there was no other water cards in his hand, the Larsa was kind of just sitting there dead. He might not have been afraid of it at all and didn't want to help Wayne draw into like warriors that Tyvis could play for free.
Mhm.
And Wayne did draw into a warrior, but it's the only warrior he can't play off the Tyvis other than other copies of Tyvis because he already has a Mog on field.
Mm. So I think this goes back to what I was saying earlier. If he played the Sarah, right, he would be on 3 backups. He would have played Cloud on curve. He would have been able to play Tyvus on curve. I think it's just one misstep that he probably could have saved a lot of resources, right, for the long game.
Yeah. I found that in your Tyvus decks, the third backup is just because so much of the deck is odd costed, that the third backup is really efficient in helping you do your plays efficiently. But Wayne decided that he was the aggressor, so
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not a whole lot of things you want to be casting off of 2 backups in this deck. But perhaps he could play that Larsa finally? Yes, here we go.
yeah. The only problem with playing this Larsa here is that no matter what you grab, Irving can just rip it right out of your hand. Um, sorry, did I say right? Yeah, it's because of the Zidane. So it's really, this is an awkward Larsa. He's finally getting his third backup down, his colors online, but no matter what you grab, it just doesn't feel good.
No, but I think yeah, this is correct. To grab something that he can't play, so even if he takes it, it's whatever, right?
Yeah.
So picking Cloud is good. You don't want to pick Tyvus because Tyvus is probably going to be removed, perhaps as the more important target.
But I mean, if Wayne already has Tyvus on board, and Irving doesn't have any like great ways to remove it right now, he could like LB an ultimate weapon. Actually, would be a decent way of killing Tyvus.
Ooh, that is spicy because we do have 3 fire, 4 water on the field already. That's enough to trigger both.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind an ultimate weapon right here. Target Tyvus, force something else to get sacked, and then you could attack. Um, remove the Clive. But there are other interesting things going on in Irving's hand. This Onion Knight is pretty cute when you've got 3 crystals already.
Remind me and the audience who don't know, what does that onion knight do?
He allows you to play a DFF character of cost 4 or less. Sorry, not 4 or less. I believe 3 or less from your deck straight to the field, but you have to spend 2 crystals to do it.
Oh, from the
But
deck. Okay.
yeah, um, but it looks like he's contemplating doing the ultimate weapon based on how Irving was considering paying 6 crystal points there. But he's holding back. He's like, actually, first I want to see what's going on in your hand.
Can't be blocked.
Not by these, anyway. And Irving's like, actually, that's not scary at all. Oof, Tyvus damage 1.
Does young Rahal do anything else once he's on the field?
His pump effect for the plus 2k is also an attack trigger.
Oh, okay.
So it looks like Irving is just playing it nice and safe. Just casting a Leo, drawing a card. I'm surprised he didn't keep a red backup up to do that, considering he has the Amat in his hand. But maybe he's decided that he's going to discard a red card for the Amat anyway. Or maybe he was thinking, well, if I draw into like maybe a Kukulin off the top of my deck, it's nice to have the water backup online.
Yeah, he probably most likely has a useless red card. He doesn't mind throwing away.
Yeah, actually, it looks like every card he could pitch for CP right now is red. So keeping the Paladin active is just fine. So interesting hand from Wayne. I think I see a Clive in there, which would be pretty nice here if not for the Amat in Irving's hand. And maybe Salamander's interesting too. There's no.
Salamander does 5k across the field if you remove 10 fire cards, right?
It does 5k naturally, and if you remove the 10, it does 7k instead, which would completely wipe Irving's board here. So if
Ah.
Wayne has enough fire cards, which he looked like he was drawing a lot of fire early,
No,
it looks like it's not quite enough. I think it's like 6 or so in there, but there is a lot of red in his hand. So if he can pitch his hand down to then do the Irving, not the Irving, the Salamander. I cannot talk today. Holy crap. If he can discard his hand down, maybe like play a Leo discarding a red card, then like play maybe like the Clive discarding some red cards, he might be able to get there.
Do that right now, right? Because you're not going for lethal or anything, so that's overcommitting.
Yeah, but getting these 3 forwards in for damage right now is pretty juicy. Also, it would turn off a lot of the ability to fight back with like a Tidus or a Ultra Weapon because you're getting all those characters off the board.
Mm-hmm. So it does look like he's doing what you're suggesting and could perhaps dig for more fire cards.
Ooh, Fury in top deck. You like to see that.
Yes, as the resident Furion stand, I can understand.
Yeah, I am a certified Fury enjoyer.
Wait, did he just pass? Or...
There's no way he's passing.
Okay.
Okay.
Attack phase. We're attacking with Cloudo.
Oops, Ooh, that's a very good hit for Wayne. Irving's got to be pretty upset about that.
Now, if we see a Furion come in and attack, would you like to Amat that guy? As Irving.
I generally don't like Amatting Furions. I imagine that Tyvis is about to free play this Furion here.
Indeed.
Yep. So yeah, there's not anything that Irving can do to prevent the trigger from going on the stack. The only thing he can do right now is respond to it with an Amat.
I'm sorry, the free play? Or are you talking about when he swings?
I'm talking when he swings. He can't stop Wayne from swinging. There's nothing in his hand to stop that.
Right.
He doesn't have Kukulin.
Yeah, I wonder what he's debating on then.
Maybe he's just trying to bluff having access to a cancel.
Okay, so yeah, he lets it go, draw a card, and we are going to block. So I presume we're going to discard a fire card to keep him alive.
That's quite possible, especially because we arguably want to get fire cards in our break zone anyway, right now.
True, yeah. Oh, did he dump Clive instead of Edgar?
He dumped Clive. Maybe instead of going for the Salamander line, he's just gonna play Edgar to get the Lena on board that he just top decked.
Interesting. That would mean you also lose your Salamander, right?
It would mean you lose the Salamander.
What's going on? Zach, okay. So we're turning, are we turning off Ultima Weapon here? No, I think he still has enough.
Well, the thing is, if Irving tries to just do a raw Ultima Weapon here, you can respond with the Salamander, right? And then he gets none of the effects. Because I believe Wayne now, after this last turn, he pitched all the red cards out of his hand, right? All that's left is Salamander plus Lena. So there should be 10 red cards in Wayne's break zone now. So Irving doesn't know it, but he's got a 7k cleave lined up. And he's probably doing it.
I sure hope he counted before he did this.
It's exactly 10.
Oh, wow. Okay. Calculated.
And
That's
so now,
pretty good. Yes.
Yeah, so now Irving has the ability to look at Wayne's hand and rip nothing out because there's nothing in there.
Leo.
When in doubt, cast a Leo.
I believe the saying is, when in doubt, Leo out. Okay.
Oh, well, we
We
drew a
do-
cyan.
Yeah, there we
So
go.
this board is cooked, right?
1000% with extra heat.
So it looks like
We're
we
getting
decided we want
5
all 5
crystals.
crystals. So Wayne did not find Yuzuki, it looks like. And goodbye. Wayne deciding that Irving can't search for the rest of this. I have a feeling that won't matter. And I think Wayne drew X-Star plus Ward. 2 really awkward cards that he can't cast using just backups. I imagine we're probably just going to see a Leo here and pass the turn.
No, is he out of LB? How many? He casted at Zach. He casted a Leo. Did he cast anything else?
Oh, Wayne, you can't do that.
No, you can't
Wayne, you
use
can't do that.
water CP
Wait.
to play board.
Oh my gosh, let me call the judge.
Judge. All right. Well,
Give me 1 moment.
here we go again. I hope we can pause the game while we get this sorted out. But Ward is one of those fire guys that you can only play naturally using fire CP. I've made that mistake myself, but it means usually you either free play him off of Axstar or Tyvus, but you cannot play him off of backups when you don't have all fire. So that was an illegal play, and we are rewinding. So I think Wayne is forced to just pass here because you can't play Axstar either. So yeah, not much going in his favor after that Cyan Cleave.
I have returned.
Thank you for calling and swiftly remediating that blunder. But it looks like he wasn't able to play anything from his hand, and it's now Irving's turn.
Yeah, I mean, he could have cast the ward if he decided to pitch the Axstar there, but I don't think that would have been worth it, especially when Cyan could just, obviously pump himself out of range and keep himself alive.
Correct. I don't think he was aware of that either because Irving did respond with spending a crystal.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Ward off the top rope. Blasting Cyan before he can do anything about it. Meanwhile, main 2 we're playing Gal to gain another crystal. That is the first time I've seen anyone play that Gal.
But you have not been watching Irving play his water crystal decks then.
No,
It's
I
a
have
fun
not.
card. It's currently a 2 CP 8K because at damage 3 it gains 3000 power and generates crystal on entry. It's a fine thing, especially because the reason why they're running it is since you have access to the Lena, you can bring it back for free off of the Lena, and it just you get the crystal back, so it's completely free. One thing I am noticing though is I don't think I've saw any like Glaciellas or Lucios in Irving's deck. Right, he's on the Barts instead, which is really interesting to me. Usually when you see these water crystal decks, they're going in on the Brave Exvius package, but Irving has decided that he is focusing on the DFF package instead.
Yeah, what do you think about this Bart's? I've not seen it in action. I don't know what it does actually.
On entry, it searches a non-light or dark Dissidia character, and when he dies, or rather when he's in the break zone, I believe you can remove him to generate 2 crystals. So,
Oh, okay.
because he has a bunch of these DFF characters, the Barts can search almost anything he wants out of the deck, and getting a little extra crystals on the side is always a nice little benefit. Fearin in particular, which Irving just picked up, is a great Dissidia character. Even if he wasn't like originally printed in the same structure deck as the rest of these guys.
Mm-hmm. So we know one Tyvis has been removed from game via damage. The other one is in the break zone. Do we know if there's two in the break zone for Wayne? If
I think there's still one Tyrus remaining. Wayne does currently have 3 cards in his hand, and I think I saw a Clive in there. So it is very possible for him to try to go for an Ifrit line here. Irving does have the Amat in his hand though, so he can cancel this. But Irving's hand is only 3 cards. So if he were to Amat it, he would be pitching everything for that. And I wouldn't mind being in a position where you have an Ifrit on board against what Irving's presenting.
yeah, they would both be top decking, but oh my gosh, looks like it's just a pass. Why would you discard a card from Mog? Oh, I don't like that. We have 2 CP free to not cast anything.
Yeah,
right?
I don't remember seeing anything in Wayne's hand that would be relevant right now. Okay, so currently, apparently, we've just entered time during Wayne's last turn. Perhaps. Actually, no. I believe this is double loss rolls, so there's no reason to be playing for damage tiebreakers here.
Furion comes in, okay.
I mean, I always love seeing Furion come down and swing, especially the beautiful foil full arts.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot stopping Irving from presenting lethal in his next turn because he has a bunch of forwards and Wayne can't really block with this Mog, right? It
Yeah,
only
everything.
trades with Leo.
Yeah, everything on Irving's board except for the Leo is just larger than the Mog by a significant amount. The question is, do we shoot the Leo here or do we shoot the Furion? Okay, we decided we don't want to take the damage.
Wait, why did he kill the Leo? He could block with Mog, right? The Gao cannot be blocked by Mog.
Maybe he wants to prevent Mog from dying to a follow-up Zac shot?
True, he doesn't need to block right now anyway. You're right. But then my question is, why didn't he kill Furion then?
I think Furion was the better guy to kill. Because Furion's also representing a blocker still. Although the
Yeah.
only water card in Irving's hand is the Glaciella, so the Glaciella, which makes sense. She's an incredible card in Crystal decks. But he has no other water CP to use her effect with, which is kind of awkward. Looks like Irving just really wants the Mog off the board. And I don't necessarily blame him. He's got to use all these cards in his hand to do something. And there's only going to be one more turn, so having that extra backup aboard doesn't really do much.
Mm-hmm. So Irving is definitely presenting lethal now, unless we can clear the board. But I don't know how Wayne can steal this game away either. He doesn't have enough.
Yeah, this Volker's getting
No.
Amatted. There's no if, ands, or buts about this. Goodbye.
Rough.
You hate to see it.
Both effects are on the entry, right?
Oh yeah, so he does get a 4K ping. I don't think it will matter, but okay, looks like we're putting it on the Vincent. Okay, because when Volker dies, he sees himself leave the field, and he is himself a warrior.
Can he still prime? Now is the time to prime, yes?
Yes, but he doesn't have enough cards in hand to do it.
Ah.
So he can play the Clive, but if he attacks, he just gets blocked by Vincent, and you lose.
Oh, no.
So, assuming Irving draws a singular water card here, yeah, the game's over. Okay.
Yeah, I think the mistake was not doing the line that you mentioned before, which is Clive the turn before. Ifrit blow somebody up or attempt to, he'll at you, yes, but you still have a 10k on the field, right?
Yeah. But no, it was a hard matchup. After the Cyan resolved and just blew up Wayne's board, he was just completely on the back foot. It was going to be hard to come back from that.
Yeah, things would have been a lot different if he. Oh, sure, yeah, we'd love to have him.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, looks like we're going to have Irving in here. That's going to be exciting. He's always a great guy to talk with. Very energetic. Brings a lot of energy to the conversation.
All right, 1 second. Let me double check. He is unmuted. Okay, think we're good to go. But I was saying before, if Wayne was consciously thinking about the matchup, right? He knows that the crystal payoffs are either Cyan or Glaciella. He should have prioritized getting Yuzuki on the field a lot earlier.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So you put the headset on, you can hear Key and Tori. Hello. Yes.
Why, hello there.
Hey, what's up, guys?
How you doing?
Living the dream. Living the dream. We're just playing card games, having fun.
Yeah. So before we saw what you were playing today, we were speculating that it was likely to have some crystal cards in it.
Always crystals, buddies. Always. You know
And
me. I can't quit them.
lo and behold, that looked like it was a lot of fun.
Yes. I went. Today is fire water. With just using. I went more DFF in order to get Sedanes out faster. So you have Onion Knight that can get Zidane. You can discard Zidane and get Lena to get him. So it's kind of like adding some pressure. But then, as you guys can see, I was just gaining crystals left and right, pretty much.
It's always fun to gain a ton of crystals.
Yeah.
How did it feel to resolve that Cyan effect?
So I top decked this. I don't know if you guys saw because you can see my hand. Like I top decked the Scion from that Leo play. And when he went 0 cards in hand, I was like, oh well, this is the easiest play I can do. And it was just like, all right, well, we're just gonna board clear, and then reset. Because he did have an advantage early. He was definitely pushing, and my deck does not hit on high power. So he was gonna keep doing that until I found a way, and his board got really wide, as you guys saw.
Yeah, and when his board got ruined, it really got ruined.
Yeah, it just wiped out, and then he was 0 cards in hand, and I was like, okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get this going. Crystals is fun. I'm always gonna be playing it. I'll probably play it next set because the new Barts is kind of stupid. I really enjoy that card, and it's wind. Like remove 3, play him for free, draw 2 pretty much.
Okay, so you wait, isn't the Barts 2 sets from now?
Is that 2 sets from now? I thought it was the next set. Is that
I thought that was it's 27, right?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Because next set is the signatures of Vincent, right?
It's 26.
Oh, it is 26. Okay, so yeah. So
Wait, it is? Oh, maybe I'm just dumb.
yeah, I think they showed Bart's and Vincent at the same time. But that's gonna be a
27.
super cool card to just mess around with, and if you can get crystals out. But yep, you guys guessed right. I'm back on crystals. I thought about running a Cat 4 deck, but we just changed our mind real quick.
Oh yeah, the Cat 4 stop is really fun too. I played it at an LQ last weekend, I believe it was, and I had a blast.
That's...
Cecil was also blasting people, but
yeah, Cat 4 is definitely fun. Definitely a good time, especially if you add the Yuna in there.
Exactly. Yeah, I was on 2 copies of her, and it felt great.
Yeah, it's like okay, dole everything. All right, ready everything. Dole everything. All right, ready everything. Playing. Other than that, man, it's like I said, I love Cat 4. I love crystals, and yeah, we're just keep going here. Hopefully, make it top 8.
Oh, I have a question. So during the beginning stages of the match, we saw a crazy stack war going on, but it looked like at the end where young Rahal came in and he amaded the plus 2k, but then it resolved the crystal. Didn't you have an opportunity to resolve the crystal and then pump X Milligan?
Huh. You know, I didn't think of that. Let's see. It would have gone. How does that chain actually go? It would be the summon on the stack, ability, and then he's Ahmodding. So the Ahmod, yeah, you're actually right. That would actually have happened because it would have triggered the 2 crystals, and then I could have just pumped another crystal up.
Yeah.
Okay, we thought you knew about it and just thought you wanted the 2 crystals.
No, I think I was more focused on the fact that he had 0 cards in hand, and I was going in the next turn just not like there was no worry about what was like if he had nothing in hand and just a cloud and two backups. There was definitely just a clear shot of it's like okay, I'll lose this guy. I had a Lena in hand, so I knew I was going to get something back with her anyway. So I was like, well, I'll leave the 2 crystals, get back the the young Rahal, which will get me the 2 crystals back, and then get the Zidane and pressure his hand.
Well, it looks like next round is in posted, Irving, so you might want to go find your way to your table.
All right, guys. I hope you guys have a great day.
Yeah, it was great talking to you. Hopefully, we'll see you in Top Cup.
Hopefully.
Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and start the next round. Awesome.
Yeah. So it looks like we have Giovanni on the right and Jim on the left.
All right, 1 second. Let me update that while we shuffle along. Who is on the left?
Jim. You'd think we were in Verdian City with Giovanni at the gym.
Okay, so Giovanni is on the left, you're saying, right?
Wait, no, no. I think Giovanni's on the right.
Okay. And we have Jim. Is it Jim with a J-I-M or is it Jim?
It's J-I-M. I was just making a bad Pokemon joke.
All right, good one. I had a laughed. Okay, so we have Giovanni. I believe he's a Florida native. Jim, I am unfamiliar with. But let's get started. Did we see who won the die roll? Oh, here we go.
Jim's name hasn't been input yet.
What do you mean? I thought.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at the wrong stream. I'm stupid. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. All right, so it looks like Jim is on some kind of category 13 deck. I see some Stola shenanigans.
No, I think that's Cat 14. You mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm thinking in 2000. Okay. All right, so we have Cat 4 versus Cat 14. A lot of 4s here.
Yeah. So we'll see if it's more powerful with or without the X in the category. But it looks like we're just starting with the Stidian. Pretty decent open, just to be able to start getting your value, grabbing back your scions every turn. Interesting that Jim is on the water alpha now. A lot of the time, these Cat 14 decks are deciding to go for either the backup water or the forward fire, or some combination of those two.
Yeah.
But the forward water is not bad at all. Still, it's just got like a little built-in Famford effect. It's quite nice if you bring it in off of the Lightning Alizé that also was printed in Opus 20, that it was designed to synergize with.
Yeah, lots of different ways you could go about building that deck, but currently we're seeing a lot of pressure from the Misinian hitting Porum into damage, which is one of the ones that you definitely want to see gone. It looks like we're reading or admiring King Tycoon. I'm sure everyone knows what that card does by now. One of the most meta-relevant ones.
Yeah, and it looks like we're not on any copies of Ferris, which is unsurprising, to say the least. Now the question is Giovanni's list, is it pure wind water that's splashing the Earth Cecils, or is it like an Earth Wind Water list? Because so far it looks like every card we've seen is just wind or water. I know you can build the Cat 4 deck both ways.
Yeah, I think it's to no one's surprise, and we should be aware that this is probably Unilist because we see Theodore in a Cat 4 deck. Now Astinian has recovered yet another. Oh, here we go.
Get the left
Express
six.
Leviathan.
So Jim is back to playing like with every single card in his hand. Astinian got in there for 2 hits and got both cards back and then got bounced. Very funny.
I mean,
But it looks like
mind, right? I guess he's gotten full value for this thing, and he's paid nothing for it.
Yeah, but it looks like we're still fishing to find like a singular backup. This has been a really awkward draw from Jin. I wasn't paying attention because we were still talking to Irving while they were doing mulligans, I believe. Did he keep this?
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention either. I would imagine no, because you don't want to be just plain aggro with no scions. You need a high scion count to do something, right?
Yeah, so he's obviously going to be on a pretty high backup amount because as we can see, he's running the Thancred that's in his hand, which
Yeah.
requires you to like get to a reasonable scion count, which usually involves backups, specifically the Tataru and the Urianger. So I'm guessing Jim is just having a really awkward draw, and is just doing what he can with the Estinian. It is sad to play Estinian post combat there like that and not draw, but you gotta do what you gotta do so you don't discard for hand size.
Well, he did recover the card, right? Post combat, so it doesn't really matter. I think he just wanted to drop his hand, go to 5 instead of discarding. I think that was probably the best play. You're not gonna play your Stola for no value. You're not gonna play Alpha Node, so.
Yeah, I wonder if he would have been better off just, casting Lunafreya. It does feel awful to cast Lunafreya when your opponent has a Lena on board, but you don't have to trigger the EX burst if you don't want to give your opponent the draw. Interesting to see Thornton search for green Cecil. Usually you don't want to hard cast that, but I'm guessing that this is just a wind water deck, and Giovanni is just choosing not to run any copies of the Earth Cecil, I'm guessing.
Well, we don't know for sure, but what's going on here?
I think we're just Ixioning to kill the Yuna.
Ah. Tax. Very good. Okay. So we had to pay. We got rid of 3 cards from hand. Now Estinian can go in for damage again because Cecil is sideways, can't block.
Yeah.
So we're going to get another card back. And if Alpha Node comes in, when does the fanfare happen exactly?
The Famfret?
Yeah, like the entry for Alpha Node. Is it when he comes into play, or
It's when he comes in, so he might just be playing him here to get rid of the Cecil.
Oh, that would be great. Because it bypasses the tax effect.
Yeah, but on the other hand, I think Jim did finally draw some backups this turn, so he might just want to cast these. So that's what I thought. He sadly had
No, Alize comes in, yes.
Yeah, Alize comes in. Alphado to sacrifice. Alize also targets the Cecil, but we're obviously not paying for that. So when Alphano enters, for people who don't know, your opponent must sacrifice a dull forward they control.
Yeah.
It was a little sad that we didn't have any water CP in our hand to start the turn there for Jim, because he couldn't play the Lena pre-combat to get the draw off of the Hooded Man burst. But sometimes it just be that way.
No, I think you're totally happy with how things are turning if you're Jim, because you suddenly now are in firm control. The Cecil has gotten basically no value. Yuna is off the field, and there's no taxes coming.
Yeah. Well, for now. Oh, it looks like we are on the Earth cards. We're on a lot of Earth cards. This looks very similar to a certain Mr. Savaios' list. We got the Earth cards, we got the Shantoto, and importantly, we also have a light materia 1-cost backup in our hand, not the forward that you often see in Unidex. It's the crystal generating light backup in Giovanni's hand. So I'm guessing that we are much higher on the crystal package. There's probably some copies of Edge, I imagine, in here. And we might be looking to cast the 4-cost Water Cecil that generates crystals anytime a Cat 4 enters. Is this a Leo?
1000% Leo. I think we're just trying to present some bodies on the field before we get punched in the face. Yeah. And he did discard the crystal generating Cecil for playing Leo.
So yeah, this is not a great spot for Giovanni to be in right now, right? Because we are threatening a lot of damage here.
Correct.
Right, so Jim, for instance, if he has a water card and if he has any lightning card in his hand right now, he could push for lethal. So you could Oh, never mind. He has the Leo on board. Ooh, having the Leo on board makes things a little awkward. So Alizé has this effect that whenever a water forward enters your field, you get to target one forward your opponent controls and dull it. This is, of course, extremely powerful with Leo LB because you can use it to. Leo becomes in kind of like a pseudo Surges where it gets to dull blockers out of the way. But because Jim already has the Leo on board, he could not like cast an LB Leo to dull the Lunafreya and then like cast an LB Cloud to get the Leo blocker out of the way. He can only do one of the two.
Yeah. What if he played Graph? Do you think there's any chance he's playing that?
There's a chance there's a graph in that LB deck, but the issue here is that there's not enough cards in Jim's hand to cast both graph and cloud. So it looks like we're just going to combat and we're grabbing back the Estinian. That's Estinian, Thancred.
Oh, power play. Party attack.
Yeah, so Jim has realized that if he wants to win this game, he needs to be aggressive. When you're down this many backups, there's not really much else you can do. I'm surprised we blocked with the Lunafreya there, considering it didn't actually stop any damage from going through.
I'm even more surprised he didn't kill the Alpha node instead of the Leo.
Yeah. I don't think you Leo here if you're Jim. Okay,
No.
he's just playing Kral. Okay. I'm okay with that. Yeah, because you want to be able to save the Leo trigger for the following turn. Ooh.
Yeah, whatever he plays is getting dulled, presumably.
Well, not if a green Cecil comes down necessarily.
I think it's a total turn, actually. Remember when he fetched...
Oh, that's right. He had
the
a Toto to hand last turn.
total?
Yeah. You're right.
Which would clean this up pretty decently, I think.
Yeah, and the Shantoto coming down here would also, explain why he chose to get rid of the Leo last turn.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to remove the characters from the game instead. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, how he blocked. I completely forgot he had the Shantoto in his hand.
Yes. Okay, so now we're kind of stabilized. Now, if next turn we can play Warrior of Light, things will get extremely difficult for our Scion player because he's down 2 backups. Card value, long term, he is in dire situation.
So, I mean, Giovanni did just pitch Warrior of Light for his Earth CP on this last turn, so it's quite possible that he just doesn't have the Warrior of Light in hand. Yeah, I'm not surprised if we just Tatari pass. We do want to be aggressive here, but like sometimes you just got to rebuild resources before you go in for that line. I imagine we might see the Zidane coming down here, just to be able to see what's in Jim's hand. But it looks like we're going for the Tyro instead.
I think he just wants to get Warrior Light. I mean, it's understandable, right? Because I think when we flipped 5 before, we saw one go to the bottom along with taking Shantoto. So he knew he probably wouldn't draw it naturally. Now, the only concern is if there's some kind of double haste on Scion's side, would be game.
Yeah, well,
you have to take into consideration this deck probably plays the lightning, water, lightning, right? That also has
yes.
haste. So Estinian and that card is game.
I believe we also have an Alexand hand, right? So this can grab back Y'shtola, which is what we're going for. Ooh, but we have the Mist Dragon.
Ooh, rough. Oh no.
Well, looks like the Una player has managed to stabilize. Wait. Please don't play Zidane first. Please play Warrior Flight first, right? What do... Oh, did we? No, we had to pitch the Warrior Flight for Earth CP last turn, so we lost it again.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. I imagine you leave both of those in the hand. Although it's not terrible to get rid of the Odin. That way, when Jim draws into
there's
the
no
lightning, he
reason.
doesn't have access to it.
No, there's no reason to take the Odin. He can't cast it, right? I mean, you can't even get the.
Did
Okay.
we? Oh, we didn't whiff. Okay, we did grab something.
Yeah, those are EX bursts. Get a Scion.
So yeah, and we got our Lena draw. We're probably going to play Y'shtola here. And we're leaving up 2 water backups. I believe there is a Lena in Giovanni's hand. So that is another form of interaction that he has, right? Because he can use Y'shtola to cancel one thing, and then Lena special her back to then use Y'shtola to cancel another.
Yeah, I think he also has a Misdragon in his hand that if you're right about the Lena, he probably can't play it. We're playing Reeve. We're trying to dig. Now, what could go wrong?
There's an argument to just Y'shtola this. Because if Jim finds multi-lightning, he could play multi-lightning, target Y'shtola, and then just go for game.
Correct. Yeah, that is what he's doing. Indeed.
But he has the haster.
Estinian off the top rope.
The thing is, he also knew he had the Estinian, so
Tataru. Draw a card. He needs to pray for an EX burst.
sadly there's no targets for the Thancred in here. Not the Thancred, Estinian. Sadly, Estinian can only grab back forwards, so the Cryo that's in there is not a lethal target.
So the Lena special that you spoke of, are there any things? Oh my god!
I think there might have been there was a Glaciala in his break zone, but I don't think he had any water cards in his hand prior to this burst to actually special with. Well, that Lev 6 was
well timed.
Yeah, Jim probably feels pretty crappy right now. Oh, and a Palom and Porum.
The rich only get richer here. So Warrior of Light plus the two twins. Oof. If that wasn't an EX burst, that would have been game 100%.
That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. So there's a lot of options in Giovanni's hand here. He's decided that he wants to rip Alize out before he decides to do anything else, probably.
Yeah.
Decided he'd rather get rid of the Ixion. I guess there is no targets in the break zone for the Alize, so it's not a threat. Plus, I think he has another Misdragon in his hand, right? So it's extremely not a threat.
Palom first. Porum second. And now there's no way you're ever going to punch through these guys, right?
Yeah.
Unless you draw like an Ixion top deck.
Even if he has the Ixion, it doesn't actually
Dragon, right?
solve anything. Exactly, he has the Misdragon.
I mean, you would clear half the field if it resolves, but the only thing you have to worry about is the Warrior of Light after that.
Well, the one thing is, oh no, we have the Porum on field. So, how many cards does he have in hand right now? So the Lena is down. And we drew Graha. I don't know how many of the Fire Lightning Y'shtola are in Jim's deck, but Giovanni's at damage 6. So any point of damage is lethal, and he has the Graha in his hand that can play the Y'shtola from his deck. So if he's on a second copy of the Y'shtola, he could potentially go for a lethal line, where you, for instance, use the Kukulin in your hand to blank the Porum, and then you do Graha for Y'shtola and try and go for game. Of course, this only works if he's on a second copy of the Y'shtola. I don't know if he is. Oh, it looks like there's 2 already removed. I don't think they're usually on 3 copies.
Very unfortunate. Yeah, there's a very short window that he can do his thing. Otherwise, these guys just pick off one forward every turn.
Yeah.
I think
I'm not. It looks like he is deciding that he wants to try and get some lethal push here. If he blanks the Porum is obviously going to blank Estinian in response. Or he could use the Mist Dragon in his hand to keep the Porum live still. He's thinking about it. He is canceling. Giovanni has decided that he does not want to lose to Y'shtola.
I think that's the correct play.
He also kept the Tyra up because he values the 2k pump instead of the slight discount on the Mist Dragon.
I think Chad is asking why didn't Giovanni attack with Warrior Light. I think the concern is this is a high EX burst count deck, so it's very highly likely you're gonna hit into Odin or Lev 6 and you just lose. So the correct thing is just stabilize and then win on the resource war, because you are on higher backups and you have more guys on the field. So why give him the opportunity to kill off Warrior of Light with Odin, especially when you're at 6 damage? Now the Mist Dragon's gone. It opens the play for Alizé to come in to fetch a Scion of our choice.
It looks like that Scion is Graha. It's, I believe, the only legal target. He did just pitch it for this Alizé here. So we don't have any standard unit 14 characters on field.
So he's just a vanilla
He's
8K
just
with...
he's just an 8K right now. So he's gonna use
Aha.
Y'shtola here to try and shrink this Warrior of Light so it dies.
A fine play.
Yeah. If we had tapped slightly differently, we could have used the Tataru effect this turn and drawn a card, but maybe he was afraid of drawing into the Y'shtola that he wanted to use.
Wait a second. Okay. Why did he dull Y'shtola preemptively?
Wait.
Didn't
Pause.
Alizé live?
Pause. Wait. Pause. Alize's a 6K.
Yes.
Alize's a 6K.
Yeah. He has a pump, right?
Yeah, let me call Travis.
Here we go again. Or he used Palom Porum, maybe? Or Palom?
Oh, wait, maybe he used
No?
Palom too. Did he use Palom as well?
What's going on?
It's really hard when we can't hear.
Well, presumably they do have first strike.
Yeah, wait, give me one moment.
Okay, so we're rewinding. But basically when Warrior Light shot the Alizé for 5, it should live unless he used a Palom to shoot it again because it has 6k. So we are trying to determine what actually happened. And what players were doing. So Y'shtola comes in, shrinks Warrior of Light for 4 times however much it is. It should die, and he shot Alizé. And then he dulled Alizé to give one of the other guys haste. and first strike, presumably the Graha Tia. So then, yeah, now we're talking about how we're finishing it off. So Warrior Light dies. Hallam shoots Alizé to finish it off. Okay. And then we attacked with Estinian. So he blocked with Horom, and then Graha attacked, and he had to block with the last forward in order to not die. Okay, I think we're caught up. Now, how did the cloud come in? I missed that.
So he had one card in his hand when he did that whole line.
Did he?
And yeah, he did. He had one card left in his hand, and then when Estinian attacked, it added a second card back to his hand, so that way he could
But didn't it get
cast that
blanked?
cloud. No, I guess he didn't blank the Estinian. I think he tried to blank the Y'shtola
Oh,
because it was giving things haste.
odd.
The question is, do you attack with the Zeromus here to freeze another thing? Because like even if you hold the Zeromus up as a blocker, that's not really any different than it just freezing something that's the same size or bigger than it.
I think
But also,
you leave it up, right? Because if you hit into an Odin, you're dead.
yeah. He might just be dead anyway right now.
Not a whole lot of things you can do, I suppose.
Because I don't know how much LB we have left on Jim's side. So we've done a Cloud and we've done a Leo, correct?
Yes.
So there should still be 3 cards left in the LB deck.
All right, we're doing the thing.
Looks like we're freezing Estinian. If you're gonna freeze something, it should be Estinian.
Lena, draw. Pray.
Looks like we
What do
took
we
the
get?
draw. We hit a
Oh,
Cecil
are
on Giovanni's size.
Okay. Can you play?
He has Cecil on board, so that'd be difficult to play.
Oh, that's right.
Even if it wasn't on board, it would kill him when he cast it. So he's probably just pitching it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see if he has any ways to push through. I'm sure there are plenty, including the lightning, which we haven't seen at all somehow. Oh, I think he drew it, right? No, I think he drew the other lightning, the water one.
Yeah.
Odin.
Yeah, Odin should just be game.
Back.
So yeah, you kill the Cecil, and then you attack with Cloud, they block, you attack with Graha, and you get your 7th point of damage. This is an impressive ability for Jim here to stabilize and recover from what was admittedly a pretty abysmal opening. And then Graha for game. And another burst. These cat Vortex have so many bursts.
Interesting.
Oh.
That was quite a game. I think both players played pretty optimally, and in terms of mistakes, I didn't really see too many.
Yeah, no, that looked that was really well played. I was really impressed by Jim's ability, right? Like I just said, to come back from having no backups, and like by the end of the game, what he had 4 backups down. He was drawing
Yeah.
cards with Tataru. Like he was doing everything he wanted to do. He had that crazy turn that last turn, forcing your opponent to use this dragon to cancel your Kukulin is just some nice stuff.
I think that was. Do you think that was something that was correct on Geo's side? I mean, I think I would have done the same thing because worst case scenario, if you blank him and you can't blank back, he gets your Stola, and you just lose.
Well, the thing is, you don't most of these lists aren't on 3 copies of the Fire Lightning Y'shtola, so I might have just let it resolve.
Hmm.
It's a hard decision to make.
Definitely
Now, if
is.
this was Top Cut, where you had open deck list, and you could know the exact number of each card in your opponent's deck, I think it'd be a lot easier decision to make. Okay.
You sit right here, man. Yeah, you got Q and Tori. So yeah, put the headset on.
Put the headset on.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Sure. All right.
Just let them know that you're there. Just
Oh,
talk to
hi.
the mic. Yeah.
I'm here.
Jim, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, that was a crazy match there you had. How did it feel to open 0 backups and just be like pinging away with Estinian those for a few turns?
Pretty glad I didn't have a removal. Yeah, I had digging deep for that backup.
Yeah, it was really funny watching the post combat on turn 2 when you had every card in your hand because Estinian grabbed back the 2 that used to cast him, and then he was bounced as well.
Yeah. I played 2 forwards and ended up with 5 cards in hand. So.
Yeah, it was a little sad you couldn't attack with Estinian there just to have something to discard for hand size at the end.
Yeah, no, that doesn't work out sometimes.
Yeah.
It's funny because I have
So-
3 Ixions in there too. So when he played Yuna, I was like, all right. So.
Yeah. Was there any moment in that game where you thought, "Oh no, this is over. I don't know if I can make it through"?
Not really. The thing is, if you're not misdragoning my break zone, then I'm just like, okay, I'm just gonna run rampant over you. When you misdragon stuff that's not relevant, I was like, okay, I think I'm gonna win this game. Like I didn't have anything relevant in the break zone. I had all my lightnings, the earth or the lightning water ones. That just if I draw one of those, I win the game. Like it just wasn't. There just wasn't. It wasn't putting any pressure on me, so I was just doing whatever I wanted, even if I didn't have any backups. It was like, okay,
I got you. I got you. Uh, just wondering, how many of the Fire Lightning Y'shtola are you on?
2.
Okay, only 2. So those are both removed.
Those were both removed. Yes, that's why.
Yeah,
I
okay,
didn't do
'cause because we were thinking that last turn, if you had a 3rd copy after if the Kukulin resolved on the Porum, that you could have used Graha to summon her from your deck to go for game. But I didn't think you'd be on a 3rd one.
No, I didn't have any other face forwards except for the lightning, and that's why I was like, I could have played like
Oh,
Titus on the just to get a double on the Stola, but he
I have
sacked
a
it.
question for you, Jim.
What's up?
Sorry. When you were attacking for lethal, right? We saw that you had 2 forwards ready to take him to 7th damage, and then you hit the left 6.
Yeah.
How did you feel?
I mean, it was perfectly fine. He wasn't like I said. He never even threatened me. Like I was just gonna play it again. Like the thing is like if Science gets you to like 6, like Alice plus Lightning dulls 2 forwards and then draws me cards. I can play any water card to dull something out of the way, and I hadn't used any of your Stola specials, so it was like, I mean, what exactly is he gonna do? And I draw like Ixions to kill his 2 drops. There just wasn't a lot that he could have done once I got him to such a high damage. Lev 6 is like, all right, I'll draw a card, sure, pass turn. Like, all right.
Well,
Fair.
yep, that was an impressive showing there, and good luck in your next few rounds. It looks like I think pairings for the next round is up, considering it looks like someone's already at table 1, ready to play their next game.
All right. Well, thanks, guys, and enjoy the show.
Yep. Thanks.
All right, let's try to get the next round going. This is round 4, and we're waiting for names for our players on stream. Okay, while we wait, we're gonna go on a small break, and we'll be right back.
Oh yeah, looks like, yep, okay. And
All right.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going live for round 4, I believe.
That's right. This is round 4. And on the table, we have Abe versus Jean. I believe Abe is on the right, so let me modify the names real quick. Abe versus Jean
Yes.
from Puerto Rico.
Yes. The Puerto Rican stallion, as we call him. Okay, we don't actually call him that. I just made that up. My coworker calls him Mr. Handsome. Whenever I go to an event, she'll ask me, "Hey Tori, so is Mr. Handsome going to be there?"
Yeah, he does have that effect on
Yeah.
the ladies
Yes.
and the guys. So
Well, yeah. Well, she's an old grandma, so that makes it especially funny. But
okay, context matters.
yeah. So this looks like it's going to be a nice, fun. I believe this is our. Is this our Abe? I'm assuming this is our Abe.
Yes, he is
Yeah, yes,
wearing.
I can see the jersey. So this is a nice Gamers Command mirror match. Are they? I'm assuming they're both undefeated if they're putting them on stream. So
I cannot confirm or yeah, we don't know actually. Oh, wait.
oh wait,
We have a problem. So they might be repairing because of somebody's mistake with reporting results. So we might have a different player on stream.
yeah, we'll have to see. This would have been fun. Jean always plays interesting decks. If you think Knights is interesting and aggro is interesting.
In case you didn't tune in, Tori, last night he did play something that's not Knights and not Ice Lightning. So he's finally graduating from the School of Aggro.
To a different school of aggro. He was on Ice Lightning Fire Soldiers. that's still an aggro deck.
True,
And
but
as far
it
as
is different.
it also has ice and lightning in it. So, did he really graduate? Or did he just dilute his deck with even more bad cards?
Shout out.
Soldier's package is quite interesting. Hopefully he's on that again today, because I would like to see how that performs on stream. If we do get him on stream. But
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see what was going on with the soldier thing last night. I just crashed out early because I had a LQ yesterday as well. So yeah, interesting to witness what it's capable of.
yeah, I tried watching a bit of it, but sadly the Puerto Rican stream had like a really terrible, so it was really hard to like tell what was going on. He did make it to the semifinals though, so that's always nice for him. Genesis is like an insanely powerful card, and it has been since it was printed. The problem was the number of playable soldiers is like not that high, and of the ones that do exist, there's just so much name clash that it gets really awkward trying to build like a soldier deck. I see Abe is having a lot of fun playing Jenga there on the right.
It's funny you say that though, because in Japan they did our world champion Hara, I believe, created a soldier list that he's been topping with, and there are other regions who've replicated that success, I believe, recently, but I can't remember where.
If you consider that Hara is just built diff, he's got the world champ difference, right? So I don't know. I don't know. I would love to see that deck perform in North America. It's like a lot of the soldier cards are really cool, and like I said, Genesis is a really interesting card when it's not ripping everything out of your hand. But I haven't been able to get it to work. But I'm also not an aggro player.
I think it's pretty good if you're able to play Genesis and then play Glenn immediately after, then the game is immediately over. But a lot of things have to go wrong for your opponent. I mean, for your opponent if you let that result.
Yeah, and that's not something you can do like turn 1, right? Do that turn 2 at the earliest. But if you do that turn 2, yeah, you do kind of just win the game. Turns out getting, what, 5 Genesis triggers is good.
Oh, by the way,
I
the
know,
chat
4
is
Genesis triggers.
asking if we're getting around 5. I believe we have 21 participants. So is that 4 or 5 rounds? I forget.
That should be 5 rounds because 2 to the 5th is 32 and 2 to the 4th is 16. So between 17 and 32 would be 5 rounds.
I see. Boom! Goes the dynamite. Dynamite. I guess you're not watching stream.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. We knocked over the Jenga tower. I was taking a bite of this delicious dinner that my sister made for me.
Must be nice. Wait, you eat dinner at 5?
Well, do I need to spill on my personal life? But we made we made a really large lunch that we're just using for lunch and dinner is what's going on. So I ate lunch earlier, like I had a late lunch, and I went back for seconds for lunch, which is just dinner.
Good to know. So are you excited for Chicago? I know that's your stomping ground, I guess, because you won the previous last year's Materia Cup there.
I am excited for Chicago. However, I don't have much to like prove there anymore now that I've already re-won my invite to Worlds at the last Materia Cup. So I think I'm just gonna play like something fun and not try and bully everyone. So we'll see how it goes. I'm excited. We've got some fun stuff going, and I try to always bring like a home brew or like a certified whack brew to every event. So we'll see how this goes. I know I sent you a list, or I was talking to you about a list earlier today, and you quote unquote terrible and bad. So maybe we'll go with that just to spite you.
All right. Speaking of Chicago, though, any good food recommendations, or for anybody in chat who's from there?
Yeah, I've only been the one time, and we were in and out last year. We didn't have much time to go and sightsee. We spent all our time at the venue.
What you guys have for dinner?
I think we did deep dish, Chicago deep dish pizza. I had a nice vegetarian one. I felt like it had too much broccoli on it. Like I like broccoli. I'm not sure how much I like it on my cheese and tomato casserole though.
Okay, I don't think I've had a deep dish before, so I'll definitely have to check it out. Comparing with our New York style pizza, but I think
You
more
New
of a
Yorkers are so elitist when it comes to pizza. Like pizza is pizza. It's all good.
Nah, I don't know. We have pretty good pizza here. I feel like everywhere else is kind of step down.
There is an Italian place close to where I grew up where it has really good pizza, but that's sadly not something I can get every week like I used to growing up. I mean, we didn't get it every week, but you know, like whenever I stop by my hometown, I always have to stop by and get it.
Mm-hmm.
So
This
I don't know.
repairing has
It's
taken a
taking,
long time, huh?
yeah. Uh,
Sorry, I cut you off before.
Stugsy is disagreeing with me and saying that he moved away and now all pizza is bad. So now I know the next time that there's an RVA stream, I need to go into his chat and talk shit.
All right. I mean, the next time you go to Raleigh, try to order some pizza and then you'll find out, you know.
Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I've had some bad pizza in my life. Okay, like whenever my sister and I like want to celebrate something, we go to this terrible pizza place that's right down the street from me. It's within walking distance, and it's awful. However, once you're like 3 drinks deep, it's okay. Um, but yeah, like the floor of how bad a pizza can be is only so low, right? Like it's still pizza. Okay, I'm definitely gonna get some pizza when we go to the Raleigh Materia Cup, though. Maybe we can bring some by the store. You know, stop by Game Theory with like a couple boxes just to hand out.
Barf emojis in chat. Speaking of Chicago, anyway, a controversial topic here that I'm going to go over. How do you feel about day 2 starting at 1 for the LCQ? I mean, LQ, with a 128 player cap, by the way.
Well, I mean, hopefully it doesn't affect me, but
I don't think it affects us at all.
but I can get it because I think they want 1 or 2 rounds of Top Cut to finish first.
Mm-hmm.
So that way, like the people that buster out of Top Cut right away can still play in the LCQ. Not the LQ, the LCQ, just the LQ. I can understand being a little frustrated that it starts so late, but I mean, we started our LQ today, at like 3:30 because some people were late submitting their deck lists and whatnot. And with 128 people, that's just 2 more rounds. That's 7 rounds. So what's the difference between 7 rounds starting at 1 and 5 rounds starting at 3:30?
I think the difference is you're gonna have 7 rounds, and by the end of 7 rounds, right? How many people will be undefeated? They're doing top 8, right?
There'll only be 1 person undefeated.
Oh, okay, so then you have a bunch of 6-1s. Do all of them make it, or some of them make it? It feels weird, right?
I haven't looked at. I think every X1 makes it. Let me bring up a Top Cut calculator.
Right, but my concern is
They might need to cut to top 16, to be honest. 128, 7 rounds, 8 people.
Yeah, while you're doing the calculation.
Oh, it should be X1. Every X1 makes it, and every X2 misses.
Oh, okay.
That's a beautiful break off.
Yeah, that's not bad actually. So
yeah,
nobody will be salty that they missed Top Cut.
Well, still, nobody will be salty is a controversial statement, but someone's gonna be salty. There's gonna be some salty X2s.
Yeah, but still, it will probably take forever to finish, right? Because you're starting at 1, 7 rounds, and then you're doing best of 3 all in one day, right? I'm pretty sure they're gonna end at like midnight, which is kind of bad.
Last year, the Materia Cup ended really late, but I think that was less on the venue and more on Sam taking forever to make his decisions in the finals. Okay, so looks like we got our repair going. We still have Abe on the right, but our new partner for Abe is Ian. IAN.
Got it. Ian. Let me change that. Sorry, is that left or right?
Ian is on the left. Abe is on the right.
All right, here we go. Round 4. We have Gojo versus Team Final Fantasy.
I can't believe Abe couldn't even bother to. I am aware of his existence. I have not actually watched or read JJK.
Good enough.
I heard a lot of stuff, people being upset when a certain plot point happened in the manga, but I won't spoil our beautiful little listeners and
Better
people
not.
who care.
I don't even know what happens. Anyway, it looks like a mulligan is occurring on Abe's side, and for Ian, he kept.
Yep. And it looks like Ian is on beautiful, beautiful Refia. Starting off with a cryo, it's never a bad thing to do.
Yeah, we're getting rid of Moist Dragon and Amat.
So based on the fact that we're on the green backup in Ian's hand, I think it's either a wall or an arc. I think it's a wall. Usually when you see that, it's a good sign that there's probably Bartz is in the deck, and if you look at that, Light Bartz was drawn for turn.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Shout out to Sydney, who's a Bart stand, even though he just quit Bart's immediately after wiping out in, what was it, the last Machinery Cup. Sorry, what was that?
I think someone was just in the room with the mic. Let me mute them.
Okay, that's fine. So it looks like this is a Bard's build, a variant of the ever-popular Refia control deck. Kind of stronger against Yuna decks because you can still use a special to get to your backups, Yuna being unable to tax that on demand.
Yeah, but Yuna can still freeze all your backups, which is like in terms of CP efficiency is pretty much identical to taxing. So it's like not that different. The main advantage of the Bart's variant against the Yuna deck is that you can just go straight for Warrior of Light from your deck without having to build all your backups first. And then you can, once he's on the field, he can just like kill Yuna. And unless they have access to like a glue for an Aerith to pump her out of the way, she just kind of dies.
Yeah, that's very true. Not a whole lot you can do about that 5k ping every turn. Although you could freeze it if you draw another Yuna, but contingent on you having another one.
Yeah. So it is interesting that Ian here decided to search the Ferris with the Tyro instead of something like the. But he did just see Abe add the Tyvis to his hand in the last turn, and he probably knows that if he commits too hard into the Bart's line, that Abe is just going to deploy a Mog here and then just say, actually, you can't search anything at all, ever.
I think he just wanted to get the fire CP to play that the red backup. I forget his name.
Luneth.
Yes. But he's not playing it. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, like he also just has the fire CP next turn from the Tyro, so I wouldn't be surprised if he just next turn taps the two backups, deploys the Luneth, and then just passes. Interesting to discard the Axstar here. That's one of the more important warriors in the deck.
Maybe he has better ones. Okay, but it sounds like he has 6 cards in hand right now. He has to either discard down or play something. Never want to be in this situation, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, it looks like we're just going for the Moody. I am surprised that Abe didn't just try and deploy the Tyvis there. Could have done like Tyvis Mog, maybe played a backup and passed.
Historically, I think this matchup is pretty bad. I think you want to be at least even in terms of backup count, because otherwise you aggro them out, but then you're not able to finish them off, and then by damage 3 you're cooked.
Wait. Does Abe have a Culinarian in hand?
I didn't see.
I'm pretty sure he has a Culinarian in hand that he just didn't play last turn. Okay. So I imagine we're either going to deploy the. Actually, no, he pitched the Tyvis last turn. That's very interesting.
Oh, he does.
So yeah, he does have the Culinarian. Yeah, he probably should have just played that last turn, right? Because it was free.
Agreed.
And he just would have had one more backup down.
Oh,
his hand is full of Abots. Okay, so yeah, he has another Tyvis. Do we grab the Furion here, or do we grab the Mog? We grab the Mog. Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised he didn't play the Culinarian as well, since it's free and all.
Yeah, so if he had played the Culinarian last turn, he just would have had an extra backup here, which would have been really great considering he has the Amat in his hand and to be able to defend the Amat a lot more efficiently.
Agreed.
Clive is really awkward here because his hand is full of cards that he does not want to discard, so he doesn't really want to go Hellbent here.
I think this is fine.
Yeah,
The
this is definitely.
Culinarian is one round late, as you said. He could Almod, but now he can't.
Yeah. Although to be fair, before damage 3, there's often not that many effects you want to be Amodding in these Refia decks anyway. Like, yeah, if Ian just deploys Ferris here, it is sad. Mog will die. But it is what it is. You don't mind Amodding Zidane, though. Especially because
Oh,
it's
I didn't
going to
feel
rip
that.
both of these Amats out, right? And
Yeah,
once both of these Amats are out, that's every Amat gone. Yeah, he's going to rip double Amat. Ian's hand is just full of summons that do nothing, though. So, ooh, this is awkward, though, because if you don't rip the Jack, it does just come in and kill the Zidane for free. But nope, he's getting rid of the Amats. He decided, actually, I don't want to play around board clears today.
Yeah, I think that's the correct choice. If he has Shantoto or something, he's
Yeah.
now
So,
clear to just do it.
are we just deploying the Barts? That would be cute.
Light Bards.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not going to be long for this world. But it, like,
I mean,
yeah, the ability is really painful. Is it 4? Does it cost 4?
I don't think he necessarily wants to use that action ability. Maybe he just wants it in the break so he can use the from break ability and then dig further.
Yeah, so Abe has a lot of options he can do here. He has the free cast Jack that he can do to try and force a fight and kill something. He also just drew a ward for turn, which is really nice. He can play that for free off of Tyvis, snipe either the Zidane or the Barts off the field. Plus, he also top decked a 1-cost Ifrit, which is a really good piece of removal. Why is Tyvis dull? Is he attacking? Okay.
Presumably.
Mr. Dragon is a really nice hit. You do not want to see those in your opponent's hand when you're playing the fire deck with Montleonis.
You 100% attack with the Mog, right? No? Interesting.
So interesting that we're going for the cloud here. I'm guessing there's some things we want to get rid of out of this break zone.
There's not a whole lot.
The question is, I believe Bart's effect can be done at instant speed, so he's probably going to use the Bart's effect here, dig 5 deep, try to find like a backup that he's missing. Because if it's getting removed anyway, you might as well use it. Yep, and that looks like what he's doing.
Yeah.
So Ian's gonna look 5 cards deep, grab a Warrior of Light. Ooh, he's probably grabbing that Lena, right? Yep, he doesn't have a water backup outside of the Tyro, so that gets him all 4 of his colors online. But we still do draw the card off of the cloud.
Did he? I don't remember.
Well, we should. Okay, so we're resolving the cloud effect. Zidane should be dead. We targeted Zidane, right? Yeah, okay.
Glad to see we are resolving our clouds correctly.
Yeah.
It's a lot of cards. Okay,
Yeah,
so
so
we play our Lena. And then Ferris to clean up the Mog.
Fair, yep.
I don't hate it.
So even though we have... Actually, so let me think. We could just use Ifrit here to kill the Ferris. I don't necessarily hate that. You do get 2 Ferris triggers, but everyone is big enough to survive. Well, we decided against it.
I mean, I don't think you necessarily need to. You're not going for lethal here. Right?
It's just anyone that you attack with, if Ferris blocks, then they just die. So it's like annoying.
Hmm. What if he just jets?
Yeah,
No,
we
jet
could
would
just
die.
Eject would die, but it is free, so it's not terrible. Abe's in a really awkward spot because you don't
don't want-
really want to do anything. You don't want to hit this Refugee damage through. You also don't want to commit to like going for a Mont Leonis or something and get like Amodded or get Misdragoned. Although most of the Misdragons are out of the way now, so you're not too afraid of Misdragon at this point. But like he
You
also
can land on
has
5, right?
yeah,
You can't actually mount.
I know, but like let's say well now all the Misdragons are gone.
Yeah,
That
that's
does make
pretty good.
Mont a lot safer, but there's still all the Amots. We saw nothing.
Fumble, bumble. Wait, what's going on?
So
Please attack.
I think we're thinking about attacking with Tyvis and then before blocks using Tyvis to free play X-Star.
That won't actually kill the Ferris, right? Because there's only
Well, he has a min woo in his hand, right? X-Star free
Oh.
plays the min woo that would deal 9k.
True.
He could Amat the interesting.
Word of Light.
So now that the Refi player is at damage 3, all their effects are up. And we know that there's no Amats to stop anything from resolving. Abe does, however, have 2 copies of the 1-cost Ifrit in his hand. So he did do the X-Star line that I mentioned, used Minwoo, and hit another
Oh.
Warrior of Light.
Wow. Oh my god, it's total off the top rope.
Yeah, you just had it here, right?
Yes. You know he has no Ama. Oh my god, this is devastating. Although, I mean, the only other thing is, you know he has no more Misdragons. I mean, one is in break that he removed as well. So there's no Misdragons left. There's only one Warrior of Light left. I think we're fine, right? Oh, and we're drawing gas here.
So we can do Culinarian into Mont. If we do that, our opponent is forced to Ian is forced to basically discard every card in his hand bar 1.
Yeah, Ama is still a thing, but I think you're happy just to deploy.
I think you're happy to do.
Clive
Yeah, so I think if you play the Mont Leonis here, you have exactly enough cards in hand to still play a Clive out of your hand. So even if you get Amodded here, you can still play Clive and swing, draw 2 cards.
I think he discarded Clive.
Well, I don't know why we did that. Oh yeah, so Ian's reading you. I don't believe you can sacrifice after. If you get Amodded, you keep the backup because you bring like the effect to remove the backup from
Wait, we do have
Montleonis.
the Clive. He just chose not to play it. Why don't we want to draw 2 cards?
I don't know.
All right.
I would have played the Clive there. Also, on this last turn, Ian probably should have tapped his backups differently to leave the fire card open, so that way he would have had Ferris here still instead of the Kukulin. But he does still have enough to use Refia effect. Although I don't know if you want to Refia get rid of this Mont Leonis. I guess he wants to draw the card.
Wants to draw, yeah.
So he's doing
That's
this.
pretty good. We're Ifrit finishing off the Refia, and now we're free to go to Mont Leonis again. Now we're definitely not getting stopped.
Yep. It is a shame to draw another Clive there.
We're getting Minwoo, right?
Alright, we're probably getting Minwoo back. We could get back either
Tyvis?
Yeah, I think there's a Tyvus in there. Yeah, we get back Tyvus, we probably get back Minwo.
Oh yeah, you can't get Clive if you get what the heck?
Looks like we're just going for Yuzuki.
But why though?
Yuzuki is quite nice against Ferris.
I would have picked Minwoo.
Abe needs to sacrifice a backup.
Yeah, I'm sure he will.
That looks like he's picking one out now.
Though, right?
Well, the problem is his hand isn't empty for the Minwo.
Yeah.
So we can only attack once because Tyvus lost his haste from the Kukulin. But the Refi player's at damage 5. He's really hoping to find something.
What did he draw?
And he found Bart's, and I couldn't see.
I think it's a Luneth.
Oh, he's got a Refia in there. They always have the Refia.
Yeah, but you're staring down lethal here. You can only spend one. And then Furion will come in if you don't get rid of the Tyvus. So you will have to get rid of the Tyvus. But then
Yeah,
how
so
do you stop the other ones?
I think you play the Refia here. You spin once. You could also just go for like a Luna Freya line. Try and dig deep. Try to find like a Lena or a or just like a Tyro or any burst. That wouldn't
You
be
know
terrible.
what the saving grace is for this game? 0 EX burst, by the way. Whenever I play against Refia, I always hit like at least 10. In a best of 3. So kudos for navigating the Minesweeper.
Yep. So it looks like Ian has decided that he wants to go for the Refia line instead. Not the Refia. Yeah, the Refia line. So, like we mentioned, he's probably tucking the Tyvus. So usually you go to combat, and then with the Refia effect on the stack, you put the Tyvus on the bottom, obviously. Untap, draw a card. What do we find? An Amat. It's a good card, but is it good right now?
I think it's fine, right? Because right now he could potentially pump, block, and spin.
He could
it's
do
good
all of
enough.
those things.
Unless he plays something that can hasten go in. Furion is very difficult to play in Monofire. And we know Tyvus is one in the break zone, the other one is in the bottom. So it's very unlikely you're going to be able to play that guy right now.
Abe is out of LB.
Oh wait, I see another Tyvus.
Wait, did he top deck Tyvus?
Yes.
This man. Also, it looks like he's just going to go for the Ifrit line.
Even better.
Right, so Ifrit is awkward because if it just resolves, you win the game right here. So Ian has to make a choice. I think he has to. What do you do here? So if you just spin one of them, you lose because there's 3 attackers.
By the way,
so
sorry, go ahead.
Amat by itself doesn't keep you alive, right? All it does is prevent Refia from dying. I don't know if there's a way that he can live here. So yeah, you Amat. But then you just go to combat and you attack with Ifrit, right? And no matter what happens, you win as long as you don't get burst.
True. Anyway, while you were
no. So you block with Refia and then you spin another guy in response. A different guy. You stay alive. Okay. I knew there was a line. Okay. You probably spin the Montleonis because he's out of LBs and he can't play another one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, nope, he decides he wants to get rid of Yuzuki. That's also a fair trade to make. And then we get in there for Montleonis, put him to damage 6. I know Ian wanted to see a burst, but you also didn't want to draw that Bart. So what did we draw? Lena, they always draw Refia.
So much pressure, but just can't finish them off. By the way, I just want to point out, while we were watching this game, I noticed that this Ian guy looks a lot like Sergio, and I confirmed that he is actually Sergio. The player known for playing Barts.
That does make sense. He did play Barts against me at Worlds.
I was like, that guy looks strangely familiar. He looks a lot like Sergio, and I just confirmed.
Okay, so I think what we're probably going to do here is we still have our whole LB on the Warrior of Light side, right? So we could Lena Special, bring out Refia, and then because Refia comes in Dole, we can then Dole the rest of our backups to play something like a Leo or something. At that point, we would have 4 Dole Warrior of Lights, so that way when you go to combat, Refia can then draw.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, this is going to be a tough turn for Sergio. Hitting 0 bursts is really unfortunate for the Refia deck, but also the Bart's variants don't have nearly as many bursts in them as the standard Refia variants that most people play against. Turns out when you need to put like 10 copies of Barts in your deck, there's just 10 less spaces for bursts.
Yeah, I think that's exactly why he hit 0, because he took all of the EX burst counts out to fit in the Bard's package.
Although to be fair, he only hit 1 Barts in damage, so that just would have been 1 more burst.
Maybe. Okay, so we're paying 3. No, this is probably a very difficult turn to fetch out. I mean, map out.
So we could also, if there's a copy of the 5-cost arc in the deck, you could also Lena Special target Ferris. Ferris, search arc, dull the rest of your backups, play arc, grab back Refia.
I think that's the line he's going for. Are there no arcs?
Maybe not. He might not be on the 5-cost arc. I know he's on a bunch of the 4-cost arc. And sometimes the Bart's variants run the backup arc. So finding room for the, I believe it's Opus 10 5-cost arc can be difficult.
Mm-hmm. I think this is still a fine line. Instead of raising Refia, you get Ferris and Refia, and they'll be both standing up.
Yeah. Yeah. You could also, if you're feeling really spicy, haste the Ferris. I don't think that's intelligent, but it would kill the Montleonis. Let me draw a card. We found, is that Ishtola?
He's going too fast. I couldn't tell. I think it was the backup Sarah, though. FFL?
Well, he's leaning out of screen. Yeah, no, it's FFL. I'm not used to that being a full art. Okay. So there's nothing in his hand he can cast, but he could cast an LB. And because he has the extra Warrior of Light now, because Ferris, he can still threaten the Refia spin, even with a dull Lena on board.
Yeah, I think the limit break... Oh, no. Okay. Thought for sure he would have limit broken the Warrior of Light. Does that require 3 or 4?
It requires 3. He can't do it yet.
3, okay.
And now this is looking pretty rough from Abe.
Yeah, he's running out of gas.
but he still does have that Tyvus in his hand, and he top decked another Ifrit. If you Ifrit target Refia, and he
You paying 7
spins,
to kill it.
and he spins, he then spins the Mont Leonis, and you, no, I think if he Ifrit targets Refia, he might have game. Because he has Eject in hand as well. I don't know if he has enough CP to also cast Eject.
I think he could just search for Furion, right? Threaten another body on field.
I don't know how many Furions he's running in the modifier deck.
Or get ward and blow up one of those guys.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to just do the ward to kill the Refia. So Lunith does have the ability to pump plus 1k, but it does not work on your opponent's turn. So right now there is no way for Sergio to stop the ward here from killing the Refia. So if he wants to then use the Refia spin, he'd have to do it in response. But that would get rid of another block. Really dangerous. If he does do it, Abe can then just follow it up with Eject, kill the Leo, and attack for game. Well, there is also a Tyvus in this hand. Not Tyvus, Furion.
Huh, we're going to battle.
Interesting that we're not ejecting first.
I think it's still fine, right? If he chooses to spin... Oh, yeah, that's right.
But if you just
He
play the Furion, he
made
just
them
spins
out.
it, right?
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. This is not the one.
This doesn't make sense.
Yeah, if he had casted a ward, killed one, forced a spin out, then played Jet, then
Killed
he
the
can...
Leo. Yeah.
But wouldn't he spin the guy who can attack?
Well, the thing is, he gets Furion in hand, right? So what if you hard cast the instead? He could have hard cast the ward and then no, but then
Yeah, this is still fine, I suppose. You get rid of the problem in Refia, and now...
the problem is he's just going to Kuseth back Refia again.
Bart's... Oh my god, it's eternal.
Well, he's Kuseth for the Refia regardless. I don't know if he has any Refias left in deck. So I don't think he can Bart's for Refia anyway.
Yeah, I think Kusith... Okay, you're right. I mean... But if he didn't draw it, right, he couldn't have had any other way to recur Refia. Are all of them gone? I think all of them gone.
Well, he still has Noctis LB. There was no way that Abe could keep Sergio off of Refia here.
The girl's eternal. She just keeps on coming back. So is the only card remaining in Abe's hand just Ward?
I think it's just Ward, yeah. However, this Tyvus is not living this turn.
I think there is a case to be made that he could have pumped with Selfie to save the Jet then, right? If he really wanted to have another body on board. I mean, what does that really do for you right now?
Not that much.
Bots Klausa coming in.
I don't know about that. So the problem is if you want to play the Barts, in order to also commit the Refia to the board... Oh, never mind. I forgot that Barts activates backups on entry. Okay, we're fine.
Okay, so when Ferris swings now, it's going to deal 8k because Refia's on the field. We're gonna clear the whole board now.
Oh yeah,
Yikes.
the board is gone. So Refuge is going to come in, and then we can pre-combat or at the start of combat use Refuge effect, spin spot someone.
Yeah, Refia was already in hand, so we knew it's going to be 3 warriors light of light. Preemptively spin, get rid of whoever. Probably top deck Tyvis.
Yeah, you definitely top deck the Tyvis.
Yeah. Draw, and then Ferris will swing in and. Well, if he uses selfie.
Yeah, he can use
actually
selfie to
lives.
keep. Yeah, he can use selfie to keep the Montleonis alive.
And then block and hopefully kill that.
Well, you can't block because he's dull. Right?
Oh yeah, true. Right, I forgot. Oh boy, things are only getting worse.
Well, looks like we value the selfie more than the body.
Remind me, what does Bart's special do again?
It does 5,000 damage, or he can give himself, I think, some power in first strike.
I think you have to use them consecutively.
No, I think it's only the final special that you have to use, that you can only use when you've done the others. One moment, let me pull them up.
Now, if you were in Abe's situation, would you just play for the deck out at this point? Because is it even possible? Refia is running really low on deck count.
I don't think he recently can. Did he just give someone haste?
Yeah. Or if like LB, presumably.
Yeah.
Now Ward is now offline as well. Ward can't even finish off Warrior of Light.
I am surprised we attacked with the Refia there, though. I know there's some pressure for Sergio to like win this game in a timely manner, but
He is presenting lethal right now.
yeah, I think this game is pretty much wrapped up. Sergio, you can't look at your phone while you're playing. I guess they want to pull up a translation on Materia Hunter.
Wait, what card are we?
Probably.
See, this
Usually,
is why
the judge should be the person who's pulling out their phone, not one of the contestants. But okay, it's fine. Yeah, I don't think there's anything Abe can really do here.
you know what he can do? He can salamander. That's what he can do. Salamander.
The Warrior of Light would still live though.
I know, but he wouldn't die.
I don't think that is there a salamander in his hand?
No, I'm just making stuff up. I don't know what he has.
Well, we're shooting him. And then we're Brynhildering him to draw a card.
Oh. Isn't that
And
two things off of that Ferris thing?
Ferris isn't mandatory.
Okay, I mean, I guess it's not relevant.
Although Sergio could have just used Bart's to finish off Ward if he was paying attention to his Ferris pings.
Yep.
Looks like Zidane's probably going to come down, look at the last card in Abe's hand, and not do anything about it. Yeah, you can keep that. Then we'll probably just use Refia, spin the ward, put it on the bottom. Then we'll go to combat. activate all of our boys and girls, draw a card.
What did he draw? Did you see?
I wasn't really paying attention. And that's gonna be game. Really,
Wow.
really unfortunate there from Abe at the end. I feel like there was a turn where he had game. I think there was one, but it's really hard to tell when we can't see their whole hand.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, this matchup is not favored for Fire or Warriors for that matter. I mean, usually when I play this matchup, I run into way more bursts and they just do whatever they want. But
Yep.
even
But
despite hitting no bursts, he was able to showcase the power of Raffia by stabilizing and spinning to victory.
Yep. Well played by Sergio. I mean, there's a reason why he was on our Worlds team last year. Excellent player.
Yeah, showcasing the full extent of his Bart's knowledge, proving that it is still one of the decks that can ride to the top of the mountain. Um, I suspect he's probably at the top tables. This is
I
end
imagine
round
so.
4.
End of round 4. So we should have one more round of Swiss after this game, and then we will probably have a short break as they do deck checks, and then we will be going into top cut.
Perfect. We'll be right back.
Yeah, because we moved to the between rounds screen.
Okay, we're live. Hey, Sergio, how's it going? Good.
We're exhausted from. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's funny because half the match we thought it was Ian because that's what the person running the show told us was playing. But when I was watching the stream, I was like, this guy looks awfully similar to Sergio, who's also known for playing Raffia Bards. Yeah, so how did you feel about that game?
Yeah, we were wondering why you were attacking with the Refia there, and I was like, there's not that much pressure because we didn't know about the time situation. I was like, if I were the Refia player, I would have just screw it. 1 point of damage is not worth Refia. But now that we know about the time, I was like, this seems like a really weird play from Sergio, but yeah, yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Over here, we were talking about how like Miss Dragon is like a really important card in the matchup for being able to like really efficiently deny the Montleonis line. And then like we saw you have to like lose your one got pitched and then removed from the game with Cloud, and then the next two both hitting the damage, and we're like, well, guess that's not a line anymore. But then also you had the lucky Zidane ripping every Amat out of his hand on like turn 3, and we're like, well, so no Amats on one side, no Miss Dragons on the other. I guess Miss Dragon isn't canceling Amat this game.
Oh, by the way, we need to cut the interview short because they need to print out the standings and get to the next round. So, thanks, Sergio, for joining us, and hopefully, yeah, hopefully we'll see you in the top cut where you'll perform.
So yeah.
Thanks. All right, so we're gonna switch back to break while we figure out what's going on with the next round. We'll be right back. Yeah, 1 second.
Yeah, go ahead.
And we're back. We have who do we have?
Oh, it's not John. It's Jean.
Wait.
We should have recognized him. It's Mr. Handsome's on the right.
Oh, Jean.
Yes. So on the left we have Jack, and on the right, left is. Does the left look like John to you?
Hold on. Who?
It's Jack. Jack and
Jack.
Jean.
Jack Garland versus Jean.
Is there a Jean in Final Fantasy?
No.
Shame.
Jean is way too vanilla for Square Enix.
But Jack isn't. But Sarah isn't.
It's Sura, not Sarah. Sura.
It's definitely Sarah. There's definitely some of them are pronounced Sarah.
It's Sura. Didn't you hear Snow pronounce her name incorrectly? I'm messing with you.
Yeah, I haven't played any of the games. I can't help you with that.
All right, I'll be more proactive checking chat in case we have more interview shenanigans.
Yeah,
haywire. So anyway,
I'm sorry about that, guys.
It's a little bit difficult to operate, control, and speak and think at the same time, so bear with us.
Yeah, we are not professionals. We're doing this on our free time on our Sundays. Hope you guys can just accept the fact that it's not going to be perfect. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, and this is round 5, our final round before heading into Top Cut. So, are these players on the bubble?
Let me check. It looks like we have Water Lightning Monsters on the left versus whatever Jean is doing. Crap, I don't see the standings anymore.
Neither do I, but oh no. Turn 1 Blue Worm. Shades of my performance yesterday versus Adam.
Yeah, so Jack even wait, what? Oh no, sorry. I missaw what he was pitching. No, it's definitely Water Lightning. He has an Emperor Gaston in his hand, but he has no purple card. So something you will sometimes hear people say is that Water Lightning is basically just mono water with just enough purple cards to let you play like Moss Slasher and Opus 18 Legend Lightning. And it's not that far from the truth.
Who said that?
Daniel.
Well, I will disagree because I think this deck doesn't want to run 5 backups.
But I mean, like, if you look at like the cards in the deck, it's almost like a mono water monster deck. If not for the fact that it's running like just enough purple cards to let you play the good ones.
Okay. Ooh.
So unsurprising, John is on some aggro nonsense.
What in the world?
That is a Noir Cloud. So that lets you search any, I believe, Cat 7 forward from your deck and add it to your hand.
Correct.
And that is how we're getting access to Genesis.
I don't think he'll be able to play it, right?
I don't think so. It was interesting that Jean decided to play the Roche there. Of course, Roche is free if he is the first forward you play. Is it first forward or first character?
First character, yeah. Free is for me. So, how strong is he though? Like 4,000, right?
It's only 4,000, right? So he can't like actually kill either of these blue worms. So it's like the body isn't really doing anything for us yet. But he does have the Sephiroth in his hand, and maybe he's thinking that he could get a Sephiroth discard next turn. It'll be an interesting decision to see what he does. Jack, however, did finally draw a second purple card. He has both Emperor Gestalt and the Cid of Clan Gully in his hand, so he can do either of those. I think there's also a Realm in there. He's probably pitching one of the backups for the other, yeah.
So question, why would you play Roche if you're not going to do anything with him? Isn't he better to be a card that you could play off of a soldier effect?
That's a good question. I'm assuming John really wants to get him on board so that way he can potentially get a Sephiroth discard later. But yeah, I probably would have just held him for the CP. I don't think his body on board is that great right now. I think Jack might just pass here. I don't think you want to pitch your whole hand for the realm right this moment. We haven't seen any red cards from Jean yet, but there is a possibility for Amats. What are we doing?
He's using the
Oh,
Emperor to Stall effect.
we're
This
discarding
card.
the Slasher?
What did he get back?
Gal. I mean, I understand wanting to get Gal back, but I don't know if I would have pitched the Slasher.
Yeah, Mohammed in chat is saying, wouldn't Roche be an even trade with Blue Worm? And absolutely, because if he blocks, then it'll die at end of the turn. And if he doesn't block, you get damage in. But Jean is just making poor use of his Roche right now. And I
I mean,
think if he's playing the Sephiroth that makes you discard, then it's a different story. But it still dies the Blue Worm when he blocks, because he's just tiny 4K.
so Jean should have 6 cards in his hand right now, which means that he should be able to spend 4 to cast Genesis and then spend 2 to cast the Sephiroth. But he would need to have 2 other ice cards in his hand, which I don't know if he does. And even if you did that, you would be going completely handless. But this Cloud and these Roche are both soldiers. So if you did that, you would be able to rip 1, 2, 3 cards out of Jack's hand. That's quite spicy.
Well, you're assuming you're not hitting any EX bursts, and Water Lightning does run what, like 10 plus?
They do. But if I know Jean, he's going to want to get this damage off. But not this
Apparently, you
turn.
don't know Jean because he just went for the backup. I think that's correct. You want to have at least one to be able to play Genesis on curve instead of discarding your hand. This is a long game, right? You don't want to step on the gas pedal before you're ready. But then this Roche and Cloud are just eroding in value, I think.
Yeah. But also, like, Jean doesn't know it, but Jack has this realm in hand, right? So next turn, he can just play realm, develop 2 more monsters, maybe, like, draw another monster, play that as well. Now the Gallon that he added back, he can play that, bottom deck the Cloud, and then suddenly Jack's going to be, like, in a pretty dominant position. These monster decks snowball extremely quickly if you give them just a moment of breath.
So here's a question for you, Tori. When you go to play a card that searches, shouldn't you already know what you're looking for?
I knew he was going to be running this classic John. Yes, in theory, I usually don't cast my my searchers unless I have an idea of what I'm searching. What burst did we hit?
It's a Ton Betty. It searches a Ton
Mira.
Berry.
No, it searches a Mira. I guess we're on the Lightning Mira. I always love to see it. I love this card. This is my favorite art in the game. And I was running this in my John, you should know what that does. Disappointed at him. I was running it in my Water Lightning list that I was running in at the Winter Cup this last year. Now, I wouldn't necessarily run Tom Betty to search her, because that would be you'd have to run more than one. But she is quite a powerful card.
I wouldn't blame him. That card hasn't seen play most recently, and it's good to
Yes.
read.
Yeah, but for people that watch the channel should remember it from our Shark Tank episode that John was in. Yep, obviously you pitch the Mirror because you want to get her into the break zone as possible. We're pitching the Realm for our water CP. It makes sense. Based on what you've seen from your opponent's deck, like you probably shouldn't respect Amat. Interesting to see the Evray and the Atomos. Not a lot of people run these cards in Water Lightning, especially the Evray. You will see the occasional, but Evray is extremely niche because usually if you're going for Evray and Atomos, you're saying to your opponent that, hey, I want to play a longer game, go into the mid range. And most Water Lightning players like to smash face.
I don't hate it here. Actually, I think this is pretty good. The only problem is this purple backup doesn't play Marlboro.
No, it doesn't. The purple backup, like if this was a blue backup, you could then like play the Malboro, play the Gal, make Jean cry. But it's not. Every does synergize really nicely with the Mira though, because it untaps one backup each turn, and you can use that backup to pay for. And we just pass. So this is really weird. So we used Realm to pull 2 monsters from the deck, but we got no value out of either of those monsters yet. And
Yeah,
Atomos is
you're
extremely
right.
scary at damage 3. But not when you have one backup. If Atomos is only activating one backup, that's like not threatening at all.
Now, question for you: if you were the monster player in this situation, would you have played a fifth? Uh, I know he could have played a Marlboro off of another card, but he would have been able to bounce a guy and then play Gal for free, essentially not wiping the entire field, right? Would that?
I probably would have pitched a water card for the Malboro Gal, use the Gal to put the Cloud on the bottom, and then use Realm to bounce the Roche. Because especially now that he has the backup, the Roche is not free.
Yep.
And especially because, he has Genesis in hand, right? So you know that he's about to start ripping your hand apart. So keeping
That
a
he
full
will
grip of
do.
cards is like not necessarily great because that's just more cards for Jean to discard.
Exactly. Perfect analysis. That was exactly what I was going to insinuate. Yup. Nodders. So now, Jean is contemplating whether or not to set up the Genesis turn. But I see that he went for the Alcid, and now he has a Zeromus in hand, so kinda weird. Not sure what he's going to do here.
Um, yeah, he has a lot of options. His hand is really thick right now. It will be interesting to see what he goes for. I though would not be surprised if he goes for like a Genesis Sephiroth line and just rips 2, 3, 4 cards, like every card out of Jack's hand.
He's playing the bad Sephiroth. You know, the one that without first strike discard on demand.
Yeah.
That one.
So it looks like he's going for the discount over the extra discard. He values the card out of his own hand more than ripping the out of
Oh, he
Jack.
is playing that one. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh yeah, I saw it in his hand earlier. That's why I kept saying he could go for this.
So how many rips we have? 2?
3. Because he should get 1 rip off of the Sephiroth entering, triggering Genesis, and he can get 2 more off of attacking with Cloud. He could also go for Dull Freezes instead. I don't think that's necessarily worth doing on this board state. I think you just want to rip the cards out of your opponent's hand. Yep. So there's the first one.
Mm. So swing this card, but you 100% block with the blue worm, right?
This was the wrong attack order. He should have attacked with the Cloud first.
Why is that?
Because now he can animate Blue Worm and block, and then also block the Cloud, right?
Well, you want to go to damage 3, right? Oh,
I guess he
here we
does.
go.
Well, whoa, not. I guess that also prevents Sephiroth from getting another discard.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
Well, that was a very nice ODX. That is probably just going to completely swing this game on its head, because now you can just, play the Malboro, play Gal, bottom deck the,
Wait, what's going on here?
we're playing Sarah. We're probably going to grab
Oh,
Lena
Sarah, I couldn't see the glare.
or Princess Sarah. Interesting.
I like it. I like it. We're not just pure net decker. We're innovating.
Yeah, I was thinking we would just use. Oh, that's right. We pitched the Gal for the discard. We no longer have the Gal in hand. Well, that makes things awkward.
No, this is fine. So now you untap, play the Marlboro.
Yeah.
And now you have 5. You bounce What do you bounce here?
That's the question.
Roche, probably, because he doesn't have enough purple.
No, you definitely don't
Or-
bounce Roche
no,
because he has
Sephiroth.
haste. You
Sephiroth.
bounce either Sephiroth or the Genesis.
Well, you know you could play this Genesis 100%, but making him replay Sephiroth.
I think
I don't know, actually.
I think you bounce the Genesis because it costs 5 compared to Sephiroth's 4, and they both have basically equal value when on the field. Like,
Mhm.
if you play the Genesis, you get a Genesis trigger, but if you replay the Sephiroth, you also just get a Genesis trigger.
Where's the bounce? Judge!
Oh,
Judge!
let me call the judge. It's mandatory.
Alright, we're on it. Hopefully they don't do anything before we get to the bottom of this. Okay. So we're choosing target to bounce, mandatory effect, obviously. And we're choosing to bounce Genesis, which is the correct play.
Okay. Problem solved.
Yep. Good thing we have our judges on demand, so we can navigate these as we do it live.
Yep. Thank you very much, Travis, for answering his phone quickly and efficiently to get these issues resolved.
All right, so our boy Genesis, Soldier Boy, is now back to his hand where he belongs. Now, if you're Jean, how do you navigate this? Because every turn you're eroding value because the Tomos and Everray produces 3 CP, while you're not anywhere close to punching through.
Yeah, so now that we're at 3 backups, the Evray is much scarier. Not the Evray, the Atomos is much scarier for putting him to damage 3. However, Genesis, I believe, his effect dull freezes characters, if I'm not mistaken. So you can just dull freeze the Atomos. And I doubt that we're running anything like in this Water Lightning monster deck to reactivate our Atomos. So if you can just keep Atomos dull frozen, it doesn't really, the damage 3 effect doesn't matter.
Alcid. Okay, so John now realizing that he needs to be patient because this board can't force your way in. So maybe he'll just establish a board of his own in terms of backups so you could play more things efficiently. It's not like you can immediately end the game right here and now.
Yeah. It is interesting to see this Vincent being searched off the Reeve, when earlier we saw that he was running the Earth Vincent. I don't know if you can see his little head peeking out of his break zone. I don't know how John intended to cast the Earth Vincent. I haven't seen any color fixing.
My best guess is the Cloud who's 5k and pods people away.
But
But
Cloud
yeah.
Pod can't play backups. I don't know. We'll have to see his list later.
Gotcha.
I have no idea how he's generating the Earth CP to get him on board. He could be running 5-drop forward Cloud to free play it. I don't know. I'm sure he has some way to get it onto the board. Or maybe he just wants Vincent to be able to search Earth CP for like a Mott or something. It's hard to say.
By the way, can Mirror come in right now? It's only during
No,
his turn,
it's
right?
only during your own turn. Oh my
Okay.
gosh! If you could do Mirror on your opponent's turn, Wind players would be in shambles. We would be canceling.
Yeah, I'm not sure I like killing the realm here, but then it's better than getting your forwards bounced every turn. If he
Yeah,
draws another one, then you just have to live with it.
Yeah, pitching 2 cards to do it is just a bit sad, though.
I don't think he paid for it yet, right? Yeah. There it
Oh no,
is.
there's
It's
another Earth
Jesse.
CP. There's Jesse. Okay. How many colors is Jean on?
Many.
Let's see. We drew the final Moss Slasher. That's not how you really want to be slashing it up. It's a lot scary when there's already 2 of those in the break. I'm sorry, a lot less scary.
This is basically now just ooh. Ooh. Atomos reactivate, lightning, dull one, draw a card.
Yeah,
But
so we
then
should. We ordered this wrong, so we definitely have to get the Sephiroth out of the way because he has first strike. He's first strike AK. Draw 2 cards. We definitely should have done the lightning first,
give me one card, right?
so that way we could make the decision on whether or not we wanted to play the Moss Slasher or the card we drew off of the lightning.
Give me one card, right?
Yeah, but like, you want to draw first before you make your decision on what you cast.
And since Victoria is 7k, he could technically swing in with the lightning, but if you don't, what value are you getting from lightning? Did he use Every already? No, right? I
Yeah,
think
he
he
did.
drew the
He did.
witch.
No, he Moss Slashered. If he drew a witch, that even just further proves my point in you should have lightninged first.
Don't do it. Don't limit break Leo. Don't pitch the witch.
Well, even if he doesn't pitch the witch, John will probably just attack with Sephiroth next turn to rip it out.
Oh yeah.
But that would allow you to go to damage 3. Is the witch? I couldn't see.
It's 100% the witch. Cloudo?
Cloud killed the Roche.
Not great.
Not great. See, yep. So yeah. If he just lightninged first, he could have pitched the Moss Slasher for the witch, drawn another card, and then potentially played that instead. Unfortunate.
Mistakes were made.
I think he would much rather have a witch on the board than that Moss Slasher.
1000%. But I still think he's in a good spot, right? Jean's board is kind of pathetic.
It is, but it's hard to say. This monster board isn't that great. I mean, the Atomos is exerting a lot of pressure here because it is preventing Jean from wanting to put him to damage 3. And how many forwards do we potentially have next? Characters do we potentially have next board? Can we? We won't have enough CP to Tidus, unless we were to like go to damage 3 and be able to do like Leo, go to combat, attack with the Atomos, and then Tidus.
Yeah, I don't think there's any reason why Jean will put him in damage 3, especially because he's not getting any value off attacking with 0 cards in hand. What should he do now, though? Play some backups and pray?
Does he still have the Genesis in hand? I think he does, right?
He does,
So maybe
yes.
you just play the Genesis, dull freeze 2 characters, and then start poking?
Oh, no. Wrong targets.
So now he's just passing. I would have liked to have maybe frozen the backups.
Yeah, especially if you're not attacking, right?
Yeah,
It's
because
not
like
he's
you're not.
going to attack.
Yeah, exactly. You've got a ton of first strikers on your board.
Not like Jack is going to attack into his first striker, yeah.
What do we have in it? It looks like a Sarah. I wouldn't be surprised if we just open it up with a Leo. See what we can find. Especially when you have Everett and a Tomos on board, like just using your backups to like draw cards is really nice because you often just have more CP than you know what to do with.
Well, actually, so since Marlboro is on the field, I guess First Strike does lose its meaning, right? It doesn't really matter if he chose to attack.
Yes, but you'd rather like Jean has no cards in hand. So no, yeah, he dropped everything for this Genesis this turn. So if you're Jack, you really just want to find Witch. I wouldn't even hate like pitching everything for like a Luna Freya here. It's interesting that he chose to pay for the Leo in that manner. When he could have just dulled 3 backups. He had the Evray. So like
he drew into more unplayable cards.
I think at this point. Wait, how many forwards did he have before? 1, 2. He could have just raw Titus'd him. If no, wait, he only has. Does he have 1 water backup or 2? I don't know if the Sarah's a water or a lightning backup. If the Sarah's a water backup, he could have just Titus'd him. Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, no, yeah, he could have just Titus'd him actually. If he animated both of his blue worms, he could have dulled all 3 backups, pitched the Odin out of his hand, played Titus, then before Titus resolved, use Evray, untap your water backup, pitch the Sarah that pays for the 8 for the 3, and then you could have gotten rid of Genesis and one of the backups, drew 2 new cards, hopefully find something that you can then cast. Worst case scenario, you cast like a Leo, and that triggers then a Tomos. Yeah, I think he could have done something there. And I think if you resolve a Titus there, you just like win the game, even if you do have to like sacrifice your blue worms for it.
Well, let's think about it. If you're swinging with these 2 blue worms,
You don't have to sacrifice 1 blue worm too, because he had the Moth Slasher. Yeah, I think that was definitely the line.
Yeah. But still, he can still do it next turn without any issue, right? It's not.
Oh yeah, there's nothing stopping him from doing it now.
Yeah, that is 100% to play next turn. Unfortunately for John, I'm not sure what he can do to get out of this predicament. I'm pretty sure if you don't keep drawing soldiers to follow up the Genesis play, you're just not having a good time.
Yeah, it's also like he could just attack with the Genesis and attack with the Sephiroth to rip the 2 cards out of Jack's hand. But like,
when he died to Crackback,
I think he would, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's already 7 points of damage on the field. So if you attack twice, not an ideal place to be.
yeah, and you also have to manipulate and walk around these landmines with Odin EXs.
Yeah, that first Odin EX that Sean hit was extremely unfortunate. So it looks like we're pitching the whole hand for Kuja.
Yeah.
It makes sense. Kuja makes it a lot harder to just randomly die. But that does limit Jean's LBE potential going forward. I wouldn't hate to poke with a forward in that case then, but I would have done it pre-combat. I would have played the Kuja post-combat if I was going to attack. Oh yeah.
So I think he's passing because we're getting ready to. We're not attacking, right? There's no point in putting Atomos online.
I guess that is true.
But he always dole it with Kuja. If
You could always dole it with Kuja, but this is just really awkward for Jean because Jack already has the 7 characters /backups he needs for Titus just already on board. Now he doesn't even need to animate a blue worm. because he has the Leo now, which he didn't have last turn.
So what are we debating here? Whether or not to attack?
I guess. Actually, last time we still could have Titused him. Oh well, it's whatever.
Yeah,
Even
this
after the
is
Leo.
just, yeah, this is just the witch waiting room at this point.
Oh no, because we Leo'd, we can't Titus anymore because we cast Cloud earlier. This is why we shouldn't have Leo'd.
Ah, yeah. Huh. That's funny.
Whoopsie.
But then you wouldn't have been able to get to cast 2, right? If you just Titused.
Yeah, we should have just hard Titused first. I don't know, I love Titus. It's my favorite LB, other than maybe Leo. Like every time, my general rule of thumb is that if you have an opportunity to go for Titus, you should probably go for Titus.
Alright, well, we're doing a whole lot of nothing. It's pretty difficult predicament for John.
Yeah.
I mean, he's
Yeah,
in a
apparently-
lose-lose situation right now.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently time was just called. Which this game has not gone on that many turns. John needs to make a play. Okay, he's clearly slow playing at this point. Lightning, we don't mind pitching that. Yeah, I'm sure he does not. Oh,
Oh, snap.
well, that was an extremely unfortunate damage for Jack.
What is it?
I can't see what it is. It's definitely a water card.
Maybe the other lightning.
Is it a multi-element? I can't tell. I don't see a power in the bottom right corner.
But you 1000% stop attacking now, right? Victoria is 10k, but she'll shrink back down at the start of the turn. You're
Well, she'll
facing
shrink Jack down regardless because of Malboro, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be very difficult. Well,
So
let's see.
Jean can't actually use Kuja to prevent Atomos from attacking because you just attack with someone else first, trigger the Malboro, and then Kuja will be blanked by the time that Atomos attacks.
Yeah.
Jean,
There's 7 guys on the field that can attack.
Jean, please pass. This is wasting our time. Okay. But Jean is at damage 0, so he's not currently dead on board. Okay, what did we draw?
Turn 1, right?
This is turn 1, yeah.
All right. So, did you see what he drew for turn? I did not see.
I didn't see either. He's holding it really far back. It's hard to know what he should be doing. Okay, so we drew another lightning and Larsa. Does he
Gao?
run a second copy of Gao?
Gao would be hype.
Gao would basically single-handedly win the game on the spot right now. And
There it
he
is.
has the Gao. Okay. The question is, do you remove the Kuja or do you remove the Victor? My mind says Kuja.
I don't think it matters all that much, but then he'll still dull one guy out of the way, right?
Yeah, he'll still draw one guy out of the way, but you also have one extra attacker.
Yeah.
Right, because the Gao can animate, say, the Everett. So that's cast 2. Looks like we're getting rid of the Victoria. Do we trigger the Atomos? We do remember the Atomos trigger.
When you play Atomos, you gotta remember.
So if we want to get the atomic reactivated backups,
There's not a whole lot of point to reactivate. I mean, I guess pumping up still matters.
yeah, the pump. Not
Nah,
really.
not
Not
really.
when you have the Malboro, right?
We're attacking and we're triggering Malboro 100% here, right?
Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't like do a Tomberry pre-combat, like a Tomberry Cactuar. Maybe look at top 2, grab a card, just so that way we can do something with our atomic CP. The question
Maybe
is, looks like we're not using the Malboro effect.
which is questionable, yeah?
I mean, it makes sense because he wanted Lightning to die. um,
Okay, that's true. That's very true. What about now?
I might have done it at that point.
Okay. Moth Slasher coming in.
Something to remember is that we also we don't want to die on the crackback either. So if I don't think we can actually kill Jean here. No matter how we finagle this, right? We only have 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 attackers, right? And Kuja can always dole 1 and block a second. So there's no way to guaranteed kill. Which means that if you want to survive and you want to make sure that Jean cannot kill you in the crackback,
What?
you should
What?
probably hold some guys back.
Wait, is it
Attacking with the Malboro.
Marlboro? Is that a mistake? I'm pretty sure when you crack the Malboro, then he's forced to dull a guy. And then you can't block, right?
That
Actually,
is true. Actually, yeah. If he just attacked with lightning first, doled the Malboro, I think he would have just won.
not dull the Malboro.
I'm sorry,
I
if he cracked the
mean,
Malboro there, yeah, he
yeah.
just would have won. Because there's nothing he couldn't have blocked and doled unless he. Yeah, there's no way for him to do that. If he just triggered the Malboro on the attack, he won the game.
Why did he? Although you can still use the Marlboro now, right?
Yeah, he can still use the Malboro now.
He's using it now.
He's doing it now. Yeah. Okay, so at least at this point, Kuja cannot block and it can't block and dull. But I wonder if Jean forgot about the Malboro effect that he could trigger it on an attack. Because in order to play around it, I guess there really was no way for Jean to play around. But other than once he committed the very first, I guess the first attack, since it was the lightning, that doesn't matter because if you block it, he just brings lightning back out. But like for the second attack, he needed to do it then. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised that Jean didn't block the Malboro. Wait. Wait.
Is that legal?
Wait, no. No, the Malboro resolves before the block. Wait. What's going on?
Do we have a judge?
I'm calling a judge.
So on stack of attacking with the blue worm, Malboro is attempting to resolve. So if it resolves, he's not able to turn sideways to dull another character. So if he chooses to block, he won't be able to dull another forward. So it's impossible for him to block and dull at the same time. So if he does turn sideways, he won't be able to block. If he blocks, he can't turn sideways. Is what we're trying to say. Because when you're sideways, you cannot block. Does that make sense? Marlboro's on the stack. He loses abilities to turn sideways if it resolves. So he has to turn sideways before Marlboro resolves. But then if he turns sideways, then he can't block. Yeah. All right, Judge is on it. We'll get this sorted out hopefully soon because this round has turned out a lot longer than we anticipated.
Yep, just had a quick call with the judge, got the issue fixed.
Okay. So it looks like Jean decided to not block.
He decided to, yep, let everything go through, and now we're damage 6. Atomos can attack.
Yeah.
He can block with Kuja, and then Leo goes for game.
Yep.
Atomos does not die, but it's whatever.
Yeah, this was a slow burn to his demise, but I feel like there wasn't a whole lot he could do with the start of the game.
Yeah, John had to hit a burst. I had to think that through 20 times.
I don't think Soldiers has any bursts that can kill on demand.
There could be like an Odin or something in there, but I doubt it. When he's on like this 7-color pile or whatever.
Yeah, who let him cook?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Okay. People in the chat, could you let us know if you could just hear the person that we were talking to, so that we know?
I have the mic on now.
The mic is on?
Good to know, yeah.
Okay.
I believe that was the bubble game.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go ahead and print out top 8 real quick before we do the interview, and then we can do the interview real quick if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. Let's see now.
That put 3 years on my life. Watching monster games always does.
Hold on. We're still live. So it looks like we're printing out the standings for our top 8. And oh, we have no undefeateds. Interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Sam lost his last round then.
Yeah, Sam lost his last round.
So we have. Let me take a snippet of this real quick.
Wait, where do you see this posted?
I'm remoted in. I can.
Oh, I forgot you have the hacker powers.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and transfer it over to Jack for an interview before we announce top 8, guys.
Okay.
All right, Jack. Audio only. Oh, So, I'm sorry, I thought Tim told you. So,
No one told me.
oh, okay. So, people who went on the stream, we just kind of like to have a little conversation. The guys who are commentating the stream, so they'll talk to you a little bit, talk to you about the deck, talk to you what you liked and what you didn't like about it, so things like that that you saw.
Meanwhile, that
Shouldn't be the one of the
is
couple minutes,
happening.
man. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to.
Um,
Do you not want to?
okay.
Okay.
I will pull up the final standings for top 8 right
No. We're gonna
now.
top 16.
Hello.
Hello there.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How are you guys?
Oh, we're doing good. It was great watching your match there on the monster deck. Really unfortunate open there for you.
Yeah.
Did you keep the hand, or did you just mulligan into no cards?
We mulliganed from no cards into no cards.
Uh, you love to see it. That's the second time we saw a realm deck just open, look at their hand, and go, "Oh wow, this hand does nothing." Today, round one, we saw a Waterfire gamer have a very similar issue. But how did it feel going into Jean's soldier deck there?
I really liked his deck. I like the idea of Genesis. For me, soldiers just seem a little difficult because they're so spread across a bunch of different colors. So, but I really like the deck. I know he's another person who really likes Turks as well, and I'm also a really big fan of Turks, so it was fun to go against a person that I've talked to in the past about it. So.
That's great. That's great. Um, I couldn't help but notice that you were running Evray and Atomos in your Water Lightning list. That's
Yes.
pretty out there compared to most lists that are going around right now. Do you want to talk about why you decided to run those two, or if it was just, you were just having fun?
So I played many other card games, and I really like the aspect of Storm. So being able to like storm out with like Atomos and Evray is very interesting to me, and I like to just kind of flood the board with monsters at that point once I'm able to keep triggering them. So.
Well, yeah, it looked like they worked for you there. I mean, I personally, I run Atomos in my, so I just like to hear the opinion of other people that do similar stuff. Key, do you have any questions you want to ask?
Sorry, I'm working through some stream stuff, so
Oh, I didn't realize.
don't really have any questions right now.
Sorry,
I'm
I'll
not
continue.
focused.
So, the final turn, you waited pretty long before you decided to resolve the Malboro effect. Is there a reason why you didn't just do it on like the first or the second attack to prevent Kujira from getting a block and a dull?
Tired. I'm very tired.
Okay, no,
Yeah,
it's fine.
it's
I'm
been a
sorry.
long
I'm not
day.
trying to.
Yeah, no.
I'm not trying to quiz you. I know. I know. They started pretty late there today.
I know.
Yeah. It was. I was just curious if it was just like if you forgot. I was wondering if he forgot about the Malboro, because like he definitely should have like tried to block with Kuja as soon as possible, knowing that you could turn it off at any moment.
Yeah.
Well, now that you won that game, what is your current record going into Top Cut?
I am 3-2.
3-2.
Yeah.
And do we know if you made it? Did they tell you?
I did not. I am, I believe. Let's see, 12.
What is your Square Enix username? I think I pull up the top 8 right now.
Symmetra. I'm 12th.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah. It is what
We
it
had
is,
you on
though.
stream, and you bubble out. That's so sad.
It is what it is. It was a fun day.
Well, I'm glad you were able to, finish it on a win, even if we couldn't, convert that into bigger and greater success. But hopefully it was a great day.
It was. There's plenty of chances this season in Florida, so.
Yeah. Are you going to any of the other LQs? I know that there's tons of LQs in the Florida area.
All of them, if I can.
You're going all well. Hopefully you manage to pull it through, and we can see you at Nats.
Hopefully, that's the goal.
I guess that's all. I don't know. It's been a long day on our side too.
It has. Thank you for the interview. I appreciate
Okay.
it, guys.
Have a good one.
You too.
Yeah.
All right. I will switch scenes to our be right back, but I believe they'll do deck checks and then we'll start top 8 shortly.
Okay. Well, we'll be back in a bit, guys.
All right, folks, we are back. We are in the. Is this semifinals right now?
No, this is top 8.
Top 8. Okay.
It's the quarterfinals. So
we don't have a category for that, but 1 second. So what do we have on stream? Left is
left, I believe, is Irving. Those arms don't lie. That is right.
why did they put? Okay. We have Andy on the right
Yes, and Irving on the left.
and Irving on the left. Usually I go from left to right, not right to left. I don't know right is on first for some reason. Okay. Here we go. Not Irvine, Irving.
Irving, yes. He he doesn't need to shoot you to take you out, okay? So
Yeah. So what do we know about these two players other than Irving being on crystals?
so yeah, Irving is obviously on the Waterfire Crystal deck that we saw earlier with the heavy DFF focus. Andy, I believe I heard that he was on a fun wind water build. At least that's what I think Sam sent me. We haven't gotten the list put in front of us, so we don't know the exact details of their lists, but I'm sure it'll be pretty exciting, and we might be on our toes a bit for the first game. But once we get into the second game and hopefully a third game, it's always fun to see these go to the third game. We'll have a good idea of what's going on in both of these decks and give you some nice, detailed breakdown and what we think that the player should do, as well as just giving a nice play-by-play.
Yeah, and I just want to call out that Andy has gone 4-1 today, while Irving has a record of 3-2. One of the many 3-2s to edge out into top 8. So I'm very curious to see what Andy is on because we haven't been able to feature any of his matches on stream today.
Yeah. So because Andy has the better record, he will get to choose whether he goes first or second. There's a good likelihood he'll choose to go first. Our data has shown that going first is beneficial for almost every deck.
That's right. And also, I remember it was last year, right, when Andy showed us a really interesting, was it Siren deck with a bunch of EX bursts?
Interesting is certainly a word.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone play that before his appearance on stream. So definitely one of the most innovative players to create decks out here.
What's going on, Irving? Is he just wants to show off his arm a little bit more?
Can you recognize whose arm is that? Because I can't.
I'm pretty sure that was Irving.
I think it's a little bit too hairy for Irving.
Was it really? Does he shave his arms?
We're about to find out.
Let me see the forearms. Maybe it was. I think Irving's darker. I think that arm is a little too pale. I can't tell. When it's just the forearm, it's a little bit harder to distinguish him. It's not until you get up to his meaty biceps that the American muscle.
All right, so any guesses on when this event tonight will actually conclude? Because we are just starting our first best of 3, and we have 2 more best of 3s before the night is over.
Hopefully, I do want to see them go to game 3, but hopefully they don't take their time making it there. I would appreciate getting some sleep tonight. I do have work in the morning.
Well,
okay.
I want to remind you that the finals are untimed.
I would rather if you didn't remind me that. Okay, so both players are doing quick deck review of their opponent's decks. Of course, every match in Top Cut, you always have a full open deck list. But once the match starts, you can no longer look at your opponent's deck, so it's up to you to memorize what they're going. So not what they're going through, what they're running. You should hopefully know what they're going through by seeing their board state. That makes it a lot easier to play around tricky one of knowing how many copies of certain key threats are in your deck.
Yeah, being able to memorize your opponent's list and taking note of how many copies of whatever cards is very vital in winning a best of three. So you know how far to extend. For example, if you see all 2 copies of Shantoto being gone, you probably are in the clear to go a little bit wider than what you usually would do.
Well, I mean, to be fair, most people don't run more than 2 copies of Shantoto, but I think, yeah, that's still a good example, though.
Looks like
Looks like
in along with the traditional top 8 promos, they were given another monthly promo on top. I believe that is the Lila set. When did that come out?
she's not particularly new, but with how we've seen dancers doing recently, it's pretty nice getting, some pretty full art foils of those cards.
I have not seen how dancers are performing. Would you like to
Oh.
elaborate?
Well, didn't Mr. Shriner perform pretty well with them in Kansas? Oh, there we go. Apparently it was April 2024. Of course, Mr. Shriner in the chat knows exactly when those.
Did I lose you again?
Oh, can you not hear me?
Well, you were silent for a bit.
Sorry, I mean, there's nothing, there's nothing happening yet. I'm just, I can only make up so much space. Dancers
I
are
thought you were
cool.
talking about the Lila set, and
I mean,
yeah.
it's a good card. It's a really powerful card, but
Wait, who did
the element's just sad.
who did take it to success recently? I still don't know.
Snugsy did pretty well in Kansas, but apparently he got a double loss, and that knocked him out. So
Oh,
you
okay.
hate to hear it.
I see.
What are they? This is certainly a match going on screen right now. Okay. I'm guessing they're just waiting for the round to start. Just like all of us.
Indubitably. We will start eventually. All right, so I'm getting word that Mr. Andy Carmona is on Windwater with some spicy dark forward that was introduced in Tears of the Planet.
I think we're good to go on this side. That hand was looking pretty spicy before he put it right on the bottom. Okay.
How do you pronounce that new dark forward we have?
Vegnagun?
Vegnagun. Okay.
At least that's how
I've
I'm
never heard of this
presuming.
card. I've never heard of this character either. I played the Final Fantasy X and I have no recollection where this guy came from.
So Andy is leading off with. Is that Buddy or is that Brother? I think it's Buddy searches Brother, or does Brother search Buddy?
Buddy searches brother. Brother searches a forward.
Okay. It's an interesting choice to make to play the Buddy there over the King Tycoon he had in his hand. Considering that he did not color fix his backups here. Also
Sorry,
really interesting that Irving decided to throw out the Barts here, but didn't grab a backup with it.
I'm sorry. I
Furion,
think I missed something. What did he grab off of Buddy?
brother.
Ah, okay.
So now he's got 2 win backups, but he could have had a water backup if he had either chosen a different thing to search. Although obviously because he's running the forward Waka, which we can see there right there on the bottom of his deck, he wouldn't have the backup blue Waka to use to search to color fix.
Yeah, I think his game plan is just throw down the dark forward and go to town, right? I'm not sure what
I
the
have
correct plan for him is.
I have no idea if you want to. Okay, said he's going for Pain. Pain's quite an interesting card. She can search for Riku or Yuna. She's a nice YRP enabler. But I'm not sure. He is on the Water Yuna backup I saw, one that acts as a macrocosmos. So maybe that's how he's deciding to get all of his colors online.
Huh.
Wait, does Bart's generate a crystal on entry?
Yes.
Oh, I thought it was only when he was dead.
No, that would be terrible. Wait, what just happened?
I looked away for a moment and Zidane died.
How did Zidane die?
Okay, he's back. I was confused. Interesting choice. Oh, now Vegnagun's offline.
Well, yeah.
I wonder if we're running any copies of the Opus 20. I think it's Opus 24 Leviathan, the one that lets you put a card from your damage into your hand to then swap it out and draw a card. Because if we're not, then there's no way he's likely running. There's no way he's running the Larsa that lets him swap a card, right?
Larsa? No.
That was an extremely unfortunate damage hit.
All right,
Okay,
there we
so
go. The Riku, who
got the
is
Riku.
able to color fix for any 10 characters.
I think it's just forwards.
No, it's any card.
It's any card. Because I know there's a. No, yeah, Riku's any card. Maybe I'm thinking of the. Some of them are just kit forwards. I think I'm thinking of Rosa.
Yeah. But what do you do here? I think Irving's plan is pretty solid because he knows when water, the weakness is lack of early removal, and this is very, very aggro.
Yeah. So yeah, Irving probably looked at Andy's deck, saw, oh wow, there's no removal in here, and then just decided to go ham. Interesting to pull another Yuna out of the deck. We already had one in hand, and usually you want to keep your bursts in the deck. You would think that if he might just be out of Riku's, maybe he's only on 2 Riku's. Because if you had to pitch something to the break zone to play this Yuna that's already in his hand, you'd think you'd want to pitch a Riku with no burst over the Yuna that could potentially save your life later on.
I think we're satisfied to just bounce the Zidane because he can't easily replay it unless.
Wait. Oh no, he bounced his own pain.
Wow.
So that way he could get the CP required to cast Zidane.
Are we attacking into this?
There's no way that was right? And we're just modding the Zidane. Okay, well, Andy could very well be dying soon.
I would have bounced the Zidane, right? Because it's near impossible for him to.
Yeah, okay, so Onion Knight has haste, so we're going to get 4 delicious points of damage. And Irving is doing the smart thing. He's attacking with the Zidane last. So that way, if Andy hits any bursts that draws a card, Irving could then potentially look at it and go, actually, I don't know about that one, and take it out. Ooh, Andy just drew the Chaos Summon. Now that is retro.
Chaos Walker?
Yeah, Chaos Walker, classic combo with Yuna, where it gets to remove the threat, and therefore you do not trigger the second half of the summon.
Unfortunately, I don't think anything he does here can help save 4 points of damage coming through.
Yeah, he's currently at damage 6. He could like play a Leo and then Chaos Walker, remove a second threat with Leo blocking something, but that does not keep you alive. This is not how I expected the crystal deck to play, but Irving smelled weakness.
Yeah, definitely. I think he did the right thing. There's no reason to go to a long game if there's no removal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a scoop because he can't cast a Chaos Walker, and even if he puts a forward onto the field, it still
Well,
can't block Zidane. Right? Zidane can't be blocked by forwards of 3 or more.
Cost 2. Well, you would have to Chaos Walker remove the Zidane, but the only thing he could play there would be like a Leo, which was not sufficient. Well, very quick and decisive game 1 from Irving. Let's see if Andy can clap back and take this game 2, get us into a game 3, because, I know I said I wanted the rounds to be, moderately quick, but that was quicker than I meant.
Yeah, a little bit too fast for our liking. We waited how long? Half an hour for this to be over within 5 minutes would be a disappointing turn of events.
It was around an hour. So
An hour.
yeah. Andy looks like he has an okay hand. I'd expect him to keep it, and he does. And Irving has a bunch of backups, so he can actually play a normal game of Final Fantasy.
Do you think he'll try to play a non-aggro game this time since aggro worked out for him last time?
It's hard to say. It doesn't look like his hand is well suited for going aggressive. I think there's 4 backups in there right now. So I would imagine that he'd want to take this a bit slower, maybe. Ooh, but Amat drawn by Irving. That's a really good card in these matchups. Wind has very few mechanisms to play around Amat by virtue of just having next to no ways to cancel summons, and also just having lots of small bodies that die to the 8,000 damage.
Irving going with a very aggressive start. Immediately playing the blue water backup. That's usually 3 costs you would usually like to curve out on your next turn, but playing it immediately is something that's kind of surprising.
Well, Irving knows that because he's going second, if all he does is play a singular odd costed backup next turn, like that Paladin, he would end up having 6 cards in hand size. So by committing it this turn, he both sets himself up to potentially play something like if he draws, while also he has a 2-cost Samurai backup in his hand to generate a 3rd crystal, and he can just dull both backups, play that, pass, and that's the exact same CP efficiency as doing Samurai turn 1 and then Paladin Samurai turn 2, except you open yourself up to having more options potentially by having the 2 different backups for next turn.
That's a great point. I didn't think of that. So what would you search here with Brother? Would you take the Dark Forward?
Well, he already has Vegnagun in his hand. Yeah, I don't mind the Tidus here. It lets you recycle your brother, add it back to hand, recast it, potentially remove some threats, and get another chance to search whatever forward you want out of your deck. He's kind of option selecting into any forward. I don't expect him to play. I didn't expect him to play anything else. But we're also deciding to react backups.
It's a good play. Now he can play Titus on curve.
Yeah. Yeah. He'll have 1 more CP than if he decided to just play Rikuna. So now that he knows the Titus is in hand, it would make me a little apprehensive to start committing forwards to the board, knowing that Tidus can pretty easily just remove them for more or less free.
Except
do
if
think
your name is Young Xmil.
Unless your name is Young XML, but his name is not. I don't. I really wouldn't mind just playing that samurai passing. But really surprising to see Irving commit the Glaciella already. With only 3 characters on board, her special is only doing 6,000 damage.
Yeah, well, I wonder what the logic behind this play is. I would have agreed to play the third backup to curve out for next turn, Glaciella, right?
I'm thinking he wants to Amat here. He could do an Amat plus a Glaciella special to kill, but that seems extremely inefficient.
Yeah, you're losing your whole hand. I don't like it. And he would what? Only lose the Titus and then keep the rest of his hand?
Yeah, I understand that the aggressive one, but if your hand doesn't, you shouldn't try to force it if it's not like what your hand is doing. So yeah, we're doing the Amat. But the Tidus is still shrinking Glaciella. So Glaciella still dies here.
Oh, what?
Um,
Wow. Huh. I was wondering why he was going to Amat it if he wasn't going to finish it off.
yeah, that was quite interesting. Luckily, I think we did draw the young XML for turn. I can't tell if it's XML or Rahal, but I think it's XML. So he is a pretty decent body here as a 9k that can't be targeted. I would probably just pay the crystal now. Looks like he did. Like, yeah.
So the dark gun guy, what's his action ability? He gets to reactivate himself if you discard a dark card and draw a card.
And Andy is happy to see that Amat hitting the damage. So Vegnagun can discard a dark card from your hand to activate him and draw a card. So basically, you just cycle the dark cards. And additionally, if you have two Vegnaguns in your break zone and a Vegnagun on the field, you can use a second action ability to break every forward your opponent controls. So what Andy's doing here is he's setting that ability up. He's using Shuyan to search Vegnagun out of his deck and pitch to Vegnagun using Shuyan's ability. So now we already have one in the break, and then we'll be able to use the Vegnagun on the field to discard this other Vegnagun to draw a card and threaten an instant speed board wipe. Very exciting.
It's pretty quick. Now,
Yeah.
if you, in case you're wondering how you casted a Shuyan, it's because Riku produces ice.
Yep, because Shuyan is a Cat 10 character.
But I don't think he's dying to wipe this tiny little young XML off the field, right? It's not worth the juice. The squeeze is not worth the juice is not worth the squeeze right now.
Looks like Irving did top deck a Opus 14 6-cost Leviathan. So he does have the ability to make this Vegnagun go extremely bye-bye if he would so want to. I think it's a little early for that. But there is other things he could do. He drew Severo, so he could play that as a backup, bounce something like either the Shuyan or the Vegnagun, get them off the field, generate a crystal, just be really annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I'm unfamiliar with that forward. So what does it do again?
Oh, to shoot, the Severo is a backup. It's a 3-cost water backup. I think it came out in Opus 22. He's not doing it though. He's doing the Paladin. We're drawing a card, getting a crystal, and it just lets you on entry bounce forward and gain a crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And we're passing there. Notably by keeping that water backup open, Irving is going to be able to profitably use Young X effect for just the one water and crystal. Vegnagun getting in there again. He is a 10k, so he does block pretty nicely into this. I imagine what we're going to do here is block and then try to use Young Rahal to pump our Young Examil up to an 11k to then force the ability out of the Vegnagun.
Yeah, exactly what's happening right now. So we're going to get rid of the board wipe. Presumably. Reactivate, draw. Will he sack his one-time use?
Now, Andy did draw Kimari off of that effect, and I believe Kimari he is a back attack forward that I believe reduces the damage your forwards would take. Yeah, so we could have just back attacked in the Kimari instead of using the Vegnagun wipe there, but Andy decided he wanted to save the Kimari for.
Maybe he didn't have the colors. Who knows?
Well, he has Riku on board. He definitely has the colors.
Hmm. Yeah, the unfortunate thing is he was forced to spend his one-time board wipe there and then when there's only two guys on the field. But like you said, he could have Kimari'd. Yeah. Maybe just saving it for a rainy day, like when Cyan comes in and cleaves his board. Maybe that's even better.
Yeah, that is another juicy way to use that Kimari. So there's quite a few options in Irving's hand. He can bring down the Glacial and threaten to start shooting things off. Of course, the Kimari is in Andy's hand. I also wouldn't mind just playing the Severo, bouncing the Vegnagun. At this point, the Vegnagun doesn't really do anything, and Andy probably doesn't want to keep playing it each turn. And since it's a dark card, he can't actually discard to generate any value moving forward.
Is the bounce conditional or is it any?
There might be a cost requirement, but 4 should definitely be in the zone.
Okay, so it looks
4 or
like we are
less.
expending 2 crystals to bring out both Glaciela and Lady Lilith. Not Lady. Just Lilith. So when they enter the field... Oh, wow. 2 crystals.
Yep.
But you spend 3, so you just go down by 1.
Yep. It's a shame that we can't see the crystal counter, but he has not spent very many. I think this is his second use of crystals. He should have 2 crystals right now, I believe.
He did gain 1 from Gao EX Burst as well.
Oh, he Gallies first. I didn't even see that. I think he has 3 crystals then, because he spent 2 on the young.
So he can potentially...
4
Okay,
crystals.
4.
4.
Thanks. So he can potentially shoot 7k 4 times, which is a
Oh,
big deal.
he played the Glaciella earlier, and she just died without using any crystals. Is why. Oh God, I cannot remember what all these Cat 10 characters. What is this?
So Jet does 4k plus however many X characters there are on the field, and right now we have 4 plus 6, which is 10k. So Irving will presumably try to shoot people off the field.
Okay, so now Kamari is entering, but I believe Kamari only protects the others.
Okay. How
So
much
we can
damage does Glaciella do right now? 6. 12?
Yeah, Glacial is one-shotting anything. So Kamari is dead.
Mhm.
So we've done 2 Glacial shots, I believe. I think. Oh god, I'm not even gonna bother trying to understand when I
Well,
can't hear what they're saying.
I think what they're trying to say is, in order to before Jet resolves,
Yes.
he's trying to shoot people off the field to reduce the amount of damage that Jet will do.
Yeah. Yeah, he's
I
definitely
don't
doing that. So
know.
I think he's trying to use Lilith specials, I believe, to do it.
Yeah, exactly. So now he's trying to.
So
I don't know how many crystals he has right now.
So Jekt is currently dealing 6 plus 4, so still currently doing 10k.
No, it's 5 plus 4, so 9k. Right. Um,
Okay, thank you.
I wonder who he targeted. Did you see?
I didn't see. I was too busy trying to read what these cards did on Materia Hunter.
Okay, so he's expending everything to kill. Got it. Okay. So they
And
don't get
Vegnagun's
paid.
getting in there. And he seemed real happy to see to see Cyan go.
Well, the bad thing is now he doesn't have enough crystals, even if he drew it to. Oh wait, he does. So right now I've been informed that he has 1 crystal left. So a board wipe plus the extra crystal for 3,000 would kill Vegnagun and Jet. But what are we doing now?
We might just be going for a Leo. This helps
Okay.
increase our character count, so that way Glacial can actually kill people.
Andy has taken 0 damage, right?
Yes. But Andy also has no cards in hand. Ooh. That was an unfortunate draw for Irving. He really would have liked that Lev 6 to be on top of his deck when Vegnagun swung next turn. So here comes Glaciella. Going up to, I believe, 2 crystals.
Yes. She could kill
Oh,
anybody.
he's at 1 now? Oh, so he must use another crystal after Herd. So he's at 1 crystal right now.
Okay. It's a little bit difficult to count because the
counter's off screen.
Yeah.
If you could just move the die closer, that'd be great.
But yeah, we're seeing the power of Vegnagun has been popping off.
Perfect. Perfect. Yeah, Vagnagun's been getting some work in. He is enormous. We could block with Leo here and then use Lilith special by burning that crystal to kill the Vegnagun, but we decided not to.
I wonder why. I mean, is he not going to finish off the Jet then?
Well, there's no rush on finishing off the Jekt.
Surely we just.
He might just want to wait to see if Andy tries to pass turn. Looks like we're going for a Luna Freya. It's always sad to discard a Luna. That card is quite powerful. Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Oh boy. Oh my god.
Those are certainly some options.
So Jet would do how much damage again? 4 plus 5, another 9k. Leviathan gets a bounce and we recover a card. But I think we just Jet here, right? No?
Yep. Looks like we're going for the Tidus. Who we bouncing?
Mm,
No one? Did
I
We
guess he
not?
doesn't want him to get another crystal.
I guess. And we
He's gonna
did
kill the
not
deck.
use. We didn't kill the Ject. Quite interesting. Ooh, that Lena draw is quite nice, but I don't know if we have any forwards like the Lilith and the Break Zone that we can use to bring back for free for the 2-cost slot.
Young Rahal wasn't pulled into this, was he? He was.
No, well, Young Rahal's. So that one's he can like bring back for free. But I don't think he has any like Lilith. I mean, obviously Lilith's already in the field. I don't think he has a Gal in the Break.
He can't produce one more crystal right now off of the backup that he
Yeah.
drew. So then he would be able to raise 2 guys. And gain 2 crystals if he picks Young Rahal.
Well, my point is that that's a crystal neutral play. It doesn't actually like generate new crystals. It just moves them around.
Yeah. Obviously, right now you want to have enough bodies to stem
Just
the
live.
bleeding, I suppose. Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing right now.
I think you more or less have to bring out the Young Rahal just because you need the crystals. The question is,
Yeah.
what does he grab off for the 2-cost slot? There's an argument to grab Zidane, right? That Tidus. Actually, I don't want you to have Tidus. It is a question of whether or not you attack with Zidane. You do kind of just want to hold up blockers because you are dead.
He's attacking with Glaziella, which is surprising.
Is that unit EX?
Yes. Hard bounce coming.
Oh, that's right. Rahal buffed the board. Rahal buffed the board. That's why he attacked.
Isn't he just dead to crackback? Or am I crazy? But yeah, getting punished for attacking, very unfortunate. And if he had returned to Glaciella, right? Would he have been able to replay it? I mean, it would just be a bunch of dead crystals on the field.
I think he wanted to remove the blocker, maybe.
Mhm.
But Irving also only has the singular, so he can only shoot one thing. Oh, Waka. This is quite a powerful card. So he gains an extra 1,000 Cat 10 character or Cat 10 full. I think it's character that you control, and then he can remove a character when he enters that has less power than he has.
Actually, let's put it to the top of the deck, but removal via top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, like, I meant like remove as in like take off the board, not as in like remove from game. So with another blocker out of the way, and with Irving at damage 5, Andy only needs to get 2 hits in to secure this game. And I think he should be able to do it if he just attacks with Ject and Vegnagun first. So this has to be blocked. Oh, never mind. I forgot we had still the Glacial effect. So no. Looks like Irving gets to live one more day. Infurion was definitely a top deck. That is a card that can stall out many turns.
Can it though?
Well, it's the fact that it has the ability to just be an enormous is quite powerful. However,
I mean,
Andy,
enormous as he is right now, he's not going to be bigger than Waka. Waka is 6+5 right now, which is 11. So unless you have 3 extra cards to give Furion, he's not gonna punch over his Waka. right?
No, but what we could do is play the Furion, right? Uh, attack with it, and we also have a Gao in
We have a what?
crystal. So we have a Gao in hand. We could play the Gao, gain a crystal, and then Glaciala can just blast the Waka off the board. Ooh, are we going for... We also could have gone for an ultimate weapon.
Ultimate Weapon would have just killed the Jet and Leo.
Well,
Still
instead of playing Leo, we could play Zac, and then follow that up with the ultimate weapon, kill the Jekt, and then force him to sacrifice something.
Does he have that much LB left?
He hadn't. This was his first LB, I believe.
Hmm.
Or it looked like that was his second, but I definitely saw a. And there's no way he would have flipped over Zac on it.
Yeah, it's a little bit difficult for us to follow along right now. Not sure what the right play is. Yeah, there is still Zac, but and Ultimate Weapon, as you mentioned before. So by playing the Leo, those are no longer both in play. Yeah, I think this is the second Leo. Right? Because he has 4 LB left.
Yeah, I presume so. I don't remember him casting the first one.
Do you know how many cards are in Irving's hand right now?
I believe it's just 2. It's a Lulu and something else.
No, Irving, not Andy.
Oh, sorry, Irving. Oh, Irving has 4.
Ah. Gao, Furion, Lena. Play Gao, gain a crystal, shoot.
If you're gonna shoot anything, it's probably the Waka because it's the biggest. It's hard to say. Yeah, this is a pretty rough board state for Irving to be in. He's like just slightly shy of a lot of things to be able to do. He's probably not been. He probably hasn't played against most of these.
No, I can't imagine anyone has. I think this is the first time we've seen this.
So yeah, the Gal is finally coming down. He's decided that he does indeed want that crystal.
Good guy Andy helping him with the crystal generation. Now you can't really play Furion. I mean, you could.
You still can.
It's not great, right?
No, it's not. But we're passing there.
At least we'll be able to shoot once. Ooh, Chaos Walker. Oh. Ooh, Yuna.
Probably trying to bounce the Glacial.
Yeah. We have to shoot.
If we're gonna shoot, we have to do it now.
Is the card in his hand another Glaciella right now?
He does have another Glaciella, so he could shoot twice. But if he does that, he goes completely ham.
Thanks. We just got word that Sam is moving on to the next round, defeating Geo 2-0. Okay, so Waka is being shot off the field, but that means the only card remaining from his hand is not a blue card, so he won't be able to shoot again.
No, I believe it's a blue card. His hand was Glaciella, Furion, and Lena.
Oh, it was Lena. Okay. You're right.
So
You're right.
he's thinking he wants to shoot again.
100%.
Yeah, taking out Vegnagun. So at this point, Irving will only have 2 attackers. And, sorry, Andy will only have 2 attackers, and Irving should be able to pretty easily chump this. He could cast the Chaos Walker and to remove another, but that's still get him in there. And just doesn't feel that great, discarding 3 cards to kill 1 dude.
That's why they call it chump blocking.
Then we get the pass. Okay.
So now we get more value by replaying the Glaciella, generating yet another crystal. So maybe Irving can actually stabilize now.
Yeah, we also have, we drew the Barts finally. So we can potentially use that to get another crystal, maybe not this turn, but the next one. We could play Barts and Glaciella, but if we did that, we wouldn't cards left to actually use any Glaciella. But it would give us 2 shots. So we could use the Lilith twice.
Wait, is Ultimate Weapon online right now? Wouldn't that just clear the board?
It is online. He could just ultimate. I would.
With one hand, one. Oh wait, no, he doesn't know that the last card in his hand is a Chaos Walker.
Oh, Chaos
That would be a
Walker.
disaster.
Chaos Walker would just remove the ultimate weapon, and he would get
Yeah,
neither.
that would be a disaster.
So maybe don't do that.
Yeah, tough decisions. I mean,
I imagine he's probably just gonna play the Glaciella here.
that is the safest thing to do.
Either that or the Barts. If he's feeling really cute, he could play the Bart, search Furion, play Furion.
He's attacking?
A little. That is a little crazy. Maybe he's going to go for the ultimate weapon line and just say, I believe he doesn't have Chaos Walker.
We're about to find out.
Irving is about to FAFO, I think.
No, there's no way, right? He's not a gambler. Alright, he is a gambler.
Is Bart's just coming down?
Nope.
He's thinking. He's thinking. He's like, what are the odds?
Okay, we're definitely going for the ultimate
Barts,
weapon now. No, he's discarding one. It's ultimate weapon.
No, he's playing Barts.
Oh, okay.
The question is, he's going to gain a crystal. What is he searching off of this Barts? If he doesn't play another forward, he is just dead on board. Is there a...
Onion Boy.
He's playing the Onion Boy, but he doesn't have enough mana. So he doesn't have enough crystals to use Onion Boy's effect, right? So he's just playing Onion Boy? Just...
Oh, he's doing ultimate weapon, which doesn't actually do enough because he...
Okay, so if Andy sees it, he can just... He doesn't know! No!
No! Oh, he has Chaos Walker!
No! And I know he has enough cards in hand.
No!
He could have pitched his whole hand, just removed the ultimate weapon in response, and the game is over.
We were talking about that exact play, right? We were saying if he casts it without having enough characters on the field, it would just fizzle.
Yep. Because ultimate weapon checks at activation and at resolution.
But We bounced, and now we are getting another shrink.
Yep, and get to draw and activate some backups.
Oh, wow. Okay, cool. Chaos Walker time? Nah, we don't need to. Not yet. No rush, right? Can attack this turn anyway. So we went from like a 5-turn game 1 to a very, very back and forth
Grindy
chess
game, yeah.
match.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded just getting the Lena down there. I know there's only one special left, but just getting the 5th backup is nice.
Alright, we're both top decking now. What do you draw? I think a backup and Onion Knight.
We did remove Onion Knight last turn, so we can just replay this Onion Knight.
How many crystals does he need to do
You
the
need
thing?
two. You need 2 crystals.
Couldn't he
Looks
just
like we're just
remove
gonna.
his parts? Did gain second one?
Oh, he could. He could have just removed Bart's to gain another crystal. Or yeah, because Bart's is in the break zone, correct? It wasn't Chaos Walker.
Let me double check what Bart's does. Remove Bart's from the game, gain a crystal. You can only use this if you have 2 or more DFF forwards. Oh, he doesn't have 2 on the
No, he
field.
only has. Yeah, he only has 1.
Wait.
Wait.
Gal?
But Gal is he could have done it in to the Chaos Walker before the Onion Knight effect resolves because Onion Knight doesn't. You pay at resolution. So yes, he could have done it.
Oh. Oh.
Irving, no.
Both players with some small missteps, but yeah, Gal was the second DFF. He could have removed Bart's, used a crystal.
Summoned like a Furion from the deck or something.
Yeah, whatever he has left. But
Oh, the Furion is awkward because you just attack and then what's his face? Tidus just blocks it unless you draw exactly like the copy of Furion.
yeah.
But at
Still,
least
it's a
a
play
body.
that we yeah, it's still a play that we saw but just missed by our pilot.
It happens. Like these it's complicated. I don't think either of them expected that game to go like that. So I can imagine they're both a bit stressed because Nationals invites are on the line.
Oh wait,
Nationals invite.
I'm reading chat and it sounds like the Bart's was removed from game when he died because Yuna's on field.
Oh, constantly forget that the unit's there.
Yeah. Lots of
I mean,
lines that hard
to be fair,
prepare
Yuna
for.
also is not mandatory. I didn't. So Bart's could have been in the break zone. Who knows?
Yeah, let's pay a little bit more attention, I guess, into that because it's very relevant, you know.
Yeah.
And it's something that he has to actually call out every time. Otherwise, it just naturally goes to the break zone.
Yeah. It is a really annoying.
Third buddy in a row for our starting hand. Must be.
And Irving has Cyan in his hand, which I'm sure he's extremely happy to see. Last game, I believe 2 of them went to damage, which is extremely unfortunate. So having that in his hand already is a lot more.
Okay, same starting play. I think he's gonna brother into yet another forward for next turn. Irving is deciding to be more efficient with his crystal generation this time. Going up to 3.
3 crystals on turn 2 is quite nice, having both his colors on. Also very nice. 3 backups. Pretty nice start from Irving.
Yeah. It looks like Andy naturally drew into one of his Vena guns.
I can't tell if there's 1 or 2 in his hand. I think there's 2.
Really? It's a lot of reactivations. I feel like it's a trap to have it that early, though. Because you want it mid to late game so you can clear the board, right? But as we saw last game, when he was forced to use the special so early, he only got minimal value out of that board clear.
Yeah, it's he had a really awkward time with the Vegnagun last game. So I wouldn't be surprised if he holds out on it a bit longer. It's hard to say. The one thing though is that the Vegnagun does kind of clog up your hand. So like you do need to like cast it. You don't really have a choice to just sit on it all game because you don't really just want to have these like poisonous dark cards just sitting there doing nothing, preventing you from playing the cards you want to play. Oh, but it looks like we're going for a Zidane line. Ooh, that's cute.
Spicy.
And he decided that actually he's the crystal deck.
Dodging an EX burst there. Very good. So that Warrior of Light shoots for 8k if you have a crystal, which is pretty potent when you have crystals all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, Irving would have loved to see that into damage and wipe that Zidane off the face of the earth.
Right, but now he'll have to choose other means to get it off the field, which are mostly inefficient because he would have to spend his hard-earned crystals on it.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to spend a lot of crystals on it, and I doubt he wants to like commit the Cyan to the board yet. But he could just Cyan. Well, looks like he's doing the Cyan. How many crystals does he want Cyan to do? Just the two? Okay, so
Yeah.
he can just spend 2 crystals for Cyan to kill Zidane. It doesn't feel like that great, but it could be a lot worse.
And
We're
here
playing the
comes
Vegnagun, yeah.
here comes the pain. So
Notably,
yeah.
Cyan only does 9k with his board wipe.
Correct. I
So,
was just about to say he doesn't have enough crystals to finish him off.
and if he uses, so next turn he could play a crystal generating backup, go up to 6 crystals, and then spend all 5, and then an additional 1 to kill. But if he does that, the Vegnagun just summons another Vegnagun to the deck. So it doesn't actually get rid of the Vegnagun issue.
Now, if you were Andy, would you attack here just to get another card off the top, or do you just wait?
That's a good question.
Because you know Zidane's going to have limited uses. He's gonna blow up blow up the board.
At some point, yeah.
I think I would have attacked, right? Steal another card that I could potentially use down the line.
Yeah, and if he blocked with the Cyan, you could potentially do like a line where you like Lilith plus Warrior of Light to shoot the Cyan for another 8k. And that way, if he wants to keep the Cyan alive, he has to burn a bunch of crystals.
Does
Ooh.
Warrior of Light not shoot for 5 naturally?
Yeah, but like to force like him to spend more crystals to keep it alive, I was meant. But I see we drew the Severo again. I think we're gonna deploy it and bounce that Vegnagun. Yeah. That feels really good. Gaining a crystal and basically discarding 2 cards out of Andy's hand on your 3-cost backup is quite nice. It looks like and we're spending the 2 to kill the Zidane. I don't know, going underneath 5 is a little, but it looks like we're doing it. Irving's like, actually, I don't like Zidane being there. And we hit the Rikuna damage. You hate to see that as Andy, but Irving loves to see that color not showing up.
I mean, I don't think it's that detrimental. He does have water and wind. I think the only thing he can't really play is Jet, but that's fine, right?
Okay.
Titus shrink by 4.
It looks like we're spending 3 crystals to kill the Titus before any of this resolves.
Yeah.
So now we can just free play Waka to get rid of the Cyan. And that looks like what we're doing.
Just enough to do it. Yep.
Yeah, because Titus shrunk him by 4K, so he's currently at 3K. Cyan can pump himself another, I believe it's 2K,
Let me double check.
or
I
is
think
it
it's
plus?
three.
Is it or is it 3K? So he
think it's
could
three.
get himself back up to 6, but he was just big enough then. Yep. And here is a cast 3 Zidane again, and we're modding it. We're like absolute.
But he just draws back the cyan, right? I don't think he's too unhappy about that.
Absolutely not.
Being able to regenerate more crystals is always good. In
Uh,
fact, I would just play the Gao and then play cyan the turn after, right? Opening more options with additional crystals.
Yep.
I mean, who's afraid of this board? 2 backups and a Waka.
looks like we're just Leoing here. Like playing the Gal definitely wasn't a bad choice. I think Irving just wants to use his the CP that he has more efficiently. He'd rather spend 3 this turn than just the 2. And this gives him more options for next turn. And then we decided to go with the Younger Hall. Irving saw some more crystal generation off the top and decided he wanted it now. So the big difference this game to me is the difference in backups. Irving just has so many more backups that he's basically just drawing an extra card each compared to Andy. And that's really helping get like further and further ahead, I think.
Wait, how are we drawing a card every turn?
Well, like 2 backups generates 2 CP, right? And a card's worth 2 CP.
Yeah.
So Andy's
Okay,
decided that he wants that crystal and he wants Warrior of Light to shoot for 8K.
Not too bad.
And now we can cast that Jekt if we draw him later. Color fixing online.
That is hilarious.
Oof, fearing into damage. Brutal. Looks like we drew another Severo. But now that Irving's at 3 crystals, might go for a. He can add back Gal plus that Younger Hall that just died, and it costs him no crystals, and he gets a ton of bodies on board. Plus, he can then attack with the Leo, and if he blocks with the Lilith, they trade. And that's what he's doing.
Okay, so we have some more results coming in. We have Jim, who we saw earlier in Swiss, defeat Jimmy in their top 8 matchup. All right, so I missed what happened while that was going on. So what's going on, Tori?
Irving did the exact play I said I thought he was going to do. He got a nice wide board, but the one thing he needs to be worried about is the Vegnagun. So if Andy draws into the final Vegnagun at any time, Irving is toast. But also, if he kills the Vegnagun without finding a way to remove the Vegnagun in the break game, he can immediately instant speed board wipe Irving. So Irving needs to find a way to get this Vegnagun off the board. Luckily, he still does have Severo. So Severo has 2 abilities. And one is he can crack it to, does it top deck or bottom deck a forward your opponent controls? You can pay 5, tap Severo, put Severo into the break zone, choose 1 forward, put it at the bottom of its owner's deck. Oh, this is another way of putting it on the bottom of its owner's deck. We've got Titus. I was not counting characters, but we got more than enough to say, actually, I don't like any of those cards. And we want our own Warrior of Light back, thank you very much. That is mine. I would like to draw that. Notably, the draw from this occurs last, so yes, he would draw his own Warrior of Light back there.
Did he not draw?
No, he did.
He did. Okay. Wait.
Wait, what is he? You can't do that. What is he doing?
That guy is not from the break zone, so he cannot do that.
Yeah. So we have an overwhelming board advantage here on Irving's side. And of course, we lead with the Younger Hall attack that then buffs up the power of all the other forwards we control. Normally, after Titus, you know the card on top of your stack. But this is a very rare case where you don't. Gao coming in, he is a 7K.
He's 8K with Crystal.
Oh no, he's 7K because of Younger Hall. His buffed. The effect to buff his power is from damage 3.
Ah, okay. Gotcha.
Okay, we're bouncing Titus, and we're grabbing back a forward off of the left 6 burst. We're currently at damage 5 on Andy's end. You could attack with the young X and Mill, but I think I would probably hold it up to. Looks like Irving's like, actually no, I'm gonna hit you.
Maybe they're close to time as well, right? Or at time? I'm not sure.
Well, even if they go to time, Irving is so far that there's not really much difference between dealing one more and taking less. Looks like we're going to go for the Warrior of Light just to kill Waka. Okay, so 12 minutes left in the round. That's a lot of time. This looks like it's going to be really hard for Andy to come back. Now, if he had top decked the Vegna gun, maybe, but even then, we still have the 7-row action to get rid of it again. Irving's deck just has lots of ways to remove forwards without killing them.
Maybe what this deck needs is a Fanfrit to kill his own Vegna gun.
I think the idea is you'd rather just use like Shuyin to search it.
Yeah.
That way you need to use the death trigger.
But for specific decks that, only has a damage-based or break-based removal, then Vegna gun kind of does what he needs to do.
Yeah, he does. Sadly, he does not hit monsters. So right now we're using Lunafreya. This is the Lunafreya Hail Mary. And I don't think any of these cards save us.
He has no hand, right? So the Chaos Walker would not have any negative drawback.
He has 2 cards in hand. Oh, Irving, yeah.
Yeah,
Irving currently has no hand.
So no
so we could use this to remove something, but we don't have the CP. We don't have any win CP in hand, so we can't actually cast it. So we can't remove 2 things. We can only remove 1. And we're scooping it up. Irving takes it.
Ooh, that was an interesting game.
That was certainly strange. Look at those Vegna guns at the bottom. Well, one of them we knew was at the bottom. Did we learn anything from this? The new Titus from Opus 25 is certainly a powerful card. I've seen it played a couple times, and every time I see it hit the board, it's extremely powerful.
By the way, I think your mic is cutting in and out. I'm not sure if you're just pausing immediately or you're just cutting out.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm cutting out.
We'll never know. But Tim, do you know who is still playing right now?
Tim walked away.
No. Is anyone still playing?
Yes, Sergio is playing against.
Waiting for results.
Yeah, Sergio is playing against the Turks deck. Still, I don't know what game they're in. It would appear that Geo thinks that they're in game 2. I don't know who the first one though, so it's not very helpful for you. Okay, and Irving's coming in.
Okay, so I think we're close to time, right? Maybe under 10 minutes.
We're definitely under 10 minutes. Hold on, I'm just checking my settings to see if I can make it so you guys can hear me better.
Hey guys, welcome you back to you.
It's glad to have you back, Irving. How'd that feel?
You know, it felt good. So I actually had to play Andy. We played, that's our 4th game in a row. We finished the tournament for the last round. It was me versus him. And the first game of this match was exactly the replay of the first game for War, where I just didn't see any backups, and it makes it really difficult to like generate crystals if you don't have the crystal backups to do it. First game I flew off just throwing everything I could and just hoping that with a prayer that I would be enough. Second game I was able to build up, but he was too far ahead at that point with the abilities, and then the third game he let me build. If you saw, it was just I was just building Titus to get rid of his big dark forward.
Yeah, the third game looked like the most fun of the 3 of them, I would say. The first one was quite funny, for sure.
Yeah, the first one I was just throwing. I was like, I don't have anything I can do other than get the crystals from these forwards, and then hopefully have enough where you just can't do anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that worked out in your favor too. You were rushing him down before you could establish a presence, and you just straight up won the game in a very short time.
Yeah, it was really because his when I looked at his list, he's not running the 3 cost Una, so it made it easy to pressure because usually when you play X decks you don't want to hit them to 5, because then they'll just get a free play from the Una 3 drop. But he was just playing the backup, so there was no like his only board clear is Venegon. So it's one of those things where okay, well I'll just push and see if he's got it. At the very end there when I went Titus, I just was like, okay, well if you have the other dark one, here's who's gonna play, and we're gonna reset the board. But by then I was already, I think I had like 6 forwards to his 2.
Oh, I wanted to mention at one point in the game when you were debating whether to play a ultimate weapon or not, you had exactly 4 water characters and 4 fire characters. And if Ultima Weapon died, neither of those effects would have resolved. And we thought 100% that Andy was going to use Chaos Walker to kill it, and therefore nullifying the entire effect. But he chose to let it resolve. So that was a little bit of a scary moment, I think, for you.
Yeah, so I had already like that was the only play I had based on what I had in hand. I had the Glacial in hand, but I was running out of crystals for her and running out of ways to pay for it. So I could have like I didn't want to use her 2 S abilities or the one last S ability in hopes that he didn't have a way to clear out a forward and then go. So I was like, well, if I at least try the ultimate weapon, I mean, I'm already behind, and I felt behind that entire game. So it was just a hope and a prayer. Like, do you have it? If he has Alexander or anything or Chaos Weapon or
Well, he did have it. He just chose not to use it.
Oh yeah, I was expecting it, but if he did do it, then I was like, I had a Glaciella still coming into play. So the worry for the Chaos Walker was a little less because I was going to be playing something different. But I was just going for it. I mean, there was no there was there was no way.
Hope they don't have it.
Yep, that's kind of how the game is sometimes. It's like, well, you got it. If you don't, we're going to game 3. He had something, and then we just went to game 3.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many times I've cast Shantoto, and I was like, well, if you got the Yamat, you got the Yamat. I mean, I gotta do this.
Yeah. So definitely, it's a good feeling to move on to the next round, and hopefully qual for you guys. And
What seed were you going into?
I was 7 going in.
7. Okay.
End up going 3-2. I'll still love crystals every single time I play.
Yeah. So if you win the next round and Sam wins the next round, you guarantee get your invite. So that's always nice to know. I guess you'll be cheering for Sam.
Getting an invite is the goal in all of this, right?
Of course, of course.
Well, besides to hang with you guys, I hope to see you guys in the next one. So, are you guys traveling to any more? Or I know you got yours, Tori.
Yeah, I'm going to Chicago still, and I'll be heading down to the North Carolina Materia Cup.
And that's where I'm going to see you.
Yeah, and what about you, Key?
I'm going to Chicago as well, and then Dallas, and then Miami.
That sounds a lot of fun. Yep, I sadly won't be in Texas for the Dallas Materia Cup, but I will be helping commentate that event. So hopefully I can fix my mic issues for next weekend, so that people don't hear me stuttering in and out.
Yeah, I thought about going to Texas. My buddy Cody wanted me to come, and I didn't want to go to too many because I'm going to be going to Miami and North Carolina. So that's fun times with the boys.
Yep, it's always good times. Playing with cardboard.
Yep.
Extremely shiny cardboard, especially.
And I'm sure I'm going to get to see you guys on Octagon as we just keep playing more and more.
Oh yes. He is an RVA Returner's warrior.
I join when I can. I actually was too busy for work to finish an actual game or whole tournament a couple times. Getting for the next round, guys.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks, guys.
All right, best of luck.
So I imagine they will. So we're going into the semifinals moving forward. I imagine they will give us the match that Irving isn't in, so that way we have some variety. Which would give us Sam again, which is nice because we haven't seen Sam since round 1.
No, it was Tim.
Semifinals. Okay, so do we know who won on the brackets? Do we know who's playing who?
So it is going to be Sam versus Sergio, and it's going to be Irving versus Jim. Sam and Sergio will be on stream.
Okay, perfect.
Sam versus Sergio. That's gonna be very exciting. 2 Worlds competitors playing it out. The semifinals of a local qualifier. Okay, I'll be right back.
Sure. All right, hopefully we'll set the players at the right spots so I don't have to retype this. While we wait for this match, on the other side of the table, we have Irving versus Jim. So that will be Crystals versus Scions. And then if Sam wins this, whoever wins out of that bracket will make it for qualification, because that will be a pass down. And Sam did win the LQ from yesterday from Puerto Rico. So I think Sergio is very incentivized to win this matchup. Don't want to be knocked out here. So it will be, for this matchup, it will be Bart's Raffia versus a variation of the New Zealand winning Materia Cup list, a mill deck.
Okay, it looks like we're just about to start, ladies and
Thank you.
gentlemen. Ready to go. So we've got Sam on the left, Sergio on the right. Sam playing his interesting 3.5 color mill deck, while Sergio's on, as we saw earlier, the Bart's Refia.
So I think this is a interesting matchup, right? I think naturally Refia is trying to spin and draw every turn, but that only helps deck themselves out a little bit faster without being able to attack.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one for sure. I very much doubt that Sergio has any practice in this matchup. It's certainly not a common one, but this isn't the first time that a deck like this has shown up at the tournament scene. Something similar won a Materia Cup in Australia, I believe, or technically New Zealand. It was
Yes,
Oaks.
it was in New Zealand. I mean,
Yes.
New Zealand is part of Australia.
Uh, what?
The
I mean,
continent,
it's an island.
it's a New Zealand is a country in Australia, the continent, yeah. Australia
What?
is a continent.
Australia is a continent, but New Zealand is an island, right? It's not like part of Australia.
I thought it was. Am I crazy?
We're freaking Americans. We have no idea.
All right,
No, yeah,
I'll believe you.
it's not part. Yeah, no, it's a country in Oceania. It's not a. It's not attached to Australia at all. There, there's gonna be some people that are really offended by what you just said, but okay.
Okay, sure. Anyway, so we chose to get wool. What did we get from wool?
Sorry, I was looking at New Zealand facts. I didn't see. But Sam is ramping out. He did the classic backup turn 1 into an odd cost in turn 2 into 5 in hand on the play.
Well,
looks like we're probably.
good thing is this time he didn't flip or reveal anything, so he's learned from his mistakes.
Yep, he's finally woken up. So luckily, normally this isn't the case, but Sergio already has a win backup down. He had it down on turn 1, which is not common for the Bart's deck. This means that he already has the win CP he needs in order to cast that Bart's next turn to start finding his to pull his Luneth out of the deck. But Sam does run ways to remove these backups, and he does have a 3-cost Hecaton Kyre in his hand, so he could just crack that wall and just say, actually, no, I want you to find your another source of win CP.
Huh. Interesting.
Which is what I think he's doing right here. Yeah, you definitely go after the wind. And that's going to make it pretty awkward for Sergio. Remember, Sergio only has one card in his hand not named Bart's. The chance that it's green, as far as Sam knows, is extremely low. Especially when these decks are don't really run any cards that are. They at least run very few wind cards that aren't named Bart's.
Mm-hmm. Do you think wool is his only green backup, or does he potentially run?
There's a decent chance for King Tycoon in here, right? But it's. I know Sydney runs one copy of Arc usually in his Bart's deck because he wants a 2-cost target for Bart's to search. But not every Bart's list does run the Arc, so it's quite possible that it's going to be impossible for his Bart's to grab a green backup moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
Sam is certainly taking his time thinking this through, but I don't think he's going to play anything else this turn. He's just going to pass.
Yeah, he's happy. I mean, there's 2 win cons for the mill deck, right? One is by damage, and the other one is by Wait, we can't look at deck lists.
Wait, did they not? Oh my god.
So yes, just a heads up, they have paused time and they're doing a time extension because deck lists were not exchanged at the beginning of the round.
Yes, so that is important because knowing what Bart's target Sergio has access to is really important for Sam. And Sergio obviously probably has no idea of what cards are in Sam's deck. So, um,
It's a disaster.
yeah.
How could they have done this? It's a best of 3. It's not their first rodeo either.
How did both of them forget?
I would imagine knowing what's in the other guy's deck is important, yeah?
Yeah. It's extremely important in this matchup. Knowing that Sam has the ability to just burst mill you for a bunch of cards at the end of the game is something that Sergio probably wants to know. uh, yeah. I
At least
guess
he's not
Sam.
doing it again, so
Yeah.
otherwise we would DQ his...
A. Does Sergio have another win card in his hand? I can't tell. Oh well, he just drew Zidane, so he
Now
definitely does now
does.
at least.
Did he have the Barts and no way to pay for it before?
I think he might have two. He might have had 2 Barts in his hand already. I think he had 2 time magics. Yep. So he's counting how many Warriors of Light he has in the break zone, presumably, so he knows how much protection his Barts has. I imagine he's probably just going to play the Barts and then time magic. Yeah, he did have another time magic in hand, and then time magic for 2. Grab the Luneth out of the deck.
We're about to find out.
Or he could grab the Lana. No, the Luneth. Okay.
No, you need the right colors. I wonder how many Hekkas that does Sam run, because if he could keep on knocking off these backups, he'll never get to 4 colors that he needs.
Interesting.
Ooh, I see an Une in hand for Sam.
Yeah. So Sam might just Une, target Barts plus Luneth, and just keep Sergio off all these backups that he wants.
But Bartz can protect himself using the remove 3 Warrior of Lights from the break zone.
I mean, he can, but like it. You don't really want to remove them. You kind of want them in there, but also it doesn't protect the backup though, because there still would be a legal target.
Yeah.
And if he does that, then Sam can start. It's very difficult for these Warrior of Lights lists to start removing Une right away.
Oh, that would be true if he wasn't running the wall backup, which blows up the Une immediately.
Yeah, but the wall backup's already in the break zone.
Yeah, but do you know he runs 1 or 2? We don't.
There,
Know, right?
I doubt he's on 2.
Or he gets coup Sith and then replay it.
I mean, if he was on a second one, Bartz would be able to play it from deck.
Yeah. But we're only speculating. We don't know what's in their lists. Tyro, okay, Tyro. But he's still not on all 4 colors, unfortunately.
Yes. We don't have access to one of Earth or Fire yet from Sam.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he's letting Sergio take his time setting up.
I think in the long game, though, isn't the mill player kind of favored? Because, again, there's so much searching, even with Bard's Time Magic, searching cards out of the deck, playing them. Like, I think as long as you're not taking a lot of damage, you're happy with this. As Sam, right?
I think so. I imagine Sergio is going to play Tyro here, search Warrior of Light. He's got all of his colors set up, so it's pretty obvious play. And in this matchup, you don't really want the Refia. Like as you said, it's about applying pressure and like killing Sam. And we had to make sure we searched and grabbed the full art out. we passed by at least one non-full art on our way to the the correct card to search. So yeah, I think the Refia is probably not your main win condition. It's murdering Sam, right? So I think the Warrior Light is a much better choice.
Yes. But by that notion, wouldn't getting Zidane would be equally as good? Question mark?
Zidane?
Yeah.
Oh, Firewind Zidane?
Yeah.
Yeah, but Warrior of Light is like much more efficient. And even with Firewind Zidane, I don't think Sergio would be winning the deck out war, right?
No, but at least you're disrupting or taking away the most threatening thing from hand.
Yeah. I believe a miner is about to come down here. Sam really wants to get an Earth backup down, so that way he can use Warrior of Light next turn.
Yeah, that's what I meant. We knew that Warrior of Light wouldn't be able to come down this turn. So if he had set up the Zidane, he would have been able to disrupt whatever is coming down.
That is true. Maybe Une is coming down first. Yeah, Sam probably wants to deny access to the Warrior of Light next turn. I imagine he's leaving the backup breaking Hecaton in the break. Oh, he can't remove that Mist Dragon.
Did he just pitch this?
He just pitched that Mist Dragon.
Judge.
One moment.
Right. So in order to remove the two things from break zone, they have to be already in the break zone before they get removed. To pay for it, reduce the cost, so he has to remove the Hecaton instead. Yeah. Okay. So in response to the bounce, Sergio is removing 3 Warriors of Light that he doesn't care about to prevent Bartz from returning to his hand.
Okay, yeah. Problem solved, as you saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It is
so
unfortunate. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so Bartz remains on the field by making himself untargetable. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just saying that Sam obviously wanted access to the Ekaton Kyre. Although, even though in control matchups, usually whoever gets to cast the most Mist Dragons is often the player that's favored, Sam really wants to be breaking and removing these backups on Sergio's end. So losing access for the Hecaton for Une to keep adding back every turn is pretty unfortunate for him.
Yeah,
Sam's
I think obviously he probably wanted the Hecaton, but things just didn't work out. He didn't have enough things to remove there.
Yep. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Sam's deck. One thing I do know about it is that he has no way of searching the deck outside of basically just Tyro. So I believe he is running more than one Hecaton, but he has no way of really like going out of his way to find it. He's just got to hard draw it eventually.
And Sergio looks like he's very peculiar about the cards being on the edge of the playmat. He has pushed Une off twice.
Yeah. When I last played against Sergio, he was not happy about all of my monsters like being on top of each other because they're just like, there's just not enough room on the playmat to have them all. So he's like, can we spread them all out? And I was like, my playmat's only so big, man. But yeah, you can be particular about people not taking up space on your side.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so now we are back on 3 colors. What do you anticipate the play is for Sergio?
Well, Sergio's got quite a
Alpha?
few options here. He should still have a Bartz, at least one Bartz in his hand, so he has time magic available to him. He has every color available to him because of Tyro. So every card he has on board is outside of Tyro is also just a Warrior of Light. So he could start going for Refia lines. Une is really annoying, and if you start letting Une untap, like you are unlikely to win the game. So I wouldn't be surprised if he does time magic for a Refia here, and then you could do Refia, spin Une, right? And then in main 2, use use the backups that Refia activated to play some backups or maybe time magic again. There is a light Bart's in Sergio's break zone, so he can dig deeper to find pretty much whatever he needs.
Yeah, and it looks like we are doing precisely that. Getting rid of the Une, so he doesn't get to recur whatever summon he wishes every turn.
So
looks like Tim potentially has a response, but
I don't know what that would be. Presumably, Refia will be attempting to put the Une on top of the deck, because Bartz can just get in there and hit it right into damage, allowing Sergio to dodge any EX bursts, while also permanently removing the Une from the game.
Correct. And then once the backup's untapped, though, he still can't play Lunith without pitching from hand because he doesn't have the fire.
Well, he has an Amon in hand. It's a little surprising that he didn't actually play another backup in main 1, because he would have also been able to activate that off of the Refia, just to have one extra CP or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh no, he doesn't have an Amon in hand. Maybe I'm just blind. He does have a Bartz in hand though. So he could have, instead of pitching the Warrior of Light, if he wanted to keep that around, he could have time magicked using the Bartz and doling the 2 backups to play another Luneth from deck. I presume there's another one in there. But I do know that the Bartz list sometimes shave on all of these backups that you normally see at 3 copies because they just assume that Bartz is going to grab them.
No, but back to your point though, if he had done the Lunith Warrior of Light thing before the Refia reactivation, he could spin whatever comes out this turn as well. 1,
Exactly,
2.
yeah.
Refia and Lunith gone.
So there was another Luneth.
Yeah, so right now we're seeing Beldat auto ability when she ticks down encounters. You get to mill 2 cards from the top of the deck.
So Sam's in an awkward place right now. So he doesn't really want to commit any forwards to the board because he doesn't really want anything to get spun away by Refia.
But he can't spin right now. He
can't spin right now, but next turn he could, right?
Yeah.
So, but he does have the Warrior of Light in hand, right? So he could play the Warrior of Light. Yep. Draw a card. Reactivate all your backups.
Does he have Amat?
I don't think he does.
Draw a card. What do you draw?
It's quite interesting. That is the free play Leviathan. So he could either put Refia back, or, funnily enough, he could put Bartz back too.
I don't care about Bartz.
So he's attacking with Warrior of Light. So we're removing another 3 Warriors from the break zone.
The interesting thing is, if he doesn't recur the Warrior of Light, next turn Beldat will steal it.
That is true. That is, well, if Sam attempts to target a Warrior of Light in Sergio's break zone, surely Sergio just uses Bartz's effect in response, right?
That's true as
to
well.
remove it?
But if he doesn't have enough, he can't actually use it.
Yeah. But that would also be another reason to use the free cast Leviathan on the Bartz here. Just to get off board.
Just say get Refia off the field so you can't replay it.
Interesting that he's Luluing here. when he could have just double bounced two things.
Ooh.
So we're attempting to Misdragon to remove Sam's breakzone from the game, and Sam's letting it happen.
Not a whole lot you can do. I'm surprised he didn't use the free play levy.
In response, it wouldn't.
I mean, not in response, but at least playing it so Refia doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yep, and he's bouncing the Refia.
There we go. So
Something
Sergio cannot play a copy of it, or is it that
he cannot play cards with the same serial number on the next turn.
does that mean he can't Bart's it out of the deck?
Is it play or cast?
Because that
It's
that
cast,
isn't
so he can time magic it.
Oh wow, then the free play levy doesn't do a whole lot of good.
But he drew the last copy out of his deck. So actually he can't time magic it.
Oh wow. Hilarious. That's very unfortunate. Oh, Warrior of Light. Okay, so basically we can freely attack, ping, kill Lulu. Bart's get in there. Right? That wouldn't be too awful.
Question is, are there any forwards in Sergio's break zone that are not Warriors of Light for Sam to steal? I think I might have saw a Zidane in there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, he did, yes, because he pitched it for Bart's earlier on. Okay. On turn 2 or turn 3.
Can't play any Refias.
So what are we grabbing? I'm assuming Ferris? Yep. And Sam should know exactly what Sergio's is in Sergio's hand now. So this will do enough to kill the Warrior of Light that Sam controls. It looks like that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
And Sergio can get in here for 3 more points of damage, putting... No, he can't, because we tapped the Lunef.
Just 2.
Just 2 more. Putting Sam to 4. I don't hate it.
I guess he doesn't care about the Lulu.
Yeah.
But then that means Bart's can't attack in. So Belda comes in, mill 2 more, and then he steals the best card in whatever situation he's in right now.
Yeah.
Probably take Warrior of Light or Zidane, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Bart's will be able to deny that if he chooses to pick a Warrior of Light. All right, Hecaton goes to damage.
Yeah. So we'll see before Beldet enters, Sam could potentially do something to attempt to remove the Zidane. So that way he could try to steal the Warrior of Light, which he definitely wants to try to steal the Warrior of Light, but I don't see any card in his hand that would cancel the Bart's. So he's almost certainly going to pick the Zidane, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Okay, he is.
Sam trusts Sergio not to misplay.
But the thing is, right? Zidane coming in, rip 2 cards, mill him 2 more. But the problem is, Ferris swings, Zidane's dead.
Well, the reason you play the Zidane, you pick the Zidane, isn't because you want Zidane. It's because there's nothing else you can pick.
That's true. And then you also get rid of both Refias from his hand, which is hilarious. So that means all the Refias will be gone unless he has an Ahmad, which...
He's cooing, so he can only remove one of the Refias.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Pick
your poison.
I probably would have cooed afterwards.
Why?
because then he'd have less options to pick from. I guess it doesn't really matter. But yeah, that's one Refia gone. Is this Shadow Lord coming down? Yep.
Oh,
So we're saying actually all the Warriors of Light are going away, and we're going to take a point of damage.
wow. I believe we do have an Amaterasu, but do we have the colors? We do not. And splat they go.
I think that was a Lulu into damage.
Okay, I think we're starting to feel the gravity of this mill deck. I think the deck count for Sergio does look very thin, so
But Sam is at damage 5, but he does also have 3 forwards on board, so it's going to be pretty hard for Sergio to really break through and kill Sam anytime soon yet. Don't forget, Garnet is entering next turn, and Sam did just discard Alexander to the break zone to cast this Shadow Lord. So there is now 2 summons in the break zone for Garnet to add back. Now, I don't know, does Sergio have a Mist Dragon in hand? I believe he does. So this Garnet is probably adding back Jack nothing. But forcing Sergio to use the Mist Dragon on that is still pretty nice for Sam. It's a decently even trade.
and he draws another card, so deck out is imminent.
Yep.
Has Sergio used any LV yet? He has not. Right?
I don't believe he has that.
And at this point of the game, if you're using Refia to spin again, you are making things worse for the deck, and you're not actually progressing in terms of hitting your opponent.
You could use Refia to spin your own Zidane back into your deck.
Oh, true.
To give you a little bit more time. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that coming down now. Because if you don't get this Refia down and remove the Zidane, that Refia will be gone next turn. I mean, of course, you could Amat the Zidane, but if you're like wasting your whole turn, like Amatting the Zidane and then like Misdragoning the Garnet, like that's a lot of CP spent on not doing anything. Are we Luna Freyaing? Looks like, oh no, we're Noctising. We're gonna grab Noctis for the Warrior of Light. Okay.
Good old Noctis when Kusith is not available.
It looks like Sergio's decided that he actually doesn't want to dig deeper into this deck, and that's why he flips over the Luna Freya. So yeah, grab Warrior of Light, cast Warrior of Light, draw a card. Sam's like, you're still drawing cards. So how do we pay for this?
I think we just go for
Refia.
Refia. Yep. Okay, so we can ping and spin
But
Zidane back.
Wait,
right?
but did we pitch the Misdragon?
No, he pitched a Tyro.
No, but for the
Yes,
for the
he did.
Noctis.
He did, yes.
So now the Garnet is going to get to do what it wants to do.
That's right.
And then presumably we're putting Zidane back on top or on bottom. Although putting Shadow Lord on top and then swinging with Warrior of Light doesn't feel that bad either.
No, I think he values the extra card more so than the Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord is a 10k Brave, right? Which
He is. Is he? Yeah, he's a damage 5, right? So he is a 10k Brave.
It doesn't do a whole lot against Warrior of Light with First Strike.
Yeah, so this should be hitting Sam to damage 6.
Yeah, Sam just takes this in the face and hope his Garnet can fetch Alexander, or actually not Alexander, whatever summon he needs to.
Well, the only two
Stall?
summons in his break are Alexander and the free cast Leviathan. However, Garnet entering does trigger the condition for free cast Leviathan to be free, and he could either get rid of the Refia or get rid of the Warrior of Light. And wait, how did we? Oh, okay. I thought he was showing he was attacking.
Oh, swing for game.
Oh, he still had the haste from the Luneth. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. Wow, we both missed that.
Yeah, I was too focused on the Garnet.
Hmm. Well played by
Sergio, yep.
Sergio, yeah. Really well played. Oh, thanks, Tim, for updating the scoreboard while we are commentating.
So go into game 2. What do you think that Sam needs to do differently this game?
Maybe he needs to. I have no idea. I think he didn't draw Hecaton 5. Um, like classic stalling summons, right? Just nuke the board, let Mill do its thing, and stall out. I have no idea. I don't know how to play that deck.
Yeah, I don't know either. This is I'm surprised that Sam has been doing so well with this stuff. He won the Puerto Rico LQ just yesterday on a similar but different list. But he's been having a lot of fun with it. I do think that Sam having Misdragon in his hand right now is very nice. It seemed like last game, like I mentioned, he felt like he lost the Misdragon Wars. He just kept getting his break zone removed, which was really unfortunate. But Sergio starting off with a nice start. 2 backups turn 1. That's really what you want to see in a Warrior Flights deck.
Yeah, on curve for Kryl if he probably has one, or the Wall backup, both which are very good.
What backups does Sam have in his hand right now? Or what? Are we just Zidaning? Oh, we're apparently Sam just didn't find backups. That's not great. Yeah, he knows he can't afford to fall behind on resources this early. But Sid Highwind is notorious for whiffing. Did Sergio just say GG go next? Was that a fist bump?
No, that's a taunt if I've ever seen one. I mean,
that's extremely unfortunate from Sam's side. You especially hate having that happen right after you saw Sergio play 2 backups turn 1. I imagine we're about to see this Tyro come down here on Sergio's side. Yep. I have no idea what he's going to grab. Bart's maybe? Okay, yeah.
Does he have another Bart's in his hand though?
I didn't see one in his hand. If he has one, this is obviously the correct choice.
Yeah, I don't think I saw one though.
But
Maybe
they're
he just naturally will draw into one because there's so many in the deck.
yeah. Oh no, there's
Oh,
another one in
there
his
is.
hand.
Okay.
Yeah, so next turn he can just Bart's for like Kryl add bag like Bart's, and then he'll be ready and set up for like getting Refia down.
Yeah, he is just chilling.
Was the next card back? And the next card is a backup. You
Only
hate to
one,
see it.
Right? Is it only the Lena that he drew?
Yeah, he only drew the Lena.
He doesn't even attack. Okay.
Surprising, especially after he already got the Lena down. Attacking is a form of mill.
Big if true. Now he won't be able to attack in. So I think he's a little bit concerned with hitting EX bursts, obviously, but in this Bard's build, there are a lot less of those. So I think he should try to take a gamble here, but especially with Len on the board. Oh, look at that. So we
Irving's
will
in the
see
finals.
Irving
Yeah.
Diaz for the third time on stream, facing the winner of this match.
Yep. Yep. So Krau's coming down here, presumably. Probably add Bart's back to hand. Gotta make sure we get the full art one out. So Sergio only has 2 cards in hand, so there's not really much point in going for the Refia here. It would set up a spin, but you wouldn't draw the card, and would just be kind of mediocre.
I think he can just
Yeah, you can just pass.
relax right now. It's not like Sam's threatening much of anything right now. He is miles ahead in terms of backups and resources, so
And Sam drew a third backup, and it's another copy of Lena. He's looking at a handful of nothing.
Zidane time?
Looks like we're just praying. If Zidane manages to draw a card versus the 4-color wall deck, I would be flabbergasted.
If it's a wall plus any other card, he will.
Amat. Well,
There
well,
we go. I said it. Hell yeah.
Okay, well, the beginning of this game might have been horrifically bad, but maybe Sam is just built diff.
What a top deck. But he still drew no backup. Now he's gonna warp Beldat, presumably.
Yep. Well.
All right, so I don't know. I feel like this board, even though you have potentially 3 forwards, it's just not very threatening, especially with Warrior of Light popping out and doing whatever he wants.
Yeah. Not threatening is an understatement. Oh, and we drew a Zidane, so we could get a Zidane down, start ripping cards out of the hand before we commit the Refia down, so we know that the Refia is safe.
Garnet, Miss Dragon, and Lena.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he just rips both Lena's out. Not Lena's, both Miss Dragons out. As we've seen, Miss Dragon is really key in these grindy games. But there's also an argument just to leave everything in, because you know that there's nothing currently in there that can threaten your Refia.
No, I think it's right to take out the Miss Dragons, especially if you get both of them. So now he's throwing down the Refia, probably. I mean,
Yep.
why not, right? Unless you think...
Well, he's deciding whether he wants to discard the Kukulin or the Kusith to pay for the Refia time magic. Yep, he decided the Kusith. He probably doesn't need any recursion. He's in a very safe spot right now.
Mm-hmm. Does he have Amma in hand? I forget. It doesn't, right?
It's a Kukulin.
Okay, so the only thing is if he top decks, Sam's top decks a Shantoto, then he would reset the board. Unless we top deck an Amat. We did not.
Yeah, well, we already milled one, so it's slightly less likely. Yeah, imagine we just block here. I'm surprised that Sergio didn't just pop him. Back up to damage. You love seeing your backups hit damage when you are bricking on them.
card is that? I can't tell.
I can't tell. The glare is horrific. He's like, actually, no, you can keep it. Was it Fusoya? And Shantoto to
Ooh.
damage. Yeah, Sam really wished that Sergio ripped a card now.
Oh wait, he didn't rip the second Mist Dragon? I'm surprised. Why take the first one then?
Maybe because he drew his own Mist Dragon, so that way he could cancel anything that Sam tried to do. Beldat has been a sniper though. Zidane hit the first Amat to the break. Beldat hit the second. Sergio's thumbing through his break, going like, "There is another one in here, right?"
Right, but how do you get out of this situation other than Shantoto right now? Is it Shantoto LB time or?
Well, he already Zidane LB'd, so looks like we're
Yeah.
just doing Hackathon.
Dawn.
I imagine that this Mist Dragon is just going to cancel this.
Oh, 100%.
But Sam still has Mist Dragon in his hand.
Oh, he also knows that. Yeah, that's right. Does he have Earth?
He doesn't have an Earth card, but he has Charlotta.
Oh my god. That would
Are
mean
you
he
willing
would
to
go
set
down to
one back up? Is he willing to Mist Dragon this?
what just happened?
Nope. Wait. Did he use Mist Dragon to keep his forward alive instead of just canceling it?
Yes.
What? Am I stupid?
I have no idea, man. He could have canceled it, right? It's a
Yeah, it's
five.
five. It's five or less. What?
Okay, I mean, I guess he doesn't care about Zidane. Like, why would you care about Zidane when you can save that one girl?
I'm so there's literally what? There's no way that's right. There's no way that's the correct line. Is Sergio just toying with us now?
Well, we'll ask him if he wins. You know,
I
have no idea, man. Sam's just saying GG.
I guess Sergio taunting him by not canceling the hackathon was just so much mental damage, so much psychic damage that Sam had to go.
That's a flex if I ever saw one. Okay, so Sergio takes the 2-0 over Sam Prime, and the finals will be for between Sergio and Irving Diaz, who are both unqualified, and we will mint a brand new invitational to the North American Championships. But should we get Sergio in here? Just ask him why he
I don't even want to know.
Save one instead of three.
My brain is toast. We can.
He's coming. I can see him walking off his chair and.
All right, we have Sergio here, who's going to go ahead and do his post-round interview.
All right, we're ready. Let us know if.
Hey guys.
Yeah. Sergio. Quick question. What the fuck?
That's a great question. That's a great question. Very high level question. The answer is, I was super distracted and I just didn't even think about it. Yeah, I was thinking. Okay, yeah, because we were talking about it afterwards. But the game was completely scuffed because Sam runs like 21 backups in his deck, and he breaks for backups, and the Sid Highwind missed and everything. So it was just abusive at that point, and it wasn't because I felt bad or anything. I really just my brain was not there anymore because I felt guilty. So yes, that's the best explanation I can give you. Sorry guys, I wish I could give you higher level gameplay.
Yeah, I'm glad that we didn't even have to ask the actual question.
Yeah.
I think all of us got whiplash, including Sam. He was like, "Is this just bad mannered?" And he just conceded because you were so far ahead.
It was bad manners. That's exactly what it was. It was funny because it was just one of those things that I haven't had to play against a 5 CP hackathon, I guess, in a really long time. So my brain wasn't even thinking about it. To me, that was like a Toto, is what he did.
Right, right.
Yeah.
So your next opponent will be Mr. American Muscle himself. Did you play against each other during Swiss?
I have not played against him yet. No.
Okay, so we have exciting grand finals between two players who have managed to dodge each other all day. Um,
In fact, I don't even know what
Yeah.
deck he's playing.
Oh,
So
you'll see
yeah,
shortly.
I'll find out now in a second.
Yeah.
Are you
Make sure you
Because
find
that-
out before the game starts by,
Exactly.
doing a deck list review instead
Yes.
of, during turn 2 or 3.
How did that happen?
We're
by the
doing
way?
our best here, guys. We're doing our best.
Were you guys just both so tired that you just forgot that you didn't deck review?
We had already played each other, so we didn't really think about it. And then after a couple turns, I realized we hadn't seen each other's lists, so I thought it would be a good idea to stop, ask the judge to see if we can get that.
Yeah, we were a bit confused there for a moment because
Yeah.
we were like, "Wow, Sam's really taking a long time for this turn where he's clearly just supposed to pass."
Yes. that was all. We were just trying to
Yeah.
correct that mistake from earlier.
Yeah.
I wanted him to have
No.
a chance to see my list and the same for me for him.
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm a big fan of open deck lists, so not taking advantage of the information that you're supposed to have is a big no-no for me.
You guys hanging on in there? You guys sound tired too.
You're playing one match each round. We're playing both sides. Yeah, commentating's exhausting, but watching you guys and talking about it, it's so fun. I'm glad that we get a chance to show everyone else what you guys have brought today. And hopefully that you can, keep going for these last 2 to 3 games.
I hope I can give you a good one for the finals, guys. Everybody in chat, please
Yes.
forgive me. It'll be better this time.
Yeah, if you get Amoted in this last match, and instead of canceling the Amat, you cancel the damage, I will have to report you to the FBI.
Ice is gonna come pick me up.
Yeah. It doesn't matter if you're a citizen, I guess.
Yeah, that's okay.
All right.
All right,
I think
guys.
we should try to wrap this up because it's past Tori's bedtime. He usually goes to bed at like 7, so let's get the show under the way.
All right, thanks, guys. Take care.
Good luck.
All right, best of luck.
Thanks, bye.
All right, we're about to get the grand final started. No break, all gas right here.
Well, Sam's still at the table, so they're not quite ready. I'm gonna go grab a drink of water.
Okay, let's go on break then.
Yeah, so they are going ahead and getting set up now. I will let you guys know once they are good to go. So they are exchanging deck lists now. I believe Sergio's still on the right-hand side, too. Let me just double check.
So it's going to be Raffia and Crystals in case you didn't already know. I think both of them already know.
Yeah, they've already been streaming now, so they should know, but I'll make the announcement when we're on stream. Welcome back. Yeah, we're just watching them their deck list right now. So it's going to obviously be Sergio with Refia, and it'll be Irving with Crystals. And I will make sure as well that Irving has the crystal counter like more visible, pretty much, just to make sure. In fact, actually, I'll make sure I go let him know now. I can see kind of like a good reference point. So give me 1 second. All right, that should be good. So now the crystals should be able to be seen on stream as well.
One. And we're back for grand finals of the Gamers Command local qualifiers. So switching from finals to on the overlay, we have Irving versus Sergio. Oh, Sergio is already correct. Switch.
Yep. Yeah, we also need to fix the game record. Sergio is not starting with a 1-0 lead.
My here we go. All right, any predictions, Tori?
I
don't think
predict
we've
that my
ever
brain is
seen-
toast.
I don't think we've ever seen this matchup in the history of FFTCG before. Not on stream.
At least not like this. One of my locals, he's another GC member, Mr. Eric Zhang. He's a big fan of Waterfire crystals, but his build is significantly different than Irving's. Right? He loves the Lucio package, so and he doesn't run nearly as much of the DFF cards. But he does run a lot of the same stuff. He's on the Furians. He's on the Lena plus Glaciella plus Lilith package. And I can tell you that he freaking hates playing against Warriors of Light.
I wonder why.
The main issue is because the Crystal Lena is so vital to the Water Fire deck. It doesn't allow you to run the EX backup Lena, which makes attacking into Warriors of Light much more painful. However, this is a big however, Sergio is on the Bart's variant, and as we've mentioned many times earlier on this stream, the Bart's variant does run significantly fewer EX bursts. So that might make attacking just slightly less painful for Irving than it would be otherwise in what is normally a pretty frustrating matchup to deal with.
Agreed. So it looks like this time around we're playing just Lunith and going to play it slow. Meanwhile, Irving is starting off with 2 crystals. Pretty good.
Pretty good, but sadly, those are 2 backups of the same element, which is probably a bit annoying. We've seen Irving quite a few times on stream today. Do we know if he's running any fire DFF backups?
Like, for example,
I'm gonna look up what possible options there are because he has the Barts in hand, and I don't know if that can help color fix him at all.
we're about to find out. Here we go with the Barts. Bots search for DFF character.
There is not very many choices.
Wonder what he's going to pick up then.
There's 2 aces, a Gabranth, and an Edgar, it looks like. I doubt he's running any of those. So nope, he's just grabbing an Onion Knight. But if he has a fire card in hand, he could commit this Onion Knight and then either get Zidane or Furion out of the deck. Sergio, we literally just saw you read this card. Like when you guys, before we had you guys on, we saw him reading the card on his phone. So it looks like Irving has recognized that if you're running the Time Magic Barts, you've got to fill your deck with some absolute garbage just to get these Time Magic boys online. And if you can look at your opponent's hand, rip all the Time Magic boys online, now your opponent's deck has like, what, 7 bricks in it?
So he's definitely taking the Barts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, Irving's like, nice Barts, dumbass. Draws a card.
Yep. Now he has to take the Toto.
1000. Nope, he's ripping the second Barts.
Really? You're leaving the Toto? Really? I don't know about that.
The problem is he drew the third Barts. We're probably still just Totoing here, but
exactly.
That was really funny.
So he essentially just paid. Oh, I don't like that. He paid so much cards from hand to do 1 point of damage and remove 2 Bartses. I mean, is that a fair trade? I don't think it is.
It was not a great trade.
I think 100% you take the Toto there. He Barts, so what? He'll have to spend extra cards for it, right?
Was the last 2 cards in Sergio's hand both Bartses, light Bartses?
I don't know.
Because I'm surprised he would discard the Wind Barts there. Irving's like, I did not expect this card to hit the board. Yep. Okay, so we get the Samurai down, draw a card. Luckily, if it's the third backup, you still get the draw. Looks like we're just we've decided that we want to start digging. So Leo is hitting the board.
I still think Irving just overcommitted just a little bit without removing the Toto. The Toto, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was intending to take the Toto, but when he saw the second Bart's in hand, no, the last card name was Lena. Interesting. When he saw the second Bart's, he's like, I already committed to removing the Bart's. Are we also Leoing back? Yep.
Yeah, Bart's
Oh.
is not very useful at this point in the game. You just wanted to see your Refias and Warrior Lights.
Yeah, Bart's is a little boy, but I think he is still bigger than the Leo. I think he's like a 4K. No, he's a 5K. So he could potentially swing in here, but Sergio recognizes that he is the control deck in this matchup, and that there's not really any point in pressuring Irving just yet. So this has been a crazy couple of few turns. Let's see if we can slow things down. There is a Furion in Irving's hand. I would not be upset if he decided to just commit the Furion here.
Oh boy. When have we
Tori.
ever?
Tori's
When
like,
are you ever
Furion?
against Varian?
Basically never. Uh,
I don't think he has a whole lot of options actually. Or you can play the Rahal and make Leo 5K and then attack. I think that's exactly what he's doing. So forcing him to either block.
but Sergio doesn't mind taking this damage, right?
No, he doesn't. You want to get to damage 3. He doesn't care.
Although trading the Barts here isn't even that bad, because if you get the Barts in the break zone, that allows you to use his action ability to dig 5 cards deep next turn to help find a Warrior of Light or a Refia.
Yeah, he basically wants that to happen. Okay, so we have Tyro and another Tyro.
Yeah, we're pitching the Tyro, we're using Bart's effect, and we're digging 5.
Oh, that's a lot of EX bursts.
And either
You
Warrior
want
of
the
Light
Warrior
or
of Light,
Refia.
right?
It's hard to say. Refia's not bad here either, but you only have the 2 backups. You could also grab the Cryo, right? We don't have Cryo on board? Right, you could grab the Cryo, and that way you have 5 backups online, which makes your future Refias much better. But the Warrior of Light is the immediate value pick, and yep, he wants the immediate value.
At least we see 3 EX bursts go into the bottom of the deck. What do you draw?
I think Amat? Or was it Kuseth?
Kuseth, yeah.
Yeah, this is not looking great for Irving, to say the least.
Not at all. Not at all. What are we fetching back?
Oh, we already had
have
access
him
to
up,
Refia.
yeah. Yikes.
So it looks like we're overpaying for Refia because we want to keep all of our Warrior of Light backups up. Oh, we're changing how we paid. We didn't discard a water card. So now we can spin the Young Rahal and still draw our card off of our Refia. Presumably he's going to put Rahal on top, so that way he can guarantee he doesn't hit a burst off of the Leo attack or the Warrior of Light attack. Draw a card.
Yep, and the cycle of pain begins.
Yep, Irving has officially entered the spin cycle.
He's tumbling around, wondering how he's gonna get out of this.
I wonder, do we attack with the Leo here? You are decently far ahead, and there's not very many bursts in Irving's deck. And the few bursts that there are in there, you don't really care about. Like, if you hit a Lev 6 here, like, oh no. Well, okay, we do care about that one. Never mind, I freaking lied.
Hilarious.
Well, Refia do be dead, but there is a Len on board, so we do draw a card. Sergio? You do draw a card, Sergio.
He's so far ahead.
Okay, they got it. They got it.
Okay, so we know that one Refio is at the bottom of the deck, one is the break zone. And I think we're just fine.
I don't think Sergio has a care in the world right now. He's a Refia deck that's ahead on board and ahead on economy. And it had him damage.
I think this all goes back to not taking the Toto.
Yeah, that could be the case, yeah.
If you're committing 3 forwards on the field and you're not protecting it, it's a big oof.
Discarding Furion? Are we? What?
What is this? Is it the
We're
bounce?
bouncing the Warrior of Light?
Is that
Why
okay?
would you do that? Surely you bounce the Leo, right? I guess he
Oh.
wants to. Oh,
Bring
so we're
up
gonna try to go for
Nino?
another Zidane to rip it out.
Yeah.
Aren't we just wait? Okay. Okay, so that explains it. That makes sense.
Yama is just gonna say no.
No, he's
Oh,
got
even
he's
better.
gonna Kukul in, so we can only rip one card out. Well, if he was gonna Ammon it, you Ammon the Onion Knight after you pay the crystals. Okay, that makes a lot more sense with the bounce back though, because normally bouncing back a Warrior of Light when your opponent is on the Warrior of Light colors just gives your opponent a free draw, because they can just deploy it for free the following turn and just draw another card.
Yeah.
Yeah, you clearly rip Warrior of Light. And the question is, do you attack with the Onion Knight here? You do eventually have to get in there.
He has haste, right?
Yeah, he does have haste, yeah.
Putting him at damage 3 would be a
Well, this is
disaster, but he's only at damage 1, so it's not a big deal. He should attack, in my opinion. It's not like he has Bosch or anything.
Yeah. The one reason you would hold back on attacking, in my opinion, is to wait for getting the Lena back up, but he doesn't run the Lena back up. So, not much reason to wait. And we haven't seen Bosch in any of Sergio's games, so I don't think he's running it in the deck.
It's open deckless, so he should know.
Yeah, he should know.
Yeah, attacking was probably the correct thing to do, but
It's a hard line to make.
I mean,
Uh,
realistically, you're not taking him from damage 2 to 7, right? With fire, water, crystals. So you have
probably
to.
not.
What'd you say?
I said probably not. But I don't know. It's just awkward. It just doesn't feel great. And so he top decked a Lena, which means he can just Lena special, grab back the Refia. Yep, here she comes out.
Do you think he's gonna give Raffia haste to get the spin draw?
That's not quite enough.
True.
He would be one shy. He does have some Bartzes in his hand, so he could also grab the Bartz back instead. But nope, he decides he wants the Refia.
There's the Barts.
Okay, so this is not the Time Magic Bartz. This is the one I believe it declares it's like declare an element and a job, and it can't be targeted by cards of the same attribute and job as it, I believe.
I think it's color, right?
Well, I said, I think it's, wait, oh my gosh, there's so many Bartzes.
I think you pick a color. Cannot be chosen by that color.
No, yeah, you choose one job and one element. Bartz gains the named job and element. For each forward you control other than Bartz with the same job as Bartz, Bartz gains 2,000 power. Bartz cannot be chosen by your opponent's summons or abilities that share its element. So yeah, who knows what job he chose. But there are some things that cannot target Bartz.
I think that's largely irrelevant.
What?
But the color matters.
Yeah. Well, he might have chosen like Knight, for instance, right? And that way, if he played a Glaciella and got like Lilith out, he wouldn't be able to Lilith special it. There's relevant. But I guess in that case, he could have chosen Fire. Who knows?
Okay, can you name the job of Glaciella off the top of your head? I can't. Were you allowed to look that up, or?
You should be allowed to ask for Oracle text for Glaciella was that.
Tim here with the clarification. Bart's was named Water Element and Job King.
King. He just wanted the extra power boost from Leo. Okay.
Oh.
He decided to not use the job on protection.
So how big is Bart's right now?
Bart's should have an additional 4,000 power, so he's at 9k.
Gotcha. All right, spin cycle is happening.
Is it go? Yeah. Well, we're currently not spinning, right? Wait, oh, we did in post. Gotcha.
Are we not going to attack here either? I mean, I think this will only get worse, right? Because then next turn you lose the Onion Knight as well.
Probably. We do, however, have Lena in hand and the Glaciella, so we could discard Glaciella to cast Lena, then use Lena effect to bring back Lilith and Glaciella. We would go down to 2 crystals, and then we could use Lilith special to kill Refia and Bart's, or maybe just Refia.
If Refia dies, he'll drop down to 7, which is in kill range by
the Lilith special, yes.
That wouldn't be bad.
We could also, instead of grabbing Lilith back, we could grab Furion back. Then we could attack with Furion, and then use the extra CP in our hand to play the Lilith out of our hand. I wouldn't mind that either. But then again, we're already post combat, so that play doesn't make sense anymore.
How many crystals does he has to spend
He has 3 crystals. So it looks like we're just not spending any crystals. We're spending 3, we're getting 3 back.
Okay. And then he'll play the Glaciella off of the one backup, presumably.
Yep. He will presumably play the Glaciella in his hand and kill the Refia with Lilith.
4 shots of 7k available, so spending 2 to knock out both of these. Okay, we're cooking. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on the field. Potentially lethal if we can't kill any of these guys.
And it'll be a little awkward for Refia to survive to combat because we have these 2 Lilith shots. Now, Refia could survive a singular shot if we were to use Lilith's pump to keep her alive, but she can't survive 2.
I'm in danger.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have another Lana special.
They always have access to Refia. Like it's just a basic assumption you should have is that the Refia player has Refia every turn. So there's a lot of different ways that Sergio can play this turn out, but the Glaciella plus Lilith is making it awkward for him. Yeah. But there is some things he can do to get rid of it too, right? Like he has access to his LB deck, so we know he has the Vajra Harawu. He's probably going to pay 5 and bring out the Vajra Wu. Say, actually, no. Screw your Glaciella. Or do we say screw your Lilith?
So if you shoot it twice, the battle won't happen, which means you have to expend both crystals to get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
Or if you expend one, the battle happens, you'll still kill him. So you
Exactly.
just shoot
So
it once.
there's no way for Irving to both hold up crystals to kill Refia and to have Glaciella be alive.
Okay, so what just happened?
It looks like the judge is reading the card.
Oh, okay.
So
So the fight will initiate. The question is,
who do we target?
who is
Do we
fighting?
target Glaciella or Lilith?
I think the better choice is to take Glaciella, right?
I agree. Because Lena's on board, we have no way to currently get Glaciella back out of the break zone outside of like hitting a Leviathan 6 burst. So, who's dying?
Whatever he chooses, the shoot will finish it off. I think the question really becomes how many Liliths are in the break zone, because if he draws another one, then it's another 7k special off of
Well, don't forget, Refia is going to be hitting the board and going to be able to spin the other one.
Wait, can he spin? He doesn't have other warriors as white, right?
He'll at least be able to. I guess no. He needs to play at least one other one.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for him right now. I don't think he can get to a fourth one easily while keeping Lunith up. Yeah, I think that's the challenge. Because if in order for Refia to survive, right, Lunith has to pump by 1. So you need 2 more warriors light if you want to spin happening.
Well, there's not going to be any. There's no way for them to shoot the Refia anyway.
Yeah, you're right. I think my brain is cooked right now. I'm just.
I'm the same way. I need to go to bed. Yikes.
By
Okay.
the way, this is
I don't
on-time
know.
finals.
So,
We're gonna be here for a long time.
I wonder what's going on here and why the Vajrahara Wu has not resolved yet. Are we waiting on like a translation or something?
No, I think he's just trying to figure out who to battle, because this matters a whole lot.
They're questioning the fighting if he's not in play, is what I'm being told. I don't know what that means.
So if you kill him preemptively, will
Oh, if you
lose
kill him
all of-
preemptively, there is no fight.
Yeah.
I'm willing to be head judge for this, people, if they're listening. If they kill Vajrahara Wu, no damage is dealt. They both have to be on the field at the time of resolution for the damage to be dealt.
Yeah, this is just like Jet coming in, and if you kill Jet, there's no fighting damage applied.
Yeah, so it looks like they are killing him.
Yeah, so both crystals have been expended. So now Refia can come out with ease.
Uncontested. But she, as you mentioned, she can't spin yet because she has no friends, or at least not enough.
Lena special. Here we go. What do we get? Ferris?
Oh wait, does he have a Bart's in hand? I don't think he does. No, he has Terra, Mistragon.
I wonder what the other cards are in his hand. I can't really tell.
Yeah, Irving's really holding it back. I see Lunith, Miss Dragon and Terra, and there's one unknown.
Lena, I know for a fact.
Oh, then Lena. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we were just talking about that.
Not a whole lot of options
So,
then.
yeah, there's no Warriors of Light he can potentially cast here. And yeah, just bringing out the Refia doesn't do anything. But if he doesn't cast something, he is just dead on board. Because Irving can just, Zach, shoot the Leo, and then attack with his 5 characters and win.
Wait, shoot the Leo with what?
Zach LB.
Oh, Zach. Okay.
So Refia doesn't save you either, though, because you just get ultimate weaponed.
What a interesting turn of events.
Yep. Irving really
We-
turned this around.
We we thought the Refia player was firmly in control, but
Yeah. Well, it turns out when you have 2 backups that are not job Warriors of Light, it becomes a lot harder for the Refia player to just continuously. Okay, what are we doing? Are we Terra-ing? Okay, so we're using Terra. So we're not dead on board. So Irving will be 1 CP off of being able to do Zac plus Ultimate Weapon next turn. So if he had 1 more card in hand, or just 1 more backup, he'd be able to do both and therefore wipe Sergio's entire board on the following turn. But there's nothing stopping Sergio, as long as he draws a singular blue card for turn, from just immediately Titus LBing, right?
I think he has Ultimate Weapon online for both. He has 3 red characters right now.
What I'm saying is, I'm saying he could Ultimate Weapon, but he needs to remove 3 things, right? So if you wanted to Ultimate Weapon for game, you'd have to follow it up with like a Zac, but he doesn't have enough to do that.
Ah, gotcha.
He could Titus by pitching both the cards he draws for turn, assuming he doesn't draw Bart's and that he draws at least 1 water card. And then he could follow that up with, like, say, a Zac to kill the Leo, but that's still not enough to get through there for game. And it is dangerous to attack into the Refugee player, because if you don't kill them when you go for this, he also did not draw water cards. So it looks like we are not Titusing. But we're looking at the LB deck. That's for sure.
Zac, kill the Leo.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that he can't Titus here. Because you would love to be able to stack a non-EX burst on top. Like the Lunef. While also
Denying the...
While also like getting the Refia. Putting the Refia on the bottom is just so brutal.
Yeah. What did he draw? Zidane in a backup?
Zidane and I believe a Samurai.
Is
The
that a
3-cost Samurai. It just generates a crystal. So he could just generate a crystal and then just
It's not terrible, right?
Yeah. Well, which card did he add back with Terra? I was not paying attention. I was thinking too much about
I think it's Buchalane.
Kukulin? Okay. So well, if he Terras to gain a crystal, he could blank on the stack the Glaciella, so that way Refia wouldn't die here.
Wait, question. What is that backup that... Does it have an action ability? The blue one?
It does. He can
What does it do again?
spend 5 and crack it to put 1 forward opponent controls on the bottom of its deck, on their deck. He's almost certainly not using that here.
Mm-hmm. Although getting rid of Refia does make it a lot harder for Sergio to do anything, right?
Okay, it looks like we're just trying to gain the crystal.
Yeah, response. We're gonna Cuchulain the
Glaciella.
Yep.
Do you use Zac the Leo here?
So he could play another one? I would not.
Okay, is this a Leo or is this a Zach? Okay, it's Leo.
Yeah. We're just preparing for next turn where we go all in, I suppose.
Well, we drew left 6, and we were passing.
Yeah, we don't want to go to damage 3. I mean,
So-
at most he'll spin 1.
Yeah, Irving and
turn.
Sergio need to be extremely careful here.
Ooh.
So there's an arc in Sergio's hand. That's quite nice. But Sergio has to be careful because if he ever taps the Luneth, Irving will almost certainly immediately Lilith special that Refia off the board.
Wait, he drew into a blue card. He could just Glaciella as well.
He could just Glaciella, yeah.
Yeah.
But then he has to pitch a card, which is like not ideal. Especially because you'd rather hold that blue card to maybe like Titus next turn. This is an extremely tight rope that both these players are trying to cross.
Mm-hmm.
How many cards does Sergio have in hand? 3.
Three.
None of them are Earth. So we also...
It was Zidane and Arc and something else. Yeah, we're playing the Arc.
And I think of Ferris.
So now we can spin if we wanted to.
Yes.
But that would turn too many guys sideways and put Refia... Yeah, we won't be able to untap our stuff, which is not what we want.
Also, something to remember is... So we're using Lilith to do this? Oh, no.
Pump?
Or are we using...
Omega Roll? See, I thought the Glaciella special to guarantee to kill would be probably the better play, but
I think I would have held off on doing it right then. Waited until he went to combat, because if he uses Refia effect and then tries to spin there and you kill the Refia, it would reactivate, but he wouldn't even get the draw. He still didn't get the draw, but at least you would have also killed the Refia.
Wait, you don't get the draw? Why not?
If you killed the, he would only have 3, because the Refia would be dead. Oh no! Oh no! Ferris is gonna kill your Refia.
But you can still
Sergio. Okay, he knows.
Care.
He knows. Okay.
He doesn't care. We're gonna
okay, so we get 3 shots.
Is it 3?
Yeah, because Refia, Arc, and Ferris. So we can kill that Glaciella, and we can kill Leo.
Hmm.
Surely we like
Titus.
Titus here, right? We spin the
1000%.
Luneth. We spin the Luneth. We spin either Terra, because if we don't want to kill Terra, right? So removing her without killing her is really nice. And we definitely want to get rid of the Luneth because we want to deny Warrior of Light backups and we want to deny EX Burst off the top of the deck. Notably, Arc does not pump right now because we do not have an Earth forward. Is this the Titus coming down? Yep.
Yes, sir.
And then we will pitch a water card. Young Rahal, we already have Rahal on board. So you definitely get rid of Ingus, not Ingus, Luna. And Terra. That's pretty much what I thought. And then we draw 2.
What do we draw?
We drew Cyan and Onion Knight. Okay, so Onion Knight's quite cool because Onion Knight actually has a special.
Does?
Yeah, he does. So I believe it's while he's attacking, he can deal a
10K?
lot of damage to something.
Yeah, it's 10k. Oh my god.
It's
wait, it only does it to the guy who blocks him. That's
it's
awful.
Never mind. It's like It's Spitfire at home, okay?
Uh,
Or Spitflare.
I mean, it guarantees the kill on Warrior of Light with first strike, but kind of niche.
I yeah. So we definitely start attacking here. You lead. Do you lead with Rahal, just to give your guys the power buff?
Rahal gives himself 2k as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. It gives the whole board plus 2k. Now,
But then
if
Ferris will be able to block that.
so, you probably block with Arc here.
Everyone's taking 1k already.
Wait, no, that was last turn.
Oh yeah, you're right. I'm
Okay,
losing
so
it.
we just hit him the one time. Okay.
I don't think he's that afraid of hitting him any further, right? Because Varus is already on the field. He's not able to play the other arc on damage 3. So
Yeah,
what's
I
the worst
probably
that happen?
would have continued swinging there, right? Like, you don't mind if your guys necessarily trade.
But the worst thing
And
that could happen is Kusith, right?
because like
We
now
don't know that
Ferris can
yet.
attack and like just kill a guy, right? You don't want that to happen. So I probably would have just kept swinging.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But also, I can also see Irving thinking he doesn't want to hit any bursts. And the first damage he knew wasn't a burst. Okay, wall. So we're digging for a wind card? Or is it 5 or more? Okay, we're digging for a wind card. Well, not many options.
At least he didn't whiff.
Yeah, I mean, Irving's
But
probably very happy to see the Refugee go to the bottom of the deck.
yeah.
We do have our 4 colors online again for Warrior of Light.
If you attack with Ferris, right, you'll knock out one of these chumps. But then the crackback you just lose, correct? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. Irving also just has Scion in hand, right? So we can just blast this board next turn.
Or ultimate weapon.
Yeah, he could also ultimate. Didn't he Leo earlier this game?
Oh yeah, he did. Wait, did he? I don't remember.
He definitely Leo'd. Because remember there was the turn was like, I think he's gonna Zac here, and he Leo'd instead.
Okay,
Leo
yeah,
died to Ferris like on the last turn.
you're right. So Zac is the only guy remaining. Right?
There could be a
LB?
Zac or a Leo, yeah, in there. So we have 4 attackers from Irving.
Ooh, here we go.
But this doesn't let him go for game
7k, no, 6k.
because he gets 2 Ferris triggers and he gets to kill Lilith.
Yeah. Got a little bit too trigger happy there.
I think he got a little too happy. I think the correct line there was to do Zac LB and do Lev 6, bounce the arc.
Oh no.
That just entered. That can't attack.
Oh no.
Oh no. See, but if we done Zac LB and then used Lev 6 to bounce the arc, the only way that Sergio could survive would be through like a Lev 6 or a Brynhilder.
Okay, the last Raffia though. Wait, is that the last Raffia?
No, there is still
No.
one Refia on the bottom of the deck.
Which Ferris will 1000% fetch.
Does he have a Ferris in hand? Oh no, he added
Yeah.
it back with the Crow,
he
right?
added
Yeah.
him back with a cryo, so I think things are about to switch.
This is oh
You're
no, oh
calling
no, oh no. He had it. He
Wait,
had it.
1 second. Can he still bottom deck with that backup? The Ruffian?
I don't think he has enough. He doesn't have enough cards
He
in
has 2
hand.
cards, right?
It costs 5.
Oh, 5. Okay.
And then Arc.
Really? Oh.
Apparently,
even
the deck
with
is so
Barrett.
small that even though we just put the Refia on the
There's
bottom.
only 2 cards left. Okay.
Well,
Maybe
he's
if
about
he
to put
just
4 back in.
buys. Oh, never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. There's not really a need to put the grab the Refia here, but he wants it anyway. So
So
I don't know.
Ferris won't
Irving's
get
whole board
card,
is
right?
Irving's whole board is toast here.
Oh, everybody's plus 2k as well. Warrior
Yep.
as well. Now we have both Ferris and Refia. Yikes.
I guess the one nice thing for Irving here is that because he removed the Lunith earlier, he can't haste the Ferris in. Okay, so this is a lot of shots.
$12k. Split it
Yes.
any way you
Yeah.
want.
Yeah. So there's currently 6 cards in Sergio's deck, I believe. Dealing more damage to Sergio would really help Irving, deck Sergio out. Did he decide that he doesn't want to search? Is he failing to find? He decided he wants to fail to find, I guess. He realized 6 was a small number, especially when he's about to draw with Refia here.
How much damage has Irving taken? It's just 3?
Just 3.
Okay.
And all of these forwards enter the field this turn, so only one can attack, just the Warrior of Light.
Yeah.
So he's deciding what he wants to spin.
I think Titus, right?
Probably just Titus.
You don't want any of the other guys to be replayed.
Onion Knight doesn't really do anything right now either.
Zidane for game? No.
Yeah, spinning Cyan is, I don't think,
Oh yeah, Ferris
Wait.
trigger.
Oh, the Ferris trigger, okay.
Now we're gonna spin. Spin to win.
Yep. Presumably on top. Then untap, draw. And then attack with Warrior of Light, hit the Onion Knight into damage.
Very, very tough spot for Irving to
here,
crawl
yeah.
back into this. We were talking about how EX bursts just ruin your day. Prime example here. I think maybe he just attacked a little bit too much, right?
Well, all he had to do was play around the Ferris trigger. And I think he was good. He drew Elena, but he doesn't have any crystals to use her. Wait, he did draw Glaciella, so if he... Like, he could Severo remove something, but that doesn't save him. This is so hard.
Even if he removes one of these guys, he'll just bottom deck Titus, and then next turn swing for game.
I don't think there's an out here for Irving.
By the way, is this game 1?
This is still game 1. Yeah. But Irving's gonna take his time and struggle through this turn.
Right, right. Obviously, we're playing for the marbles.
Yep.
And we are going to think about all the lines we could potentially take. Oh wait,
Yeah.
I see an edge. But you can't really play him from hand.
He doesn't. I don't. No, he doesn't have any crystals.
And he has to be from the break zone.
Yep. Well, getting him in the break zone isn't the hard part. Yeah, I have no idea what Irving's supposed to do here, other than concede and go next. We no longer have access to ultimate weapon. Even if we did, he could just spin it in response to prevent both triggers. Because we have the 2 backups, we can spin without dulling our Warrior of Light or another key forward like Varus. This is just looking pretty brutal. Is Glacial coming down? Or Leo?
What does that accomplish, though?
Nothing.
You just get spun before the crystal gets generated? Oh wait.
Well, he
If you
doesn't want to.
pitch the edge. Wait. If you pitch the edge to get the Glaciella, and then he spins the Glaciella.
The only way Sergio can lose here is if he spins before, because there's still a Lena in Irving's hand, right? So if he spins Glaciella before Glaciella resolves, Irving wins.
Ah, yeah. Let's bait him out. Oh, he didn't discard the edge for that.
Oh no! No! Because
Wait.
now he can Lena back, grab Zidane, attack for game. Wait, isn't there Lena in his hand?
Deck, right?
No, isn't there a Zidane in his break? Oh my god! He fell for it!
Got him! Oh
No!
my god.
Sergio, no! We literally just said the only way Sergio loses is if he spins the Glaciella on Crystal Generation.
Oh.
Well,
checkmate.
Go next. Irving's not even waiting for Sergio to reveal the card.
Yeah.
And they're going next. Holy crap. What a throw. Holy shit. Irving, he saw the line. He played to his outs. He played.
You know what? Props to him because we're on time. Then he can take all the time he wants in the world.
Yep.
And the crowd is going wild. All right, game 2.
I can't believe that.
Imagine if this goes to game 3. We're gonna be here till 1. I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
All right, I'm back, and just so that we are doing some fair comparisons, this was 5 rounds, and we had 20-something players, and they're going to do this for Chicago for 128 players. So that event will probably end at like 3 a.m. Just saying. I'm joking, by the way, but anyway, so I think Sergio will be more cautious of all of the Zidane shenanigans, so he probably will not make the same mistake twice. The only way he could have lost there was spinning way too early. If he had waited for things to go to battle, I mean, even if Glaciella gets her crystal, she'll shoot one person. And he won't be able to attack that turn. Who cares? But yeah. And Sergio doing the classic Sergio thing, which is never believe your opponent actually shuffles. So he shuffles for his opponent. All right, here we go. Game 2. Let me update the standings for those just tuning in. Irving is up 1. What the? 1. Okay.
Yeah, so I took a quick look at Irving's hand. It didn't look that great, but Sergio's hand looks worse unless he draws a water card off the top.
He always barts.
Well, he drew Tyro. I don't think he has any Earth CP in hand either. Oh, wait, does he have 2 Bartzes in hand? Can we... Oh, he does have another Bartz in hands.
He does not.
No, he has another Bartz in hand, so he can
does?
immediately Time Magic. He could grab Kryl and set up Luneth if he really wanted to dump his whole hand.
Hmm. He can do it again. But does he do it this turn?
He might just want to play the Tyro next turn.
Anyway, for those who are curious, we currently have 50 viewers in chat. Wow. And I believe all of those should be from the Americas, since Europeans have been most likely sleeping and...
Oh, Irving has decided that he does not like Sergio having Bartzes in his hand, and he's doing a very similar play to what he did last game, where he immediately got the Zidane down and started ripping Bartzes out. I think you grab...
Tyro, yeah.
Interesting to grab the Tyro. On one hand, you want to grab backups. Ooh, nice hit. But on the other hand, the Warrior of Light discarding for all elements is still really nice in the early game for playing whenever you draw off the top of the deck. However, because he already had the Earth backup off of because the Kryl, the Tyro was a guaranteed live play the following turn, so it does make sense to just say no.
Mm-hmm. But looks like we're able to get some more ammo, but whatever you get... Yeah, that's right. So you get the Bards, and then you get something to pitch for it, so then you can immediately Time Magic into a third backup. I think they will have 0 value here.
Yeah, I imagine that a Luneth will be coming down very shortly. And you want to grab probably a a Light Bartz and one other Warrior of Light that you want in the break zone. Likely a Wind Bartz, because you don't want to be drawing these later in the game.
Yeah, this is correct.
Yeah,
Time Magic immediately into your Luneth.
Your Luneth. Yep. Apparently he has 2 full arts, 1 non-full art.
Wow, that's our FFL set up pretty good.
Yep. And that's one of the reasons why I mentioned sometimes it's a great idea to hit the Warrior of Light out of his hand, right? Because that was the only water card in his hand. If he'd hit the Warrior of Light instead of the Tyro, yeah, Sergio would have been able to get like a Tyro down, but he wouldn't have been able to do as much. Although I guess off of the Tyro, he could still grab a Bartz and then set up the...
Yeah, it would have been the same.
It would have been the exact same, except it would be a Seraphel instead of a...
instead of Tyro. I think this line helps him more because now Refia has more Warrior of Light supports, whereas the Tyro you can't use in that aspect.
Although on this line, it requires Sergio to top deck the Seraphel, so I think it did make sense to grab the Tyro instead.
Irving chose not to attack at all, seeing no value. So I think that just lets Sergio some extra time to breathe, right?
Yep. But yeah,
now we're just gonna smoke the Zidane.
Yep, 7,000 to the Zidane, right into his face. I imagine we're not killing the Lena. Do we got an Amon in hand? What? What?
Nice.
Actually, we're still doing 3,000
plus 1.
But that's still not a bad trade for Sergio, right? Because Irving had to discard a card for that Amat, but Sergio was able to pay just with backups. So unless Irving can start getting some backups down, these trades are not going to be going favorably for him.
Mm-hmm.
But now that there's cards in that hand, he's interested in seeing. That's an interesting thing to rip. I think it is correct to rip it, but it's a difficult decision to make. Ooh, Warrior Blind to damage.
Very good hit. We have to establish some backups, right? Yeah.
Yeah. So we're gonna
Oh,
Severo target the Barts, but we are just going to be able to keep the Barts alive by making him untargetable. And in doing so,
Yeah.
we also deny the crystal generation, which is pretty rough for Irving.
Wait, you don't get the crystal if
No,
it's
it has to
untargetable?
bounce something to get the crystal. It's one
Gotcha.
auto. So it doesn't feel great to play a 3 CP backup that just removes the 3 worst cards from your opponent's break zone. But he does at least have both of his colors online now. So, you know, like a top deck Furion would go hard.
True. Sergio debating what to do with his Alamat and what else is in his hand? I can't tell.
There's an Amat, a Cecil, and one other card. He does still have Light Barts in his break, so he could just dull 2 backups, use Light Bart's effect, dig 5 cards deep, try to find something live.
Mm-hmm. Looks like Cecil is not coming down. Okay. Are we just gonna
Is this Mr. Wu?
beat him up?
It's
Yeah.
Mr. Wu. He's done with this today, and he's like, I'm tired of you ripping all the best cards out of my hand.
Beat him up. So currently Irving is on 0 crystals.
Not ideal for the crystal deck.
Gonna take a long time before you can build up.
But he
enough
did
gas.
draw an Oracle, so he might just jam the Oracle here, start working on his crystals again. And pass. It didn't take. You don't need to be an Oracle to see that play. Sorry, that was bad. That was terrible. I apologize. Yeah, looks like Refia is coming down here. Sergio has decided that he wants to start the spin cycle going.
Cycle of pain.
And with an Amat and a Mist Dragon in hand, Sergio's feeling real pretty. But he does not know that Irving does have Amat in hand. So if he does decide to go for the Refia spin plus activate draw, Irving could pitch his entire hand to kill this Refia. Is that worth it? I can't judge the value of that, but
Here we go.
he thinks it is. So 2 Amats down. He had to pitch a Cyan for that. That's really rough. And the Lenda that we just put on top is hitting the damage. Are you grabbing a Leo?
Have to retool some resources somehow. It just feels like Irving is on the back foot. Not sure what you can do.
Yeah, this is
right
a
now.
really rough start for him, I feel.
Although now he has 4 backups, it feels less bad, right?
It does. But there's nothing he can really do to stop the Refia player from just deploying Refia turn after turn after turn after turn. Right? Like, there's still a Noctis LB in Sergio's LB deck, so you can just, if he really wanted to, he could just Noctis for Refia anytime he wants. I don't know if he wants to do that. Like, right now, he only has 4 cards in hand, so he'd be going pretty low on hand size if he did that. And there's not really any threat that he needs to be removing with Refia yet. But
Yeah,
he
it
could
looks
still just
like
like
Sergio is also struggling to get his fourth backup color up and running, deciding what to do.
yeah, the lack of a win backup is hurting him. It looks like he does have his Zidane in hand, but he doesn't want to cast it. Yep. Hit a paladin into damage. Irving probably didn't want to draw that anyway.
Yeah, I don't think there's any value to playing that, just to gain one crystal. When in doubt, Leo out. By the way, is Vrajawu 2 LB?
He is an LB2, yes. So
So he should have
that
3 cards flipped, right?
yeah, I believe he does. Did he not just flip one? He definitely because he flipped Lunafreya earlier, so he has
Oh, okay.
Shantoto, Tidus, and Lunafreya flipped.
I don't see the Lunafreya, that's why.
But I saw him flip that.
Gotcha.
Ooh, Cyan.
I think,
That's quite nice.
but I think Irving's a little bit trigger happy with those board wipes. I feel like he needs to save them for when it really matters. Not for these chumps that don't.
I mean, getting the Barts off the field never feels that bad. He could also he does have 2 crystals, so he could try to commit the Iron Knight here. But if he does that, no matter which he plays, the Amat in Sergio's hand will just blow him out.
Oh yeah, that's true. Play Onion Boy, force it out. He will discard a card for it, so it's better than paying extra for Cyan just to get blown out, right?
I mean, if Irving decides to pitch his whole hand to pay for Cyan crystals and gets Amatted,
You just lose.
you just lose. You just go next. But he might be thinking that he just can't afford to play around Amat. The question is, do you Amat this? I probably would.
How much
Because
does it cost again? 2 or 1 crystal?
two crystals. So after he pays the 2 crystals, yeah, he's gonna Amat this. Because if you don't, he just plays the Dane and rips the Amat out anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And that was extremely painful. I'm surprised that he paid for the Onion Knight like that instead of just tapping
All
4
4
backups.
right? Yeah.
I don't know why he pitched the card. I might just be overlooking something.
That could have been a mistake.
I don't know.
Probably didn't think it out or plan it out.
Oh, well, here's Raffia. And goodbye, Leo. And we're gonna go to combat. Activate a Warriors of Light. Draw a card. And Sergio
boy.
sitting extremely
boy.
pretty. Now that there's no crystals on Irving's side, Sergio's really not afraid of these bursts, right? Because he no longer has to be afraid of the Warrior of Light burst coming in and killing the Raffia. I was surprised he attacked with the Barts there over the Vajrahara Wu. By keeping the Barts active, he would have 1 more Warrior of Light to use for a Raffia spin, and that would let him keep a backup active, so that way he could pay for his Mist Dragon more favorably.
You know, that type of detail and insight is probably something most people don't consider. So yeah, good point taking that out. So we did draw a Cyan. But the spin is still active, so
Yeah, if you
even
pay
if he
for
pays for it, the guy will be off the field before you can use it.
yeah,
I think this is
Yeah, it's looking pretty
Going
rough.
into game 3, possibly. What do you think went wrong this game for Irving?
The start was pretty abysmal. He was able to get the Zidane down turn 1, but in order to do that, he had to like basically just pitch his whole hand, and it didn't allow him to spend a few turns like generating the crystals he wanted, so he can make a bigger crystal push later in the game. But I mean, what is he gonna do? He only had one backup as opening hand, and he didn't want to see Sergio just go Barts, and just time magic all over the board.
Yeah, I feel like from Irving's perspective, he's just always playing from behind. At least that's how I felt watching this match.
Yeah.
He didn't even want to attack, even if he could have. You know,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah,
how
that's true.
dangerous it is to play against Raphael, the adversary.
Okay. He's not even trying. Okay. So going into game 3, Irving gets to go first. I hopefully we get another game like game 1. That was very exciting. And less like game 2, where Irving just looked like he was struggling the whole time.
Do you think Irving can replicate what he did against who did he play in the earlier round where he went Andy. He went super aggro and super wide. Does this deck run Chantoto? It does. Never mind.
Sergio, yes, we saw him get Shantoto'd game 1.
Right.
Don't you remember complaining that he didn't rip the Shantoto out of the hand?
I saw, yeah.
I know, it was like an hour ago, and we're both falling asleep.
This is that was an hour ago? Oh my god.
I don't think it was an hour ago, but
I
No,
can
like, the
confirm
first
it
game
was close
lasted
to an
so
hour
long.
ago. Yes, we have all been sitting here since I think it started at like the 7:40 mark for like how long we've been live for, and we're almost at 9.
Wait, didn't we start 3?
I meant like how many hours we had already been going for and been live for was at like the 7 hour and 40 minute mark. So almost like 10:40 is when I think we started finals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Shout outs to you still being at the store while the store owner has returned home.
I'm just sitting here in the streaming room watching the stream go live, so I'm here for you guys. I make sure that I keep you guys in the loop in case there's any information that isn't going live right now.
Gotcha. All right.
okay.
Turn 1 young Rahal? Oh no.
I look away for one moment, and Irving just had the worst start known to man.
I mean, it's 2 crystals.
This
yeah,
man.
We're getting Barts. We're getting another Barts. We get Barts.
How many backups are in Irving's deck? I swear he's got to be on 3 of each of the crystal generators. Plus, like what, 2 Severos at least. We saw at least 2. Plus, like a couple Warriors of Light. It's so he's got to be on like at least like 15 backups. Well, there's one. The question is, does he swing
There you
here?
go.
Come on, Irving. I know you're a man. Turn that card sideways. Come on, do it.
We're swinging, right?
Do it. Oh no, that is some.
Oh come on, we're the aggro guy. Are we not?
Irving, please. I want to go to bed.
I mean, what are we building for if we're not gonna attack to damage 2 at least?
I mean, so the earlier your opponent gets the draws from the bursts, the more value it is. Just because the sheer value of cards now is more important than cards later. I think that's a pretty obvious conclusion you can make. So, like, the earlier you hit the burst, the worse it is for you. So, I didn't see what the top card of the deck was, but if it was a burst, that would have put like Irving in a much, much worse spot than he is right now. But even still, he's going to grab back this Bart's. And then special. Probably put like Luneth down. Or are we holding?
Oh, he's chilling. He's going to do it on curve the next turn. Because why not? He's not even attacking, so. Oh. Yeah. If you're not gonna attack, he's gonna slow roll this until
Wait,
he's ready.
Can you update the score? It still says 1-0.
Ah, yes. Or Tim's on it, I believe. Okay, I got it.
So we're up to 4 crystals, which is nice.
He still didn't attack? Oh boy.
He's playing afraid. Yep, so we're gonna grab Lunith out of the deck, or never mind. I didn't notice we paid for Wall, so we're gonna dig. Hopefully find another copy of Bart's. That way we can time magic for Lunith. And if we have the Warrior of Light in hand, then we'd have all of our colors lined up so that Warrior Light can come down on the following turn and just do a lot of damage. Well, those there we go. There's a green card. That'll let you be in the country. So
Oof. Here we go again.
oh, you already had the Barts in hand. Yep, there's Lunith coming down. And we knew that was on the bottom because he just put it there.
So now he will draw all gas.
Yep. Thinned a bunch of Barts out of the deck. Thinned a bunch of backups out of the deck. Sergio's deck is primed and ready.
I think he's missing his opportunity to do some crucial damage. Now, oof, I don't know about this. I think he just waited too long, right? You can't be afraid to take him to 2 damage, right?
Yeah, especially because Sergio is definitely not running Bosch. So like the 2 damage is relatively safe. And like not only is Sergio on 4 backups, those are 4 Warrior of Light backups, right? This is like as explosive as Refia basically can be.
This is very scary.
Yeah. Like Sergio
Now,
could not ask for a better start.
so question, does the Bart's deck have any meaningful way to push young Exmil out of the way once he has his protection on?
He can just Kukul in it, cancel the protection, and then get to town on it.
Oh, sad.
So we're finally starting to apply the pressure.
That
And Ferris
was
was a good damage, but I would have liked to see that happen 2 turns ago.
That's what I
Yeah.
was preaching.
War of Light's coming down here. The question is, do we Amat this? Looks like the
Yes, but
answer
he'll
is
still
yes.
live. So what are we really accomplishing? He
I
paid
mean,
essentially 0 for it while you lost 2 cards.
yeah, it's not a great trade.
Sag. So now
I
how do
think,
we deal with this really wide and stoic, brave man on the
man,
field?
I think we drew an Onion Knight. So maybe we'll just play Onion Knight. Try and get like a Zidane out of our deck. I think there's an Amon Sergio's hand, but I don't think he has the red cards to pay for it. No, he does have the Zidane. Is he willing to discard his entire hand to do it?
Worth? Otherwise, they
Maybe.
will take it anyway.
Yeah. He's definitely going to pull Zidane out because Furion is not great into this current board state. To say the least.
Would you Alma here?
Probably. It's really hard to say. I don't know what his other cards are. So it's Zidane, Amat, and Warrior of Light. Well, you definitely don't Amat here. What do you rip out of here, Key? Ama,
What does he have again? Alma and what else? I didn't
Warrior of Light, and
understand.
Zidane.
You take the Alma 1000%, right? And then you're not going to take the Warrior of Light, right? Because it's already on field?
I would rip the Terra here probably. Oh, Zidane. Interesting. Oh, that's right. He has Cyan in hand. He wants to protect it.
Yeah, but Terra is also very frightening, right? You play it, you ping a
Yeah.
Warrior Light, you get Alma on demand.
Yeah, no. Well, the Amat was removed from the game, but
Oh, true.
the real scary thing here is that we have that Bart's in the break zone, and that's going to allow us to dig 5 cards deep to try and find Refia this turn. And if we find Refia, the game is, I think, pretty locked up. Refia is just absolutely disgusting on this board state. So yeah, I would really like to see Sergio either use like a Luna Freya or a Bart's, or I think he might have top decked a Tyro to pull this Refia out of the deck.
He has no shortage of ways to get this online.
So yeah, we're going for the Bart's variant.
Huh. Not what you want to see.
And there's not many choices he can grab there. Is it just the Lena? Or was there also a Cryo in there?
I think it's a Cryo on the first card. Yeah, get Lena. Play Lena. I mean, it doesn't really bother us a whole lot, right? This board is not scary at all. It's not like we are dead if we don't have Refia on field.
Oh no, we don't need the Refia this turn. Absolutely not.
Slowly.
Yep. Kiwi Red and Green is optimal because it lets you threaten Amat and Mistdragon most efficiently.
What's going on? Oh yeah.
The Terra.
So that means
looks like we're just using it.
One draw.
Yep.
Another Misdragon. Okay.
Do you attack here?
Why not?
Hitting the X burst. Oh, do we draw off the Lena? Yep, we do remember to draw off the Lena. Okay. And
we're not in silver here. We're not scrubs. I think we know our Lena triggers.
They almost missed one earlier. So I didn't see. Is there an Amat in Sergio's hand? Looked like he might have drawn one there.
I didn't see.
Okay, so we're doing the same bounce Warrior of Light to rip it out with Zidane, but we might just block with Bart's here.
Yeah, to finish it off.
Or I think we have the Amat.
I wouldn't chuck 3 cards for this if you can block, right?
Yeah, the thing is, I'd be willing to trade Zidane for Bart's at this point. Although, if you top deck any Bart's, Bart's gives you access to Refia. It's hard to say.
I think I value the hand more. Yeah.
But I think...
Let him take it, who cares?
Yeah, okay.
He'll draw another
digs
one, right?
It just digs you deeper to Refia, right?
Yeah. And then now you block with Bart's.
Do you?
Oh.
No, he decided not to.
I guess you want to go to damage 3.
Yeah, you want to go to damage 3, and Bart's body on board gives you better access to finding Refia in the future, right? So, I get it.
If you're taking him to damage 3, why not push it to 4? What's the difference?
I don't know. Yeah, once he's at damage 3, you should probably just swing out. Although, if he completely swung out, he could just die this turn. Although,
Not
I don't
completely.
Actually, I think Refia plus Ferris just like kills you, right? He's at damage 3. You could haste both with Lunath.
Oh wow, yeah, you're right.
I mean, we're not, but we could have if we drew it.
Whew. Damagery is always a concern.
Um,
Zidane goes bye-bye.
and he's playing on the bottom. He does not trust his forwards to be able to get into face this turn. So we're going to combat. We're going to untap 7 permanents. You hate to see it.
Holy. That value.
Um,
What do we get? Arc?
Arc.
Bark for Arc. He's coming down.
Sergio has a lot of cards in his hand. Apparently he wants even more.
No. Now he gets whatever he wants. Kusith, probably. Never mind. Not a whole lot of useful cards in there.
Well, Miss Dragon it is.
What's he gonna remove? Remove that one singular card that's not... He doesn't even have anything to remove. He has so many cards. What is he gonna do? Is he gonna Zidane? I mean, is he gonna Tidus?
He
Can he?
could. Yeah, he has enough because he has 5 backups. I don't know if I would Tidus because you don't want to tap all your backups. I think he's just gonna arc here. Yeah. So we're gonna reveal top 5. Probably try to find. It's a real shame he can't grab the Barts here, but there's a lot of decent choices in there. He could grab the Kusith. The Kusith only costs 1 right now.
Yeah.
So he could Kusith back like a Bart's, and then like Bart special, grab like Ferris, and then Ferris take all of Irving's life savings. But nope, okay.
Why does he want Lunith now?
Maybe he just wants some fire CP?
Ferris?
Is there? Oh, he's just gonna just Warrior of Light. He just used it as some terrible water CP. We do not have all of our colors online for Arc, so everyone is still at printed value. But
Yeah.
Sergio's hand is full of counter spells, so it's going to be really tough for Irving to break through this, especially when there's going to be another Refia spin.
Yeah, I think he's just stuck in the trap.
Yeah.
Although the Cyan coming in, he already has 5 crystals loaded. So the gun is loaded. He could just shoot them all up. Right?
He could. He could. And they would all die.
Does that set him up for the game? No, because he was too afraid to attack last turn. I told you, you need to keep attacking.
The other thing that makes it not like completely game is that Sergio can still at least keep one guy alive, right? Because he does have the Mist Dragon in hand.
Yeah.
And if he were to spin the Onion Knight with the Refia, he could then Amat the Rahal when it attacks because it has an attack trigger, and he could just take no damage this turn.
That's disgusting.
So Sergio's got a lot of options.
Oh, that's right. That's right. One of our viewers pointed out that Cyan can't even board clear because Warrior of Light prevents damage from abilities.
I forgot it wasn't just targeting. Oh my gosh.
So we're definitely cooked. Overcooked. So what can we do? His Warrior of Light is extremely annoying. I don't think he runs any Kuka lanes, right?
Um, I don't remember.
At least I haven't seen a single one from Irving's side. If you have to use crystals, you have to expend what, 3 to kill his Warrior of Light? Feels really bad. We're going for Ultima Weapon here? That would be okay.
Okay, yeah, Ultimate Weapon wouldn't do anything. Right, he would just get spun in response, and nothing would happen.
Yeah. Do you want this?
How many cards are in the hand? Still
4.
quite a few. Apparently the answer is yes.
Yeah, I mean, if he's desperate enough to play that, yeah. Spin is still online despite the backup going down, so this is a big yikes here.
Yeah, losing the Lunafreya there is pretty sad because it denies us access to our other LBs. So not only are you going down in cost, like it's a bad trade, like CP wise, it's also a bad trade LB wise. It it just feels awful to get your Lunafreya modded.
Oh, I think Sergio is definitely firmly in control this time. We definitely was not. We're not at the same situation before, right? Where we thought he was firmly in control and suddenly Irving stole the game.
Hey, he fumbled it. Yeah, I don't see the line back in, but maybe I'm just not imaginative enough. I mean,
Yeah, there's not a whole lot you can do. And if he decides to cleave the board, it's going to be a rude
a
awakening.
rude awakening, yeah. Not that there's any Turks out here.
Don't do it. Don't do it. He just wait. Can he just wait another turn?
Every turn he waits as the turn he's falling further and further behind, as Refia just keeps outvaluing him.
Yeah, but at least he should try to pass priority before he does this, right? Because if he does this now, he'll definitely spin the cyan.
Yeah. The problem is if he
Pass
plays the cyan
priority, he'll
here.
spin something, or he won't. I don't know, but
Well, cyan's coming down.
rough.
So cyan
He
effect
only
is
has 1 card left, right?
he only has 1 card in hand, so he can only generate 2 crystals with this.
Yeah. Is he gonna
So
shoot before he casts?
So it looks like he's using 3 crystals to kill Warrior of Light.
Fair. He is not paying before. He's not resolving the payment before the shooting, so he might or might not decide to pay for it depending on.
Are we
reaction of
misdragoning
it.
to keep our guy alive? So I don't think Irving shot 1 shot at a time. I think he uses priority to do all 3 shots at once, which is really unfortunate because then misdragon gets to blank all of it. And doesn't let you like pay like 1 more crystal to kill him off.
Do you not resolve them one at a time?
So you can put them all in the stack without passing priority to your opponent.
Never do that, right? You should
He
never
shouldn't,
do that.
but he probably did.
Oof.
The one beneficial thing about it was that because it dulled Warrior of Light, Refia could no longer.
No, he had a cryo up. Oh wait, never mind. He used the
Yeah.
Miss Dragon.
So he could have gotten in with the Younger Hall because Younger Hall was bigger than everything on Sergio's board, but I think Irving was just done. And that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage.
What is that? 15K.
I don't want to know.
5 instances of 3 plus 1. Bling, bling, bling. We're dead.
It was really nice of them to make Warrior of Light's protection ability asymmetrical, so that way Ferris could still hit your own forwards.
4-1 out for Irving, I think, because did he get to the Grands last year as well?
Of this tournament?
I mean, we were casting, and
No,
we saw
last year
him
was Mr. Jonathan
somewhere.
Ciordia versus an Earth Water.
Oh, it was Ike. It was
Yeah,
Ike
like
versus John. Okay.
yes, Mr. Emo Tempest was in the finals last year. Okay, so we're killing Cyan. I think we just put everything on Cyan,
Oh, really?
and of course we get a search as well. We really needed that.
I mean, there are no more targets time magic out, right? But now everyone's no, they're not at 4 colors yet.
Yeah, so we're gonna spin one of them. Draw a card. Activate 5 backups. Dear Lord. Then we can haste
By the
the
way,
Ferris.
I think Sydney should watch this replay. Just be like, hey, this is playable. Because I know that Sydney did not believe Bart's to be playable at this point, but
Yeah.
oh, okay. Yeah, we kill Warrior of Light, but
Okay.
for
Oof.
the
Game.
congrats to Sergio Bravo for taking the invite and first place. It's been a long 9 hours since our start at 3. Oh, wow. I think we're all pretty tired.
Yeah, I'm ready to go to bed. I'm sorry if we lost our motivation here at the end, if you, dear viewers, but I don't know what to say.
We have 53 viewers right now. That's pretty good for a non-Materia Cup viewing
Okay.
of FFTCG. I think we're doing pretty good. So
Yep.
thank you and everyone else for tuning in.
Yep. Thank you everyone for coming out and watching. Uh, that was certainly a game of Final Fantasy there at the end. I, I don't think we're going to be interviewing. I doubt Sergio wants to come back and talk to us again, but I think he probably wants to go to bed considering it's well past midnight on the East Coast. Yeah. But I'm sure Sergio wants to go to bed. Let me first. I want to go to bed. If Sergio wants to go talk to the microphone, he can come give a soliloquy.
Hey man, are you gonna deny the champion of what he has to tell the people? Come on now.
I mean, if people, I didn't say you couldn't come on and talk. I'm just saying I don't want to listen.
All right, I
Said no.
mean, I'll
He's like,
listen to
"No, I'm
you
done.
after
I'm out."
I'm out. I mean, do you want to quiz him on why he decided to spin the Glaciella game one?
I don't think we have a good answer for that, but
Yeah, that was an hour ago. Well over an hour ago. Well, I'm sure the American Muscle will find his way to Los Angeles at some point, but sadly, it was not today.
yeah, another heartbreak for Irving. But we all know that Refia is kind of favored in these type of battles.
Yep, especially against the decks that
Especially,
don't have access to the line of backup.
yeah. Also, being afraid to attack because you don't want to get the guy to damage 3 is inherently very, very good.
Okay. Anyway, I'm heading out. Night, folks. Hopefully, I'll see a bunch of you guys at Chicago next weekend. And this was a great day. So,
Yes.
uh,
On behalf of
peace.
Gamers Command, I want to thank obviously Key and Tori for coming out and commentating. You guys did a wonderful job. Thank you guys so much for sticking around for 9.5 hours of commentating. You guys did a really great job. So definitely everybody in the chat, give them a wonderful round of applause for doing an amazing job.
Okay. Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
too, Tim. You helped us out a ton by doing the admin stuff and running the show, as well as being on top of the judge calls and yeah, it was
Yeah, we
great.
got to give a round of applause for Travis too for being a great judge. I think he's gotten a lot of judge calls tonight between both stream games and in general. So Travis being our lovely judge was also really great. But yeah, I definitely appreciate all you guys coming out. Really appreciate it, and glad that we could do this.
Great. Well, everyone, have a great night.
All right,
Are you
have
gonna
a good
come
night.
do the interview right now?
No, we're gonna go ahead. So, all right, everybody, have a good night. Peace out. Thanks for watching.